When I traveled through time and space to this world in the 18th year, I thought I would awaken a powerful combat profession. But unexpectedly, I accidentally awakened the weakest professional talent in the world, mechanic. My combat capability is at best average, and they all say I am only fit to repair cars on this planet. But like you, I, Zhan, will never accept unfair arrangements. Why should I only be able to repair cars in my life? I took a deep breath, opened my career panel, and prepared to see the results of this awakening. What delighted me was that my 4 basic attributes were all full attributes. These 4 basic attributes directly represent my future career potential. It is rare for ordinary people to have 1 attribute full, but I have all 4 full. Even the top professions may not be able to do this, but I, Zhan, an ordinary mechanic, actually have such potential. In this life, let me do something that no one has ever done before. I will become the absolute master of machinery. Even if my own combat ability is insufficient, so what? I will rely on my machines to become one of the top fighters in the world. Hey everyone, this video is part 2 of the series I got the weakest mechanic profession, but successfully built an invincible mechanical army. If you haven't watched the previous part, you can find the link in the video description. Now I will explain the new story for you starting from Chapter 86. Chapter 86, Prison of Heaven, 10,000 Thunder's Extinction. What kind of skill is this? Failure, who was flying at high speed, stopped just in front of the Thunder Shield. His eyes swept over the professionals from other countries who were electrocuted into charcoal, and his whole body was shaking. They are all 8th level professionals, and their speed is extremely fast when they burst out with all their strength, but Zhan's Thunder Shield is even faster. There was no time for them to react at all. They were directly enveloped. Not only are you fast, but you're also so powerful. The 8th turn professional was using a defensive skill, but crashed into the Thunder Shield and was actually electrocuted into charcoal. This shows that the electrical energy of this Thunder Shield has reached at least 100,000 volts. At the same time, professionals from the Black Bear Country and the Big Camel Country, which had an alliance with the Dragon Country, finally arrived at this time. When they saw the huge Thunder Shield appearing out of thin air, they were all stunned. When they saw an 8th level professional hit the Thunder Shield and was electrocuted into charcoal, they all gasped. Weren't the people from Dragon Country being hunted just now? How could they have such a powerful thing? Everyone couldn't figure out what was going on. In fact, they had long known that the professionals from the Sakura Country and the Great Beauty Country were joining forces to hunt down the professionals from the Dragon Country. Although they are nominally in alliance with the Dragon Kingdom, in reality it is just an exchange of interests. Faced with so many treasures in Yaoshan, they would not take the initiative to help the professionals from Dragon Country. They would only help after they had collected enough treasures. Let's go and take a look. The face of Ager, the professional leader of the Black Bear Country, changed for a while. Finally, he groaned and led everyone to fly towards the Thunder Shield. And Zhan, who was in the Wanlei prison, moved and rushed towards Failure. This Wanlei Tianlao is a machine that Zhang Sanjia collected from other professional branches. It was originally a huge iron box with a diameter of 10 meters. After being powered on, it could release a strong electric current and form a cage. However, because the current consumed is too huge, even at the lowest output, it consumes 10,000 volts of current per second. Although the cage it released was very powerful, it could not be moved, and it consumed too much energy, making it useless to the people in the professional branch. Originally, even if this thing was in Zhan's hands, it could not fully exert its power. However, with the energy output of blue gold, Zhan could fully unleash its power to the maximum. Where do you want to go? In less than a second, Zhan had flown behind Fyro, and his calm but cold voice reached Fyro's ears. You can't kill me. You can't kill me. I'm an elder of the Magic Association of the Great Beauty. If you kill me, it's like declaring war on the Great Beauty. Failure turned around suddenly, looked at Zhan, who was so close to him, swallowed his saliva involuntarily, and directly brought out the Great Beauty Country. Do you think I'm afraid? Zhan sneered. Next comes the era of 9 revolutions, which is the real golden age. When all the 9 turns rose up, the power of the Great Beauty Country was not worth mentioning. Moreover, the Great Beauty Country usually oppressed the professionals of other countries too severely, so it would inevitably become the target of public criticism and be submerged in the torrent of history. The Dragon Kingdom is at the forefront of this era of the 9 revolutions and is destined to become the country that leads the 9 revolutions. And Zhan will be the first person to lead the Dragon Kingdom to dominate the 9 Revolutions era. Why would he be afraid of a small country like you? The great beautiful country. No, you can't kill me. I have a lot of treasures and a lot of money to give you. Please spare my life. D. Philoa's expression froze, and he realized that he had said the wrong thing. While begging for mercy, he took out the treasures he got in Yaoshan. Facing a 9th-level professional, he wanted to rely on the power of the American Empire to oppress Zhan, which was simply impossible. He is the first 9 transformation professional to appear in the 300 years since the fusion of games and reality. Zhan is destined to be invincible, and no one can make him surrender. Even if I kill you, these things will still be mine. Zhan's lips curled up with a hint of sarcasm, and he raised his hand and pointed to the sky. A bolt of lightning as thick as a bucket fell from the 10,000th Thunder prison in the sky and hit D. Pharaoh accurately. You can't. D. Pharaoh wanted to speak with his eyes wide open, but the power of the thunder that fell from the 10,000th Thunder prison was too terrifying, reaching a terrifying energy of 200,000 volts. Before he could finish his words, he was turned into charcoal by the terrifying thunder. This is also one of the effects of the 10,000th Thunder prison. It has the effect of automatically searching for enemies. As long as they are within the range of the 10,000th Thunder prison, they can launch a thunder strike on the locked target. At the same time, outside the Wanlei prison, Ager and others from the Black Bear country flew over and saw D. Pharaoh being turned into charcoal in front of them. Fear and confusion appeared on their faces. Excuse me, who are you? Ager asked Zhan with gritted teeth. Zhan glanced at him indifferently, then turned around and looked inside the Wanlei prison. It's time for this farce to end. Then terrifying electric energy surged out from Zhan's body, rushed straight into the sky, and finally poured into the Wanlei prison. The next moment, bolts of lightning fell from the Thunder prison like raindrops, accurately landing on the professionals from countries such as Demeli who were hiding in the woods. Voices begging for mercy mixed with unwilling roars came from the depths of the woods and echoed in the air. However, as the thunder roared, their voices quickly disappeared. No professional could withstand the bombardment of this terrifying thunder, and they all turned into pieces of charcoal under the lightning. And as they died, the treasures they obtained here fell to the ground one after another. Ager and others watched the lightning flashing continuously in the Wanlei prison and heard bursts of wailing in their ears. They felt a chill on their backs and looked at Zhan with fear and horror in their eyes. Chapter 87. You can leave, but leave the treasure behind. Hussein laughed wildly. The wailing coming from his ears made his body and mind immersed in an indescribable joy. Brother, you're awesome. His voice was filled with excitement and admiration. Ha, good kill. The people around him also echoed, their eyes full of excitement. Chun-Shi's eyes widened, his expression extremely excited, and he looked at Zhan with undisguised admiration in his eyes. This kind of strength is definitely at the 9th level. His voice trembled slightly, as if he saw the birth of a legend. Lao Shao and the others were also shocked. The powerful strength displayed by Zhan made their scalps tingle, and they even felt a faint heat on their bodies. They are fully aware of the importance of world missions and understand that this is a rare opportunity for them to enter the 9th Revolution. And the combat power that Zhan has demonstrated now has definitely reached the level of the 9th level. This means that once they enter the 9th level, they will also possess such amazing strength. Zhan is undoubtedly a real strongman. With a wave of his hand, the sky is filled with thunder. After 9 turns, they're all ants. This is the real method of an immortal. Hussein, you guys go collect the things those people dropped. I'll wait for you at the exit. Zhan's figure appeared in front of everyone out of thin air like a ghost. His speed was astonishingly fast. To Hussein and others, it was no different from teleportation. Brother, we understand. Hussein agreed excitedly, with anticipation flashing in his eyes. Lao Shao and others also quickly dispersed and walked in different directions. There were 50 or 60 professionals from various countries who came after them. The number of treasures they collected in Yaoshan during these 6 days was astonishing. When put together, it was equivalent to what they had collected from the previous 7 or 8 visits to Yaoshan. After Hussein and others left, Zhan slowly raised his head and looked towards the top of Yaoshan Mountain. He clearly felt that after the Nuwa stone was shattered, the tremendous energy emanating from the top of Yaoshan Mountain became a little thinner. At this rate, in 30 or 40 years at most, the energy of the entire Yaoshan Mountain will be restored to the same level as the outside world. Without the blessing of huge energy, there will be no new medicinal herbs and special spiritual beasts containing huge energy appearing here. However, even if these remaining ones are properly controlled to form a sustainable industrial chain, they can be used for a long time. After returning, I will ask Zhang Sanjia to send people to guard here. Su Zhan secretly calculated in his heart and directly regarded Yaoshan as his own. If people from other countries disagree, then use fists to speak. Then, Su Zhan turned and flew towards the exit. Collect! He raised his hand and waved it towards the sky, and the surrounding thunder retreated back into the 10,000 thunder prison at a speed visible to the naked eye. A bolt of lightning fell from the sky and landed in Su Zhan's hand. It was a fist-sized square piece of iron. Under normal circumstances, there was no sign of the power of the 10,000 thunder prison just now. When Su Zhan first learned about the effect of this thing, he was also shocked. He knew very well that this was definitely not a product from Blue Planet. Like blue gold, it was alien technology. After all, games can be integrated with reality, and it is not surprising at all that there are aliens in space. In the distance, Hussein flew to the place where D. Fyro died. Looking at the treasures all over the ground, his eyes widened, and he wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth involuntarily. Damn, this old guy D. Fyro has made a lot of good things, Hussein muttered to himself. He did a quick count and found that there were 3,000 to 4,000 top-grade medicinal herbs alone, as well as things dropped by dozens of wild beasts, including bones emitting colorful light, watery eyeballs, burning feathers, and so on. At this moment, Ager slowly approached. His eyes stayed on the treasure on the ground for a moment. Although he was very greedy, he did not dare to grab it. The shock Su Zhan had given him just now was too great. Hussein, has a 9th-level professional been born in your dragon country? Ager asked tentatively. Sorry, this is confidential. Hussein smiled proudly and turned to pick up treasure somewhere else. Captain, what should we do now? A professional from the Black Bear country looked worried. Ager frowned slightly, and after a moment's silence, he said, Go back first. Hunting the sacred beasts is the most important thing. The Black Bear country and the Dragon country were originally allies, but when the professionals from the Dragon country were being hunted, they did not take action immediately, so the alliance is actually dead in name only. Su Zhan didn't attack them, which was already a great favor to them. If they stayed here any longer, something bad would happen. Everyone turned and flew away. Half an hour later, they were close to the exit. Captain, it's the man who controlled the thunder just now. He is guarding the exit. A professional from the Black Bear country exclaimed. Let's go and take a look. There was a hint of caution in Ager's tone. Without the man's reminder, he saw that Su Zhan was wearing golden armor and standing in front of the exit. If they wanted to get out, they had to pass by Su Zhan or fly over his head. But based on the terrifying strength Su Zhan had just demonstrated, even if they were given 10 times the courage, they would not dare to fly over Su Zhan's head. Ager slowly walked up to Su Zhan and bowed slightly. Hello, I am Ager, the captain of the Black Bear country. And you are? Don't worry about who I am. If you want to get out, hand over what you got here. Su Zhan's voice was calm and firm. What? The professionals of Black Bear country showed shock and anger on their faces. This is impossible. Are you trying to go to war with our Black Bear country? These are all treasures we have worked so hard to collect. How can we give you half of them? Ager's face also looked ugly. If Su Zhan's strength wasn't too terrifying, he would have taken action long ago based on what he said just now. Brother, this is not good, right? Our Black Bear country and your Dragon country are allies. Aren't you afraid of destroying the alliance between the two countries by doing this? Alliance? Humph! Su Zhan's gaze swept across Ager and others. Although they were covered by a mask, they were still startled and involuntarily took a few steps back. When the Dragon country professionals were being hunted just now, I didn't see you offer any help. And if it weren't for the alliance, you wouldn't just hand over the treasures. Fortunately, there is the alliance, otherwise we would not have to hand over the treasure, but would have to save our lives. Okay, let's hand it over. Ager hesitated for just a few seconds before making a decision and asking his subordinates to take out all the things. Captain, some people were unwilling to hand it in. After all, the world mission had just been issued, and the next step was to hunt the beasts, and this process would definitely be extremely dangerous. The treasures in Yaoshan would come in handy. Hand it over! Ager shouted loudly. But in his heart, he cursed him as a fool. Didn't he see what happened to those people from the Great Beauty? In a place like Yaoshan, even if Su Zhan killed them all, nothing would happen. That was the 9th level. Yes, the man took the things out reluctantly. Let's go! Su Zhan glanced at the treasures on the ground. Ager was sensible enough not to hide them. Thank you. Ager thanked him and ran away from Zhan quickly with many professionals from the Black Bear country. Chapter 88. Yaoshan will belong to the Dragon Kingdom from now on, I said. After Ager and his team left, professionals from the Great Camel country came rushing over. They all looked nervous, yet with a hint of flattery. Sir, we will give you the things. Baha, the captain of the Great Camel Kingdom, smiled and hurriedly called his team members. He took out the treasures on his body without hesitation and placed them neatly in front of Zhan. They were not far away, just now, and they heard the conversation between Zhan and Ager clearly. Although they also felt sorry for the treasures they had collected with great effort, life was the most important thing to them. Then thank you all. Zhan nodded slightly with a faint smile on his face. You're welcome. You're welcome. Baha waved his hand quickly, his eyes full of respect. By the way, when you go out, tell the people outside that they don't have to come to the Medicine Mountain anymore. This is the territory of the Dragon Kingdom. Zhan's tone was flat, as if he was narrating something insignificant. Baha was startled and nodded quickly. I understand, I understand. Then, Baha understood and ran away with his men. Over the next hour, professionals from other countries arrived one after another. After seeing what happened to the people before them, no one dared to say a word. They just left their treasures behind and ran away in shame. Hussein and his men also rushed back at this time. Oh my God, what's going on? Hussein widened his eyes and looked at the various elixirs scattered around Zhan, as well as the claws, scales, feathers, and other treasures dropped by various wild monsters. Just now, they had looted the treasures dropped by the professionals of the Great Beauty Country, and they felt that they had found enough, but there were more around Zhan than they had found. These are all left by professionals from other countries. Zhan said calmly, from now on, Yaoshan will belong exclusively to Dragon Country, and people from other countries will not be allowed to come up. This statement surprised Hussein and the others. You know, when Yaoshan was first discovered, all forces wanted to take it for themselves, but no one was willing to submit to anyone else. In this situation, there was nothing to say, so they just started fighting, resulting in countless casualties. The current rules were finally set. No one expected that Zhan could decide the ownership of Yaoshan with just one sentence. Big Brother is awesome. Hussein couldn't help but cheer. No one, including Lao Shao and others, thought there was anything wrong with Zhan's words. The current rules of Yaoshan were fought for in the past, and Zhan now says that Yaoshan will belong to Longwa, relying on his own strength. Will other countries agree? She couldn't help but say, with a hint of worry in his heart. Although Zhan is strong, he is alone after all. If a national war is triggered, it will be a big problem. They have to agree even if they don't agree. Zhan's eyes were firm and full of confidence. Since he dared to say this, he had the confidence to make other countries shut up. After Ager and his people go out, they will definitely publicize the fact that they have the strength of the ninth turn. Just based on this point, no one dares to say a word against it until the ninth turn appears in other countries. And when there are ninth turn professionals in their country, there will be more ninth turn professionals in Long Country, and Zhan will become even stronger by that time. If someone is dissatisfied and stands up, if they can beat Zhan, they can take the Medicine Mountain. If they can't beat him, then they can only shut up. Okay. Shi nodded, and his worries were slightly relieved. Afterwards, Zhan collected the treasures on the ground and led everyone away from Yaoshan. On the other side, Ager had already returned to his ship. After boarding the ship, he did not stay and directly ordered the boat to leave. He was well aware of Zhan's terrifying strength and didn't want to have any conflict with him again. Why did they come out? Why is there no news from Captain Tokugawa and the others? On the ship of the Sakura country, the 8th-rank professional Satakawa Yuzin, who stayed behind, was secretly anxious. According to past experience, since there are already professionals coming out, then Tokugawa Eiichi and others should also have people coming out. However, when he sent a message to Tokugawa Eiichi and others, no one replied, which was very strange. Baha, have you seen our captain? Suddenly, Lichuan Yuzin saw Baha and others coming out and flew over hurriedly. I don't know. Baha glared at Lichuan Yuzin impatiently, turned and flew towards his own ship, then quickly sailed away. He didn't want to have too much involvement with the people of Sakura country, so as not to get into trouble. Something's wrong. It seems that those who came out are those who have an alliance with the Dragon Country, and none of those who have an alliance with us have come out. Satakawa Yuzin glanced at the Dragon Country's ship with a frown. He felt an uneasy feeling in his heart, and felt that something was wrong. Thinking of this, Satakawa Yuzin quickly sent a message to Kirigakura Razo, the president of the Sakura Country's Ninja Association. In Sakura Country, their professional association is called the Ninja Association. What? Razo was in the office arranging his subordinates to check where the divine beasts had been refreshed. After receiving the news, he stood up directly from his chair. After receiving the news about the world mission, he originally planned to wait for Tokugawa Eiichi and others to come back and collect all the treasures obtained from Yaoshan this time, so as to use them to hunt the sacred beast. Unexpectedly, Tokugawa Eiichi and others had lost contact. Kirigakura Razo believed that Tokugawa Eiichi and his men did not have the courage to take those treasures for themselves, and that something must have happened. You guys wait there and report immediately if there is any situation. Kirigakura Razo thought about it over and over again, but couldn't figure out what was going on, so he could only ask Satakawa Yuzin and the others to wait there. The professionals from Dragon Country are coming out. Outside Yaoshan, Lichuan Yuzin was staring at the exit of Yaoshan. When he saw Zhan and others appear, he quickly sent a message to Wohoo Razo. No one died? Kirigakura Razo asked. No, everyone is here, said Satakawa Yuzin. Go quickly. When Kirigakura Razo heard this, he instantly guessed that Tokugawa Eiichi and the others must be dead, because it was he who gave the order for Tokugawa Eiichi and others to kill the professionals of Longwa. Now that none of the professionals of Longwa are dead, the only ones who could have died are Tokugawa Eiichi and others. Understood. On the boat, Satakawa Yuzin received the news and quickly ordered the ship to turn around. But it was too late. When they turned around, they were discovered by Zhan. You guys go back to the boat first. We can't let any of these bastards from the Sakura Country go. Zhan narrowed his eyes slightly. His figure moved and disappeared out of thin air. His eyes were filled with anger and murderous intent. The people of Sakura Country dared to attack the professionals of Dragon Country, and they must pay the price. These bastards from the Sakura Country really deserve to die. San sneered, his heart filled with pleasure. Team leader Zong should be very happy. Old Shao raised the corners of his mouth. When he knew that Zong Sanjia's apprentice was ambushed and killed by people from Sakura Country, his heart was filled with anger. Now that the professionals of Sakura Country have been destroyed by Zhan, it is also their own fault. Then, everyone flew towards the Dragon Kingdom's ship together. On the other side, Zhan's figure had appeared in front of the Sakura Country's ship. Who are you? Li Chuanyukian narrowed his eyes and stared at Zhan, his heart full of vigilance. Your people, Zhan said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying electric current of up to 100,000 volts burst out from Zhan's body, rushing towards the Sakura Country's ships like a tide. Not good, Lichuan Yuzin yelled and tried to escape, but the speed of the electric current was too fast and covered the entire ship in the blink of an eye. Chapter 89. The Wonderful Use of Nuwa Stone, 9-Turn Mechanical Life. Boom! The violent electric current contained unparalleled power, and it tore the Sakura Country ship apart the moment it enveloped it. The huge explosion spread in all directions, causing huge waves. Satakawa Yuzin's eyes widened and he roared, trying to use all his defensive skills to resist, but it was of no avail. A current of 100,000 volts is too terrifying. No 8th-level professional can withstand it. No matter how powerful their defensive skills are, they are pale and powerless in front of this terrifying force. The howling sound lasted for less than a second before disappearing without a trace. After a moment, the terrible energy slowly dissipated, the waves returned to calm, and there was no trace of the Sakura Country's ships on the sea. What's going on? The Sakura Country's ships were bombed? Is this the start of a national war? When the professionals on ships from other countries saw this scene, they were filled with shock. Those who were quick-witted had already realized the seriousness of the problem, and those who were quick to act quickly sent the message to the president of their country's professional association. When the professionals from several countries, including the Great Beauty Country, the Black and White Ox Country, and the Southern Monkey Country, saw that the ships of the Sakura Country were bombed, they thought that the professionals in their own countries were the same as those of the Sakura Country, and none of them returned. They realized the seriousness of the problem and simply drove away on their ships. From now on, Yaoshan belongs to Longwa, and professionals from other countries are not allowed to approach it. Do you understand? Zhan glanced at the ship that was turning around and did not continue to attack, but shouted at them. The professionals from the Sakura Country must die, but it doesn't matter whether the professionals from other countries are killed or not. Killing them will only dirty Zhan's hands. Understood, understood. We got it. Yaoshan belongs to Longwa. We will never come here again. I heard it, I heard it. The professionals on the ships had smiles on their faces and did not dare to say a word. The scene of the Sakura country ships being bombed just now was right in front of them. They all knew in their hearts that if they dared to say no, the next ship to be bombed would be the one under their feet. Zhan took a glance, turned around, and flew towards the Dragon Kingdom's ship. Feng rumbling on the bow was dumbfounded. The excitement in her heart was beyond words. In the battle for Yaoshan back then, many people from the Long Kingdom died, and ultimately they failed to occupy Yaoshan. Now, Zhan has decided the ownership of Yaoshan with just one sentence. He is really too powerful. Team Leader Feng, let's go. When we go back, just send someone to patrol here. Zhan landed on the bow and said with a smile. Okay. Feng Rumung came back to her senses and looked at Zhan with admiration. Although she had a lot of experience, she was also surprised by Zhan's domineering look just now. There was no way. Although she did not participate in the events at Yaoshan back then, she had been in there several of the dozen or so life-and-death battles that followed. She had seen with her own eyes the treasures inside, as well as how the people from Sakura Country treated the professionals from Dragon Country. Now that the Sakura Country ships have been bombed, she doesn't think there is anything wrong with it at all. Moreover, the ownership of Yaoshan is a great thing for Longwa, which is equivalent to earning a treasure trove for Longwa. So awesome, an idol, a real idol. Husan watched Zhan walk into the cabin with an extremely fanatical look in his eyes. The same was true for Lao Xiao, Su Dongsheng, and others standing by. No man could remain rational after seeing that scene just now. With just one sentence, the strong men from other countries dared not say a word and could only obey. This kind of tyranny made them envious. At this time, Zhan returned to his cabin and took out the Nuwa stone. Nuwa stone note. This is a magical stone left behind by Nuwa when she repaired the sky in ancient times. It has the effect of enlightening all things and can stimulate the blood of the divine beasts in all living things. It also has infinite magical uses. Zhan was shocked. No wonder these Nuwa stones are so powerful. Before, Zhan had tried his best, but only got 5 Nuwa stones. At that time, he realized that these Nuwa stones were not simple. Now it was really terrifying. Zhan had originally thought about how this divine beast hunting feast mission would start, whether the divine beasts hidden in various places would appear one after another. But now he understood that it all depended on luck. Those Nuwa stones are divine beasts. No matter what it is, once it is fused with the Nuwa stone, it can awaken the bloodline of the divine beast and evolve into a divine beast. So the 5 pieces of Nuwa stone in my hand are 5 divine beasts. I wonder if the Nuwa stone can be integrated with the armor? Zhan's thoughts were running through his mind. His armor already had life because of his skills. According to the introduction of the Nuwa stone, all things in the world can be fused with the Nuwa stone and evolve into a divine beast. If the Nuwa stone can be fused with the armor on his body, then wouldn't Zhan directly have 5 divine beast-level armors? Although the armors that Su Xian currently has on his body are powerful, this is all due to his mechanical lord skills. It is by combining the properties of multiple machines that we have the current strength. And as more machines are stacked, his strength becomes stronger, and there is no upper limit to this stacking. But no matter how many machines are stacked, the power of a single machine is limited. Even the powerful and dangerous wanderers, the Decepticons, are only at the 8th level of strength at most. In a one-on-one fight, any stronger 8th level professional could defeat them. But if these machines were upgraded to the level of divine beasts, it would be completely different. Although we don't know the level of the divine beast yet, according to Zhan's estimation, it is at least level 9, otherwise it would not be worthy of this world mission. 5 9-turn machines are equivalent to Zhan having 5 completely loyal 9-turn subordinates. Because of the passive skill of the mechanical lord, all machines that are endowed with life forms can be remotely controlled by him. And no matter how far away they are, Zhan can communicate with them. This is equivalent to Zhan having 5 9-turn clones. We have to find a place to try it. Thinking of this, Zhan couldn't contain his inner excitement. After sending a message to Feng Rumung, he walked out of the cabin and flew towards the sea. The appearance of a beast-level machine would definitely make a lot of noise, so it absolutely could not be integrated on the ship. We needed to find a large and quiet location. There are many uninhabited islands on the sea, which is just right. Chapter 90. Upgrading Megatron, the first 9-turn machine. Zhan asked us to go back first. At this time, in the next room, Feng Rumung was listening to Husan and others talking about what happened inside Yaoshan. After receiving Zhan's message, Feng Rumeng couldn't help but be stunned. Team leader, what's wrong? Chun-Shi looked puzzled. It's okay, just continue talking. Feng Rumeng shook her head and motioned for them to continue. Hu-san said, Team leader Feng, you were not there at the time. Those professionals from Sakura Country and Great Beauty Country were really damned bastards. They chased us for several days. The last 4 or 5 countries, with a total of 40 or 58th level professionals, surrounded us. Hu-san said while dancing with his hands. At this critical moment, my elder brother Zhan came. He was just like a god descending from heaven. He raised his hand and blocked the joint attack of 40 or 50 professionals. Hu-san continued. When did Zhan become your elder brother? Feng Rumeng asked with a smile. We are all members of the True Dragon Group, and Zhan has always been my big brother. Hu-san said proudly. Okay, go on. Feng Rumeng also knew Hu-san's character, so she waved her hand and asked him to continue. At the same time, Zhang Sanjia and Long Outyin at the Dragon Country Professional Headquarters had received the message from Feng Rumeng. Oh my god, Zhan really has the strength of the 9th level. Zhang Sanjia didn't think there was anything wrong with Zhan blowing up the Sakura Country ship. It was just another fight. The most important thing is Zhan. Originally, they guessed that Zhan's strength had reached the 9th level, but because there was no benchmark, they could not accurately judge it. But now they can completely conclude that Zhan has the strength of the 9th level. No matter what his level is, as long as he has the strength of the 9th level, he is a 9th level professional. The corners of Long Outyin's mouth rose slightly, and his frown relaxed. Inform everyone that our Dragon Country has a 9th level professional. If those people from the Sakura Country and the Great Beauty Country dare to cause trouble with the Yaoshan matter, let them do what they want. He has been the president of the Dragon Country Professionals Association for 60 years, and during this time, dealing with those people from the Sakura Country has almost exhausted him to death. But now it's different. With a 9th level professional in charge, Dragon Country is the strongest country in the entire Blue Star. Dragon Country's words are the rules of the entire Blue Star. I understand. Zhang Sanjia was also very excited. The current situation was really like a light boat sailing over thousands of mountains. From now on, no one can threaten Dragon Country. No country dares to threaten Dragon Country with words based on strength. At the same time, in the distant sea, a streak of light streaked across the sea, stirring up huge waves, and landed on an island full of reefs. It was Zhan. Megatron, come out! After landing, Zhan lightly tapped the square of Megatron on his chest, and Megatron flew out of the box, returned to his original shape, and fell to the ground. Greetings, Master! Megatron knelt on one knee and said in a muffled voice, Eat this thing. Zhan took out a piece of Nuwa stone and threw it to Megatron. Master, the energy contained in this stone is so strong that I feel my whole body is trembling, as if after eating it, I can get unimaginable benefits. Megatron caught the Nuwa stone, and human shock appeared in his mechanical eyes. Eat it. Let me see what changes it will bring. Zhan nodded, looking forward to the changes that Megatron would experience after eating the Nuwa stone. Yes. Megatron agreed and swallowed the Nuwa stone in one gulp. Buzz! The moment Megatron swallowed the Nuwa stone, he suddenly stood up, his body straightened, and a strong wind whistled from all around and blew towards Megatron. Is this a rich energy? Zhan was secretly shocked. What was blowing towards Megatron was not wind at all, but a rich energy. All of this energy entered Megatron's body. As the huge amount of energy poured in, waves of mechanical rotation sounds came from Megatron's body, and at the same time, a burst of brilliant electric light appeared. In just a few minutes, Megatron was enveloped by a vast energy storm. Electric currents surged in the storm, making crackling sounds, which looked extremely terrifying. After a while, the surging energy storm slowly dissipated, and a 2-meter-tall figure appeared in front of Zhan. A silver robot, a smaller version of Megatron. However, the mechanical parts on the top of the head and chest became very smooth. From the outside, it could not be seen as mechanical at all. It was like a person wearing a set of tightly fitting silver armor. Check Megatron's properties. Zhan couldn't wait to open Megatron's properties. Hiss! Although he was mentally prepared, Zhan was still shocked after seeing Megatron's attributes. 6 nines for each attribute, just a little short of 1,000,000 attributes. No wonder there has never been a 9th level professional before. There is a huge difference between him and the 8th level professional. According to information provided by the Dragon Country Professional Association, the attributes of the strongest 8th level professional have exceeded 100,000. He was the man who went to the tomb of the Qin Emperor. He ventured to the tomb of the Qin Emperor because his own attribute had reached 100,000, and he felt that he had reached the limit and could not improve any further. Now it seems that the man did not reach the limit at all. I still can't see my attributes. Could it be that my attributes have exceeded 1 million? Thinking of this, Zhan took a look at his attributes, and just like before, there were 6 question marks. Zhan shook his head without thinking too much, but instead focused his attention on his personal warehouse. There are still a dozen top-level machines here. He also has 4 pieces of Nuwa stone in his hand, which can create 4 9-turn machines. This requires a choice. See which 4 machines should be upgraded first to help you the most. Actually, it doesn't matter to me which machine I upgrade. I just didn't expect that Longjin is actually a 9th level machine. No wonder it has such strong energy. This thing can provide Zhan with powerful energy. After Zhan used the skills of the life form on him, he has become the same as machines like Megatron. Originally, Zhan planned to upgrade to blue gold after the experiment. After all, even a 9 revolutions machine has a limited energy, but this limit is very high. If you want a 9 revolutions machine to consume all its energy, it will take at least several years of continuous energy output. Although the probability of such an incident happening is very small, with blue gold, it can be completely prevented from happening. But when Zhan looked at the blue gold just now, he discovered that the Nuwa stone could not upgrade it, which meant that this thing was a 9th level metal. Chapter 91. The first batch of 9-turn beasts appeared, Golden Horn and Silver Horn. Now that we have enough energy reserves, the next thing to upgrade is this. Zhan looked at the Suanio space fighter experimental body beside him. This thing is a space fighter built by the Dragon Kingdom in order to enter space before the integration of games and reality. It has an extremely powerful flight system, weapon system, and space combat capability. Afterwards, Zhan took out a piece of Nuwa stone and placed it on top of the Suanio space fighter experimental body. With a flash of light, the Nuwa stone merged into the body of the Suanio space fighter. At the same time, vast energy was attracted again, forming an extremely terrifying energy storm that enveloped the Suanio fighter. Just as Zhan was upgrading his machine, other Nuwa stones flew through space and fell in all directions of the blue planet. The 2 Nuwa stones flew into the territory of Dragon Kingdom one after the other and fell straight towards a mountain called Pingding. 2 7th level rhino monsters were leisurely eating wild grass at the foot of the flat-topped mountain, and 2 Nuwa stones fell directly on the rhinos. Buzz! Immediately, a terrifying energy storm enveloped the center of the explosion. A moment later, as the energy storm dissipated, the 2 rhinos underwent amazing changes. One turned golden, the other turned silver, and a human-like look appeared in their eyes. Brother, we have entered the 9th stage, and we have become divine beasts. The silver rhinoceros stood up, looked at the changes in himself, and laughed wildly. Haha, second brother, from now on I will be called Jinjiao, and you will be called Injiao. The golden rhinoceros laughed at the same time. The moment they merged into the Nuwa stone and entered the 9th stage, the 2 rhinos possessed very high IQs, no different from humans. And in a sea to the east of Dragon Country, a Nuwa stone flew over and landed on a small silver snake. As the tremendous energy poured in, the little snake's body continued to expand, eventually becoming 1,000 feet in size, and a pair of dragon horns grew on its head. Haha, my Kong Jugalong is finally resurrected. The silver dragon roared towards the sky. The sound was like thunder, spreading over 100 miles. Kang Jugalong is an ancient mythical beast. This little snake is his descendant and contains a trace of Kang Jugalong's blood. Now that he has entered the 9th level due to the effect of the Nuwa stone, the Kong Jin dragon blood contained in his body has erupted, which in turn has awakened the consciousness of the Kong Jin dragon hidden deep in his blood. At the same time, on a tiger mountain, a Nuwa stone fell into the mouth of a tiger. The tiger, which was originally gnawing on its prey, expanded dozens of times in size, and a pair of fleshy wings grew on its back, emitting an extremely terrifying murderous aura. Haha, I, Chonchi am back. The tiger with wings on its back laughed wildly towards the sky. The terrifying evil spirit swept across the 4 directions. Wherever it went, the grass and trees withered, and all living things died. And in a place thousands of miles away from here, A Nuwa stone smashed open a tomb and landed on a statue of a tomb guardian beast. The statue instantly came to life, and an extremely scorching flame emanated from his body, burning the earth into a scorched earth. I, Hamba, am alive again. The tomb guarding beast's eyes were cold, like a pair of devil's pupils. As soon as it finished speaking, it turned into a beam of fire that shot up into the sky. Similar scenes were constantly played out across the blue star. Each Nuwa stone represented the birth of a 9-turned divine beast. Suddenly, all kinds of amazing phenomena appeared in various places. On a peak of Coon Mountain, a sudden and inexplicable heavy snow blew up, and someone saw a silver-white Qilin running in the snow. On the Huangli Mountain, some people saw strong winds whistling like blades and could vaguely hear roars similar to those of cows, which was very creepy. In a mud puddle, a catfish was hit by the Nuwa stone. The catfish's body suddenly grew larger and turned into a fat catfish that was 20 meters long. In the river not far away, a small crayfish was hit by the Nuwa stone. Its body swelled up and broke through the river channel. No matter what creature you were before, after merging with the Nuwa stone, you can absorb the huge energy around you and evolve into a 9-turned divine beast. At this time, on the Nameless Island, 5 armored men stood in front of Zhan. The silver armor on the far left is Megatron, and going to the right are the black Suanio armor, the white Wanlei armor, the red Storm armor, and the blue Wanderer armor. They are the evolution of the Suanio space fighter, the Wanlei Tian Lao, the Storm Red Mecha, and the dangerous Wanderer Mecha. Komebek! Zhan raised his hand slightly, and the 5 pieces of armor turned into flowing light and merged into the armor on Zhan's body. Then, Zhan's figure moved and suddenly disappeared from the spot. The armor he is currently wearing incorporates a total of 26 types of machinery, as well as 5 types of 9th-level armor. With the superposition of attributes, Zhan's speed has reached an extremely terrifying level, breaking through the previous limitations and reaching the terrifying level of Mach 100. This speed is no different from teleportation. A minute later, Zhan passed by Pingdingshan and saw 2 rhinos, 1 gold and 1 silver, digging the mountain frantically. He was stunned and scanned their attributes. Golden Horn King level, 9th level 1 strength, 900,000. Skills, Trampling of the Divine Beast. Gold and Silver Strike, Earth Shattering. Invincible Rhino Golden Horn. Silver Horn King level, 9th level 1 strength, 900,000. Skills, Divine Beast Trampling. Gold and Silver Combined Attack. Shaking the Air Fist. Invincible Rhino Silver Horn. Golden Horn Silver Horn. Zhan was stunned after seeing the names of the 2 9-transformation divine beasts. Everyone in the Dragon Kingdom knows the names of Jinjiao and Injiao, and this is all because of the novel journey to the west. Unexpectedly, under the effect of the Nuwa stone, the 2 monsters, Gold Horn and Silver Horn, turned into divine beasts and reappeared. Zhan did not attack them, but went directly to the professional headquarters. Zhan, your armor? Zhang Sanjiao was shocked when he saw the changes in Zhan's armor. He knew that the blocks on Zhan's armor represented a machine, and it turned out that Zhan, with only 4 machines, was able to easily kill an 8th-turn machine. Now there are more than 20 boxes on Zhan's body, which means that he has integrated all the machines he took away before going to Yaoshan. Zhang Sanjiao couldn't imagine how terrifying Zhan's strength would be with so many machines stacked together. The changes after integrating with the new machinery. Zhan smiled. If Zhang Sanjiao knew that the armor on his body was integrated with 5 9th-level machines, he would probably be scared to death. Zhan, hello, my name is Long Out Yin, and I'm the president of the Professionals Association. Just at this moment, Long Out Yin flew over from a distance. After Zhan arrived, Zhang Sanjiao sent a message to Long Out Yin. Knowing that Zhan was back, Long Out Yin immediately came out to greet him. He didn't dare to put on airs as the president. He was also an experienced man and knew that he had to be honest when dealing with a strong young man like Zhan. Chapter 92, Dragon Country's Grand Elder, Taoist Master Yunlong. Hello, President. Zhan was neither humble nor arrogant and shook hands with Long Out Yin. A true hero emerges from youth. He alone killed all those professionals from Sakura Country, enhanced the prestige of our Dragon Country, and took over Yaoshan. He even started the world mission by himself. Your contribution is so great that I don't know what kind of reward to give you. So, I want to give you the position of the president of the Dragon Country Professionals Association. What do you think? Long Out Yin always had a gentle smile on his face and was not stingy with his praise. And he was telling the truth. Zhan now has the combat power of the 9th level, and no one in the entire Dragon Kingdom can be his opponent. Zhan is not interested in the things in their hands. The only thing Long Out Yin can show off, and the only thing Zhan might be interested in, is his position as the president of the Dragon Country Professionals Association. I am a Dragon Country person. I do things for Dragon Country, and I don't need any reward. Zhan shook his head. Although he really didn't need anything now, Long Out Yin's words made them feel comfortable. The only thing he had no idea about was the position of the president of Dragon Country's professionals. His combat power has improved now, but his actual level is still low. What Zhan needs to do now is to quickly improve his level. He has no time to manage the affairs of the professional association, and Zhan was not interested in these things. As long as he is strong enough, his words will carry weight even if he does not hold a position. How about this? I'll give you the title of honorary president, with the same power as me. What do you think? Long Out Yin thought for a while and said, "That's fine." Zhan nodded. This honorary title was most suitable for him. As for the so-called rights being the same as Long Out Yin, Zhan didn't care. Good. Come on. I'll take you to see our Dragon Country's Dinghai Shenzhen. There are some things you may not know. In addition to the professional association, our Dragon Country also has 6 elders. They are all people who survived the fusion of games and reality. It can be said that without their desperate fighting back then, there would be no Dragon Country today. Long Out Yin laughed a few times, his expression solemn and a look of respect appearing on his face. Then I must go and see him. Zhan was shocked when he heard this. It's not about how strong they are, but about their contribution to the Dragon Kingdom. When games and reality first merged, the fighting was the most brutal. These people were obviously the ones who walked out of the mountains of swords and seas of fire back then. Long Out Yin smiled and nodded, then brought Zhan and Zhang Sanjia to the attic in the middle. An old man in a green Taoist robe appeared in front of Zhan. His hair and beard had turned snow white, but his face was ruddy, like a man in his 40s or 50s. His figure is just a little thin, but he looks full of energy, holding a whisk in his hand. I am Wudong Yunlong. Nice to meet you, young friend. When Taoist Yunlong saw Zhan coming, he bowed slightly to him. You are too polite, old man. Zhan hurriedly returned the gift. Zhan, let me introduce you. This is the chief elder, one of the 6 chief elders of our Dragon Country, Taoist Master Yunlong. Before the game and reality merged, he practiced in Wohoo Mountain. Long Out Yin hurriedly introduced. What's the big elder or small elder? He's just an old Taoist priest. Speaking of which, I have to thank you. If he hadn't found the conditions to enter the 9th level, I'm afraid we would never have the hope of entering the 9th level in this lifetime. Taoist Master Yunlong looked calm and composed, and did not regard Zhan as a junior at all. As a member of the Dragon Nation, this is what I should do. Zhan replied. At this moment, Long Out Yin next to him received a message, and his face changed instantly. What's wrong? Taoist Yunlong looked up at Long Out Yin. Something happened to the Zuga family. There is a mechanical man there that has evolved into a 9th level divine beast and is wreaking havoc. 2 of the Zuga family's 8th level beasts have died, and the rest are running for their lives. But there are too many people in the Zuga family, and it's impossible to get them out in a short time. Zhuge Ming wants us to help evacuate them. Long Out Yin said slowly. Zhan, what do you think? Taoist Yunlong frowned, thought for a moment, and then looked at Zhan. This one was the first mythical beast killed by our Dragon Nation. Zhan spoke, and his calm voice shocked everyone present. This means that Zhan has the ability to kill the 9-turn divine beast. They already knew about what happened in Yaoshan. Professionals from other countries were saying that Zhan had reached the 9th level, but they also learned from Zhang Sanjia that Zhan's true level had not reached the 9th level. But this is not important. As long as his combat power reaches the 9th level, Zhan will be a 9th level professional. However, they had never seen it with their own eyes, so they still found it somewhat unconvincing. But now that they heard Zhan say it himself, they were basically certain that Zhan really had the strength of the 9th turn. I have something I would like to ask for your help. When Taoist Yunlong heard Zhan's words, his eyes flickered and he finally spoke. Great Elder, please speak. Zhan asked. I wonder if I can finally kill this 9-turn divine beast? Because as long as I kill a 9th turn wild monster, my level can be raised to the 9th turn. But I know my own strength. It is basically impossible for me to kill a ninth turn wild monster by myself, so I can only shamelessly ask you for help. Taoist Master Yunlong took a deep breath and spoke slowly. His profession is Tai Chi Taoist, level 8, level 99. The most important thing is his 9 Revolutions mission, which can be accomplished with only one condition missing, which is to kill a 9 Revolutions wild monster. The 9-turn Divine Beast is also considered as the 9-turn wild monster. Of course, you have fought for the Dragon Nation for many years. This little thing is nothing. Zhan thought it was something big, but after hearing what Taoist Yunlong said, he agreed immediately. There are thousands of Nuwa stones flying out of Yaoshan, which means that there will be thousands of 9 transformation divine beasts on the entire blue star. Giving one to Yunlong is not a problem at all. Moreover, Yunlong's strength has become stronger, which is a good thing for Zhan. From the contact just now, it can be seen that Taoist Yunlong is a pure cultivator who does not care about power at all. In addition to practicing Buddhism, these people also protect their country. If there is someone who relies on his high status and acts stupid in front of Zhan, let alone giving him a 9-turn divine beast, Zhan will dare to deal with him if he dares to say a word to Zhan. Thank you very much, my friend. I will definitely repay you in the future. Although Taoist Master Yunlong has been practicing for many years, he couldn't help but feel very excited at this moment. It has been 300 years since he entered the 8th level. The 9th level is the realm he has always dreamed of. If Zhan does not agree, he does not know how long he will have to wait to enter the 9th level. The favor that Zhan agreed to give up the 9 transformation divine beast was greater than the favor of saving his life. Chapter 93, 9-turn bronze mechanical man. Zhan, I also want... Long Outyan had been listening nearby. When he saw Zhan agree to Taoist Yunlong's request, he couldn't help but feel excited. He rubbed his hands, feeling a little embarrassed. Although he is also at the 8th level, his strength is far inferior to Yunlong's. Your 9th level mission is also to kill 9th level wild monsters. Zhan was a little surprised. He thought that Long Outyan's 9 Revolutions mission was also to kill 9 Revolutions wild monsters. I haven't started yet. I'm afraid I'll kill the 9th level monster. So, Long Outyan's face turned red, feeling a little embarrassed. President Long, don't worry. If you need my help, just let me know. Zhan burst out laughing. This is what love is like. Who would have thought that the president of the Dragon Country Professionals Association would have such a childish side? But think about it. This is a chance to enter the 9th level. Long Outyan has entered the 8th level for more than 60 years. His desire for the 9th level is no less than Yunlong. My friend, we should go now. Taoist Master Yunlong reminded. Okay, shall we fly directly over there? Zhan asked. No, there is a teleportation array. Long Outyan said. Then everyone came to the square outside, where Fairy Wind was already waiting. The originally old and frail Grandma Feng now has a rosy complexion. When she sees Zhan coming over, her face is full of smiles. It was not until later that Zhan found out that Grandma Feng and Taoist Yunlong were from the same generation. He had been in a daze all day because he had no hope of breaking through the 9th level. Ever since Zhan met the conditions for breaking through the 9th level, she went out for a while. After coming back, she was in a very good mood. It was obvious that she was just a little short of completing the 9th level mission. Grandma Wind. Taoist Master Yunlong bowed slightly to Grandma Feng. Go up. Granny Feng nodded slightly, pointed to a bagua formation in front of her, and motioned everyone to stand on it. Everyone knew the matter was urgent, and no one was talking nonsense. As Zhan and his companions walked onto the bagua formation diagram, Grandma Feng raised her hand. The bagua formation diagram began to rotate. A white light flashed, and Zhan and his companions disappeared out of thin air. At the same time, the Zuga family of Bashu. Squeak! A 10-meter-tall bronze mechanical man holding a red sword swung the sword, creating a shocking sword light. The loud sword-chanting sound spread across the sky. The dazzling sword light swept across a mountain and cut it in half. The huge mountain smashed down heavily, making a deafening roar. Haha, today the Zuga family will be destroyed. The bronze mechanical man roared and attacked, very arrogant. The Zuga family of Bashu is the descendant of Zuga Wuho in history. The awakened professions include Zuga Mechanical Master, Wuho Warlock, and so on. This sword-wielding robot is an 8th level robot created by a Zuga Mechanical Master from the Zuga family. It was originally designed to guard the Zuga family. Unexpectedly, A piece of Nuwa stone flew over and landed on the body of the robot. After the fusion, the robot evolved into a 9th level robot. No one expected that after the bronze robot evolved to the 9th level, all the control methods of the previous robot master would become ineffective. This bronze robot also had a strong hatred for the robot master and was determined to destroy the Zuga clan. Leave the fire! A figure flew up from the ground, splashing a large amount of fire. He is the current head of the Zuga family, Zugaming, an 8th rank sorcerer. The bronze robot simply waved its sword to disperse the flames, which posed no threat to him at all. Sword divide and slash. A dazzling light burst out from the long sword in the bronze mechanical man's hand, and he swung it into the air, shooting out sword lights like raindrops all over the sky. Dad, be careful! On the ground, Zuga Shuangyue exclaimed. Beside her, there were dozens of Zuga family members, all of whom were injured, and some were seriously injured and had fallen into coma. They are a small part of the Zuga family. There are several hundred people in the Zuga family living here, and most of them have already evacuated. The moment the bronze mechanical man appeared, the 8th rank professional of the Zuga family took action, but he was no match at all. No matter how powerful the skills they use, the damage they cause to the bronze machine men is very limited. Only those teleportation techniques can impose certain restrictions on the bronze mechanical men. Zhunzi, Spring Thunder. At the same time, an 8th rank professional named Zhuge Tianyi ascended and performed an extremely powerful skill. A ball of lightning appeared out of nowhere and wrapped around the bronze mechanical man. However, as the lightning dissipated, only some shallow footprints appeared on the bronze mechanical man. The thunder just now seemed to be extremely powerful, but it did not cause any substantial damage to it. Master, when will the people from the professional association arrive? Another professional named Jugalong shouted at Zhuga Ming. The Zhuga family originally had 5 rank 8 masters, but 2 of them died in the fight just now. And now, there are only these 3 rank 8 masters left. It should be soon. Let's hold on a little longer. Zhuga Ming said as he released his skills. Damn, what the hell? The divine beast hunting feast has to be like this. Then it's not us hunting him, it's him hunting us. Jugalong shouted through gritted teeth. Originally, they were very excited after receiving the notification of the world mission, because they had entered the 8th level for several years, but had no idea how to enter the 9th level. However, this time the world mission is to hunt down mythical beasts, and someone will definitely enter the 9th level because of this. But no one expected that the first victim of this world mission would be their Zhuga family. Bang! At this moment of distraction, the bronze robot's left fist flew out from the wrist and hit Jugalong heavily. Jugalong opened his mouth and spat out a large mouthful of blood. Then he fell into the distant woods like a meteor. Zhuge Ming and Zhuge Tianyi on the side looked even more solemn. The power of this bronze mechanical man is too strong. If those of the 8th level were to get hit, they would be crippled if not killed. Jugalong was hit head-on and lost his ability to fight. It would be nice if Zhan was here. Zhuge Shuangyue was lying on the ground with tears in her eyes as she watched her father and uncle fighting desperately. The figure of Zhan appeared in her mind. Although the 9th level bronze automaton is very powerful, Zhuge Shuangyue feels that Zhan can definitely defeat him. Buzz! At this moment, a white light appeared on a bagua stone 100 meters away, and 4 figures emerged from it. It was Zhan and Taoist Yunlong who had rushed over from the Dragon Country Professionals Association headquarters. Although the Zhuga family is an individual family, it has an alliance with the Dragon Country Professionals Association. All of their people have joined the Professionals Association, so there is a positioning teleportation point set up by Grandma Feng in their family. Zhan. Zhuge Shuangyue saw Zhan at a glance, and the tears that had been welling up in her eyes could no longer be held back and flowed down. Chapter 94. Taoist Yunlong. Didn't you agree to leave it to me? At this moment, the appearance of Zhan was like a savior to Zhuge Shuangyue. Master, people from the Professional Association are here. When Zhuge Tian saw Long Out Yin and Taoist Yunlong, his eyes lit up and he was extremely surprised. I didn't expect that Taoist Master Yunlong would also come. When Zhuge Ming heard this and took a glance and saw Taoist Yunlong, he was stunned for a moment, and his originally tense spirit couldn't help but relax. Taoist Master Yunlong is the chief elder and one of the 6 elders of the Dragon Country Elders Council, and he is the most powerful one. In their opinion, with the help of this most powerful elder, they would definitely be able to defeat the 9 Revolution Bronze Mechanical Man in front of them. You bunch of ants, How dare you be distracted while fighting me? D. At the moment when Zhuge Ming was distracted, the bronze mechanical man roared and stabbed towards Zhuge Ming with the long sword in his hand. The 9-turn bronze mechanical man was as fast as lightning, and just a moment of distraction was enough for him. It's over. Zhuge Ming looked at the sword blade so close to him and felt his head buzzing. Various scenes from the past emerged in his mind. In Zhuge Ming's eyes, everything around him seemed to stop. Then only his past memories flashed rapidly, and Zhuge Ming knew that this was a revolving lantern before death. Faced with the fatal attack of the 9-revolution bronze mechanical man, he had no way of avoiding it. Merge! At this moment, Zhan whispered something, and a dazzling golden light burst out from his body. In less than 1/10 of a second, the fusion was completed, and Zhan's figure disappeared in an instant. When he appeared again, he had already arrived in front of Zhuge Ming. Roll! Without any hesitation, he raised his hand and threw a straight punch forward. With a bang, the iron fist collided with the bronze sword in an instant, and violent energy exploded. The originally arrogant 9-revolution bronze mechanical man flew backwards like a meteor and crashed into the mountain in the distance. I'm not dead. Zhuge Ming stared blankly at the scene in front of him and was unable to react for a moment. You go down first, I'll leave him to me. Zhan turned around and said to Zhuge Ming. Oh well. Zhuge Ming nodded stupidly, then turned and flew towards the ground. Dad, are you okay? Zhuge Shuangyue hurried over and looked at Zhuge Ming with a worried look on her face. I'm fine. Who is he? Zhuge Ming came back to his senses at this time, shook his head, and looked at Zhan in the sky. The scene just now happened too fast, and the shock Zhan gave him was beyond words. In that fatal situation, Zhan pulled him back by force. That's the honorary vice president of our professional association. Long Outyan walked over and said with a smile, Meet President Long. Meet Taoist Master Yunlong. Zhuge Ming turned around and bowed slightly to the two of them, followed by Zhuge Shuangyue and others behind him. When did the Professionals Association have an honorary vice president? And why is he so strong? Could he be a 9th-level professional? Then, Zhuge Ming expressed the doubts in his mind. He originally thought that it would be Taoist Yunlong who would take action against the 9-revolution bronze mechanical man, but he didn't expect it to be an unknown stranger. And, judging from the looks of it, this person seems to be a 9th-level professional. The Zhuge family is considered to be the top family in Longwa, and they don't even know when a 9th-level professional appeared in Longwa. He is indeed a 9th-level professional. Taoist Yunlong looked up at the sky, a hint of relief in his eyes. What? Zhan has reached the 9th level. After hearing Taoist Yunlong's words, everyone present was shocked, but the most shocked person was Zhuge Shuangyue. After all, he and Zhan were middle school classmates, and they also took the entrance examination for Southern University together. I have only just reached the 2nd level, while my classmates have already reached the 9th level? To Zhuge Shuangyue, these words sounded like a dream no matter how she listened to them. Do you know him? Zhuge Ming turned around and stared at Zhuge Shuangyue with twinkling eyes. He and I were classmates in middle school. We took the career awakening ceremony and the entrance examination for Southern University together. He ranked first in our examination. Zhuge Shuangyue calmed down her inner excitement and spoke. I didn't expect you two had this connection. Taoist Master Yunlong was a little surprised. But it's normal if you think about it carefully. Zhan awakened too quickly, in just a few months. Boom! At this moment, a huge roar was heard in the distance, and the bronze mechanical man that was originally buried by a large amount of rubble rushed out from the rubble. Are you a 9th-level professional? The bronze mechanical man was suspended in the air, staring at Zhan without taking action immediately. After reaching the 9th level, the intelligence of all wild monsters is no different from that of normal people. This is not a special effect of the Nuwa stone, but a change that will occur after the level reaches the 9th level. The 9th transformation is a watershed for human professionals, and it is also a watershed for wild monsters. It can even be said to be the difference between immortals and mortals. Those who enter the 9th level can be called immortals, while those who have not entered the 9th level are mortal ants. That's not important. Zhan shook his head, then hooked his finger at the bronze robot. Come on, let me see what's so great about you, a 9th level bronze robot. Court death. Seeing Zhan being so arrogant, the bronze mechanical man became furious. After a loud roar, terrifying energy burst out. He held the long sword in both hands and slashed wildly at the void. Crazy Dragon Sword Dance. This is the skill that the bronze mechanical man learned after entering the 9th level. He swung the sword in his hand wildly, cutting out a large amount of sword light and destroying everything in front of him. Plasma Cannon. Zhan's expression remained unchanged. A little light appeared in the palm of his raised right hand, and then a huge beam of light rushed out from his palm and headed straight for the sword energy in front of him. Boom! The sword light collided with the light column, and a terrible roar spread in all directions. The violent energy turned into a destructive shock wave and rushed in all directions, causing flying sand and rocks and destroying grass and trees wherever it passed. Jugalong and others on the ground lowered their heads to avoid the power of the shockwave. Taoist Master Yunlong waved the dust in his hand, releasing a white light, protecting everyone inside. And in the sky, the surging sword energy could not stop the beam of light from the plasma cannon and was torn apart in less than a second. The beam of light containing unparalleled power fell on the chest of the 9-turn mechanical man at lightning speed. With a loud bang, the chest of the 9-turn mechanical man was directly pierced by the light column. The power of the light column did not decrease. It fell on a mountain in the distance and blasted half of the mountain into pieces. When Taoist Master Yunlong saw this scene, he was stunned. Didn't you agree to give it to me? You killed him in this move? Chapter 95. Items dropped by the 9-turn Divine Beast. Killed the 9th level bronze mechanical man with just one strike. Jugalong, standing next to him, had a dazed look on his face. He rubbed his eyes, somewhat unable to believe what he was seeing. He's dead now? Killed the 9th level bronze mechanical man in one go. Isn't this too strong? Too amazing. The others gasped, shocked. That was a 9th level bronze mechanical man. How could he be killed just like that? They originally thought that although Zhan was powerful and might be able to kill the 9-turn bronze mechanical man, it would still take a tough battle, at least half an hour or an hour. No one expected that Zhan could solve the problem in less than a minute. In this comparison, these people in the Zuga family are just like trash. He killed the 9th level bronze mechanical man so easily. Zhan's strength must be at the top of the 9th level. Long Outyan's eyes lit up and he was extremely excited. He also heard about Zhan from Zhang Sanjia and others. He knew that Zhan was very strong, but he did not expect that Zhan's strength was so strong. Looking at the entire blue star, he should be the strongest one. I'm really curious about what his hidden skills are. He can actually improve a common profession like mechanic to such a level. Taoist Yunlong thought that he had good self-cultivation, but he still couldn't help but want to see what Zhan's hidden skills were. After all, it is no secret that Zhan is a mechanic, and many people know it. And Zhan has always said that his current strength is due to some hidden skills. But Taoist Yunlong has lived for hundreds of years, and he has never heard of any hidden skills that can elevate an ordinary profession to this level. Just as everyone was shocked, Zhan in the sky was also stunned. He didn't expect that he could pierce through the 9-turn bronze mechanical man with a single palm plasma cannon and kill him with one shot. Originally, according to his idea, this shot should be able to seriously injure the bronze robot. No one expected that the bronze robot's strength was so weak. The fusion of 26 machines, plus 5 of them are 9th level machines, can bring about a property improvement far beyond my imagination. Zhan thought about it and understood what was going on. The armor he was wearing was made up of 26 modified and upgraded pieces of armor, including 5 9-turn level machines. When the properties of these machines are combined, the power they can generate is too terrifying. Although Zhan couldn't see his current specific attributes, he had a rough idea in his mind. After being upgraded to 9th turn, Megatron's level is 9th turn 99, and its various attributes are over 900,000, almost reaching 1 million. The attributes of the other 4 9th turn machines should be similar to those of Megatron. Apart from anything else, the attributes of these 5 9th turn machines combined alone provide Zhan with nearly 5 million attribute superposition. No matter how few mechanical attributes the other 21 pieces have, when added together, they still total several million. According to this statement, the attributes of Zhan's current combined state have reached nearly 10 million. The level of the 9 Revolutions bronze mechanical man in front of him is 9 Revolutions 1, which is the most common 9 Revolutions divine beast. Even if the attributes of this mechanical man reached 900,000, Zhan's attributes were more than 10 times that of it. With a power gap of nearly 10 times, it is normal to kill a 9th level bronze robot with one shot. Reminder, Your level has been raised to level 99 of the 4th transformation. Reminder, your 5th job transfer task has been released. Hint, 5th job transfer task, Mysterious Metal. Mission content. Go to the ends of the earth and look for a piece of flowing, mysterious metal. At the same time, the reminder of the job transfer task sounded in Zhan's ears. After coming out of the secret realm of encountering immortals in the Coon Mountain, he did not level up and went directly to the Medicine Mountain. The professionals from other countries killed in Yaoshan will not provide any experience. Only the 2 spirit beasts hunted in Yaoshan. The experience provided by the 2 spirit beasts was not enough to raise Zhan's level to level 99 of the 4th transformation. But this 9th turn bronze mechanical man was completely different. After being killed, it provided a lot of experience, and Zhan's level was directly raised to the 4th turn level 99. See what this bronze mechanical man dropped. Zhan just glanced at the job transfer task and didn't pay any further attention to it. Instead, he flew towards the place where the bronze robot fell. There is no doubt that the difficulty of his job change task must be very high, and he has been mentally prepared for this. Just look at the task requirements and you will know. I have never heard of this place called Tinya Haijiao. It must be a hidden secret place. As for the mysterious flowing metal, this hint is even more vague. He didn't even know what kind of metal would flow, and the nourishment of the mysterious metal was specially marked in front of it, making it even more difficult to find. When I get back, I'll ask the Professionals Association to help look for it. Blue Flame Sky Golden Sword. Category: Sword Weapons. Level: 9th level 1. Additional skills: Crazy Dragon Sword Dance. Flying Slash. 10,000 Rain Flying Swords. Note: the sword-shaped weapon made of blue flame stone was contaminated with the aura of Nuwa stone and evolved into blue flame Tianjin, which has the power to collapse the sky and split the earth. Nice one. Zhan came to the bronze mechanical man, picked up the first item, and looked at its attributes. His eyes lit up. It is worthy of being a 9th level divine beast level wild monster. The things it drops are just great. The probability of weapon equipment dropping is low. Many people use low-level weapons, as well as some weapons made by blacksmiths. However, the quality and level of weapons made by blacksmiths are related to their own levels and skills. The sword in Zhan's hand is the first 9 revolutions weapon, and it also comes with 3 skills, making it a top-grade 9 revolutions weapon. If this thing were sold on the market, it would definitely fetch a sky-high price. Bronze Mechanical Man casting drawings, 9th turn. Note: a set of blueprints for creating a 9th level bronze robot. As long as there are enough materials, a 9th level bronze robot can be created. Another treasure. Zhan showed joy on his face. Although this thing was just a casting diagram, its value was higher than the Kinji Anshin Golden Sword. Because as long as there are enough materials, this thing can be mass-produced. You can imagine how powerful the Dragon Kingdom would be if there were tens of thousands of 9-turn bronze mechanical men. But this is just imagination. After all, the materials used to make this kind of 9-turn mechanical man must be extremely precious. Zhan took a look and found that a large amount of 9-turn level metal was required. This shows how difficult it is to make one. However, as long as there are such drawings, Zhan believes that Longwell will be able to build it sooner or later. Chapter 96. Emergency. The beasts are rioting. Nuwa Stone Fragments. Note: collect 100 fragments to restore a complete Nuwa Stone. Bronze Mother. Note: 9-turn metal. Endless uses. Afterwards, Zhan picked up all the fallen things, and what Zhan cared about most was the fragments of the Nuwa Stone. According to the annotations on the Nuwa Stone fragments, once 100 of them are collected, they can be combined into a complete Nuwa Stone. A complete piece of Nuwa Stone means a 9-turn level machine to Zhan. If Zhan could upgrade the levels of the remaining 21 machines on his body to the 9th level, it is hard to imagine how terrifying his strength would be. After packing up his things, Zhan returned to Zhuge Ming and others. A red light flashed on his body, and he put away his armor, revealing his true appearance. Great Elder, I'm sorry, I didn't expect this thing to be so weak. I killed it in one go. Zhan was a little helpless. He had agreed to keep it for Taoist Yunlong, but he didn't expect that he would kill him in one blow. It's okay. There are many 9th-turn divine beasts now, so I'm not in a hurry. Taoist Yunlong smiled, thinking this incident was just a surprise, and he didn't care much about it. After all, as long as Zhan is willing to help, killing a few more 9-transformation divine beasts would be a very easy task. Is this your home? Zhan nodded and looked at Zhuge Shuangyue. He had noticed Zhuge Xuanyue a long time ago, but he didn't expect that she would be from the Zhuge family. The Zhuge family is definitely one of the top families in Longhua. If it weren't for this incident, with 5 8th-level professionals in charge, their strength would be extremely strong. Zhuge Xuanyue's cheeks flushed slightly. She didn't expect Zhan to talk to her first. It's true that heroes emerge from youth. I didn't expect that you and Yue were classmates. Zhuge Ming glanced at Zhuge Xuanyue. His eyes moved, and he said with a smile. He could tell at a glance that something was wrong between Zhuge Xuanyue and Zhan. If the two could really get together, Zhuge Ming would agree 100%. The words heroes emerge from youth can be said to be the most true portrayal of Zhan. Although Zhuge Xuanyue did not say anything about the last incident with the Gu family, Zhuge Ming knew about it a long time ago and also investigated Zhan. However, the professional association kept the information about Zhan confidential, so he found nothing. At that time, he was a little angry. After all, Zhuge Xuanyue had suffered a lot of grievances, but now, he was not angry at all, and even felt a little fortunate. After what happened last time, the relationship between Zhuge Xuanyue and Zhan is obviously different, better than ordinary friends. This is my father, and he is also the current head of the Zhuge family. Seeing Zhan's puzzled look, Zhuge Xuanyue hurried to explain. Then I should call you uncle. Zhan was very surprised. He originally thought that Zhuge Xuanyue was just an ordinary member of the Zhuge family, but he didn't expect that she was the daughter of the clan leader. He had never heard of her before. I don't deserve it. I don't deserve it. Upon hearing this, Zhuge Ming could not help but laugh, and even the sadness of the Zhuge family being destroyed was diluted a lot. Uncle Zhuge, now that the matter has been resolved, it's time for us to leave. Seeing this, Zhan said with a smile. So soon? Zhuge Ming was stunned for a moment. He originally wanted to ask Zhan and the others to stay for a few days, treat them well, and thank them. According to the current situation, there must be more than one 9-turn divine beast appearing in Dragon Country. Now only Zhan can deal with the 9-turn divine beast alone. Time is urgent. Zhan explained. Young friend Zhan is right. We can't stay in one place for too long. Taoist Master Yunlong also explained. Then I won't keep you any longer. Wait for me to clean up the mess, and then I'll go help. Zhuge Ming also knew the current situation and did not try to keep him. Then we'll go first. Zhan nodded to Zhuge Xuanyue as a farewell, and then he set foot on the teleportation array again with Taoist Yunlong and the others. Zhan, you be careful. Zhuge Xuanyue hesitated for a moment and shouted at Zhan. Don't worry. Zhan waved his hand, and a bright light appeared on the Bagua map, and the figures of the people disappeared. Daughter, tell me about you and Zhan. Zhuge Ming looked at Zhuge Xuanyue with a smile on his face. When Zhuge Xuanyue went to Lingchuan City to study, he was a little reluctant because Zhuge Xuanyue felt that the Zhuge family was too powerful and it would be difficult to study, so she went to Lingchuan City. Now it seems that Zhuge Xuanyue's original decision was really wise. If I hadn't gone to Lingchuan City, I wouldn't have met Zhan. Nothing. Zhuge Xuanyue thought of the time when she and Zhan studied together, and her fair cheeks suddenly turned red again. Haha. Zhuge Ming couldn't help but burst out laughing when he saw this. On the other side, Zhan and a few others had already returned to the professional headquarters. As soon as they walked out of the teleportation array, Zhang Sanja ran over with a serious expression. Something big has happened. 13 9-turn beasts have appeared in Dragon Country so far, 8 of which have appeared in the city, causing great damage. It took Zhan and his companions only about 10 minutes to go to Zhuge's house and come back. Just within this short period of more than 10 minutes, the whereabouts of 13 mythical beasts were reported from various places. Great Elder, what should we do? Long Outyan frowned and looked at Taoist Yunlong and Zhan. What do you think? Taoist Yunlong looked at Zhan. Now Zhan was the only one who could deal with a 9-turn divine beast alone. How about this? Let's go together and kill the nearest beast. Then you can come back and take charge of the situation and leave the rest to me. Zhan said directly. The problem of Long Country now is that there are too few 9th-turn professionals. 3 or 5 8th-turn professionals going up to deal with the 9th-turn beasts are just eating food. Not to mention killing them. They can't even delay the 9th-turn beasts. Just do as Zhan said. First, organize people to withdraw from the attack range of the 9-turn divine beast. Then, let the 8th-turn professionals try to delay the speed of the 9-turn divine beast while ensuring their own safety, and wait for Zhan to get over there. Taoist Yunlong said quickly. Yes, yes. Long Outyin and Zhang Sanjia replied at the same time. Zhang Sanjia also sent over the location of the nearest 9 revolutions divine beast, on a snowy mountain 300 miles northeast of the professional association. Buzz! Zhan summoned out the combined armor, soared into the sky, and flew towards the target location. Taoist Master Jugalong waved his sword and followed closely behind. So soon, seeing it disappear in front of his eyes in the blink of an eye, Taoist Jugalong's pupils couldn't help but shrink. Zhan flew up a few seconds earlier than him. After he flew up, Zhan's figure could no longer be seen. This speed was at least dozens of times faster than his. Chapter 97. The Death of the Crab King. Taoist Master Jugalong is excited. At this speed, I'm afraid I won't be able to catch up with him even if I reach the 9th level. Taoist Jugalong couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. He had a clear understanding of his own strength. Everyone knows that once a professional's level is raised to the 9th level, his strength will explode, which is completely different from the 8th level. But no matter how big the gap is, there is still a limit. However, the speed shown by Zhan has obviously exceeded this limit. Without time to think, Taoist Jugalong used his skills, turned into a stream of light, and chased after Zhan. On the other side, Zhan had already arrived at the place where the divine beast was wreaking havoc. There is a small city here, which is named Linshui City because it is close to the Linshui River. At this time, most of the city near the river in Linshui City had been destroyed. A giant green crab, which is at least 20 to 30 meters long, is waving its large claws and constantly destroying the city. Its claws are very powerful, as if they have a force of 1,000 pounds. Every time they fall, they can cause the ground to shake violently, like a small earthquake. Zhan took a quick glance and saw its attributes. A 9th level green steel crab king. Blue crab king divine beast. Level 9th level 12. Skills earth shaking. Crab king slash. Tyrannical. Walking on water. Water striking. And more. Die, you evil creature. Wang Bin, chairman of the Linshui Professionals Association branch, stood on the upper hand of a building and released a large number of fireballs at the Qinggang Crab King. But it was completely useless. The fireball with a diameter of 50 centimeters hit the blue steel Crab King, but apart from splashing a burst of fire, it was unable to cause any damage to it. Old man, you are the one who eats the most of my descendants. The Qinggang Crab King raised his head, with human-like resentment revealed in his crab eyes. He waved his claws in the air, and 2 huge claws phantoms formed by energy broke through the air and rushed towards Wang Bin. It's over. Wang Bin looked ashen. His level was only the 6th level. Facing the 9th level divine beast, he was undoubtedly like an ant trying to shake a tree. He was no match for it at all. There is a kind of green crab growing in the Linshui River. It is a wild monster with a level less than 1. It is big and delicious. Many people in Linshui City eat it, and he also likes to eat it usually. Who could have thought that a 9-turn green hard crab king would suddenly appear in this river? When Zhan saw this scene, he raised his hand and swung out a ray of lightning, hitting the phantom of the crab claw. With a loud bang, the phantom of the crab claw was shattered directly. I'm not dead. He saved me. Wang Bin was stunned for a moment, then suddenly looked up at the sky and saw a golden figure in the sunlight, like a god of war. Whoosh! Zhan nodded at Wang Bin, raised his hand, and lightly tapped the Wanlei Tianlao on his chest and the frame of Megatron. 2 rays of light flew out and quickly came above the Qinggang Crab King. Those are 2 9-turn divine beasts? Can he control 9-turn divine beasts? When Wang Bin saw this scene, his pupil shrank and he mistook Wanlei Tianlao and Megatron for 2 9th-level divine beasts. Crack! At the same time, the Wanlei Tianlao opened its arms and sprinkled down hundreds of thunders as thick as buckets, forming a large net that enveloped the Qinggang Crab King to prevent it from escaping. At the moment when the thunder net was formed, countless thunders fell from the body of Wanlei Tianlao and continuously bombarded the Qinggang Crab King. Cybertron flying tank mode, plasma cannon. Megatron was suspended in the air not far away, transforming into the form of a tank, with tremendous energy gathering at the muzzle. Boom! Terrifying energy shot out from Megatron's cannon. A dazzling light burst out. The sky and the earth dimmed a little. The light beam tore through the space and instantly fell on the body of the Green Gang Crab King. The violent energy exploded, and one of the crab legs of the Qinggang Crab King was blown away directly. Under the impact of this powerful force, The huge body crashed into the thunder net and trembled continuously due to the electric shock. Roar! Feeling the pain, the Qinggang Crab King roared and slammed its only remaining claw heavily onto the ground, creating a big crack in the ground. The Crab King was about to burrow underground to escape, but he found that the crack was filled with thunder. What's going on? When did the Dragon Country have a 9th level professional? Are these two armors divine beasts or humans? Wang Bin was confused. He looked at Zhan, then at Megatron. He felt a headache and couldn't figure out the current situation. President Wang, go and rescue it. This big crab is doomed. Zhan landed beside Wang Bin and reminded him. Who are you? Wang Bin asked cautiously with a look of respect on his face. He thought Zhan was some kind of reclusive master. I am the honorary vice president of the Professionals Association. Zhan said calmly. Long Outyin had already sent out this news as soon as possible, and it was delivered to the presidents of the professional branches in various urban areas. Are you Zhan? Wang Bin couldn't help but exclaimed. After receiving the message from Long Outyin, he thought that Long Outyin was crazy. Because Long Outyin did not explain Zhan's strength. He only explained Zhan's position, age, and portrait. Wang Bin is also in his 60s. He was very surprised to see such a young guy become the vice president of the Professionals Association. He was a little confused about what was going on, but now it seems that it is well deserved. Just at this time, Taoist Yunlong arrived late. You are the great elder of Yunlong battle? Wang Bin looked at Taoist Yunlong who fell from the sky, rubbed his eyes, and was a little bit unbelieving. The 6 elders of the Dragon Kingdom have always been legendary. Unless the Dragon Kingdom is facing a life and death crisis, they will never show up. Hello. Taoist Yunlong nodded and looked at Zhan. What is that? Zhang Sanjia and Yunlong had mentioned that Zhan's machines could fight alone. But the aura emanating from Megatron and Wanlei Tianlao was the aura of the 9th Revolution, and Taoist Yunlong didn't think about it in any way for a moment. That's my machine. In addition to upgrading the machines, my hidden skill is that I can control them to fight alone. Zhan explained. You have the 9 Revolutions machine? Taoist Yunlong instantly thought of some things that Zhang Sanjia had said to them before, but what shocked him was the level of the machine in front of him. Great Elder, it's your turn. Zhan nodded slightly, then pointed at the Qinggang Crab King in the distance. During the time they were talking, the Crab King had been beaten half to death by Megatron and Wanlei Tianlao. Good. Taoist Yunlong's eyes lit up, and he didn't bother to ask about the 9-turn machine. He flew towards the Qinggang Crab King excitedly. Wang Bin followed beside him with a confused look on his face, unable to get a word in. Chapter 98. Yunlong transcends the tribulation. This is the true 9 revolutions. At this time, the 8 crab legs and 2 big claws of the Green Crab King had been knocked down by Megatron and Wanlei Tianlao. The indestructible crab shell was also cracked, and silver-red blood flowed down the cracks in the crab shell, dyeing the ground red. My dear friend Zhan, I will not be polite. Taoist Yunlong turned his head and looked at Zhan with deep gratitude in his eyes. By killing this 9 Revolutions divine beast, his 9 Revolutions mission will be completed, and he will be able to become a true 9 Revolutions professional. You are too polite, Great Elder. Zhan smiled and raised his hand, signaling Taoist Yunlong to take action. A 9-turn divine beast is just going to come and go like this? Wang Bin was watching on the side, stunned. There is no record of Dragon Country killing a 9-transformation divine beast so far, but it is certain that after killing a 9-transformation divine beast, great benefits will be gained. But now, such a 9-turn divine beast is being pushed around by people. Go! Taoist Yunlong was not pretentious. He waved the whisk in his hand, and a stream of light flew out and landed on the body of the Qinggang Crab King. With a loud bang, the Qinggang Crab King, who was only breathing his last breath, disappeared completely. Buzz! The next moment, an astonishing energy rose from Taoist Priest Yunlong's body. Taoist Priest Yunlong, who was originally an immortal, seemed to be enveloped in a layer of divine light, like an old god in the sky. You guys stay away from me. Suddenly, Taoist Priest Yunlong opened his eyes suddenly, with surprise and anxiety in his eyes. After a professional reaches level 9, he still needs to survive a tribulation. Only after surviving the catastrophe can he be considered a true 9-level professional. Before Zhan could ask, Taoist Master Yunlong began to explain. Great Elder, do you want my help? Zhan frowned. King Yanliu didn't tell him this at first. Liu only mentioned the conditions for entering the 9th rank, but did not mention that after entering the 9th rank, he still needed to overcome the tribulation. Boom! At this moment, a muffled sound suddenly came from the sky. The originally clear sky was covered by dark clouds in the blink of an eye. The sky and the earth immediately became dark, as if day had turned into night in the blink of an eye. Silver streaks wandered through the dark clouds, emitting a breath of destruction. The world reminds us that it is best to complete this mission by yourself, because in the process of going through the thunder tribulation, you will be strengthened by it. If someone helps you, the strengthening effect of the thunder tribulation will be lost. So I want to try myself first. If it doesn't work, I will ask young Master Zhan to help. After Taoist Jugalong finished speaking, he handed the things dropped by the Qinggang Crab King and its corpse to Zhan. Just now, after he killed the Qinggang Crab King, the 9 transformations mission was completed. The world prompted that his level had been raised to the 9 transformations, and there was also a reminder of tribulation. The tips for overcoming the tribulation are very detailed. The tribulation is extremely dangerous, but once you overcome it, you will also gain great benefits. There are 9 thunder tribulations in total. Every time you survive one, you will gain energy from heaven and earth to strengthen yourself and permanently improve your attributes. The reason why there is such a big gap between the 9th and 8th turns is because of this. Great Elder, rest assured and survive the catastrophe. I will help you clear the way. Zhan took out 10 elixirs and handed them to Taoist Jugalong. Then he recalled Megatron and Wanlei Tianlao, grabbed Wang Bin, and moved away from Taoist Jugalong. Boom! The next moment, a loud bang suddenly sounded in the sky, and a bolt of lightning as thick as a bucket rushed down from the dark clouds like a silver dragon, carrying a breath of destruction and heading straight for Taoist Jugalong. Immortal Spirit! Taoist Jugalong had a smile on his face, his eyes looking straight at the heavenly tribulation. He waved the whisk in his hand. A white light flashed, and his body seemed to be covered with a layer of silver-white divine armor. Yin and Yang transform into the universe. Afterwards, Taoist Jugalong waved his whisk again, and the white light was as fast as lightning, transforming into a yin-yang bagua and rushing towards the falling thunder. The moment the two collided, the yin-yang bagua exploded, and under the impact of the explosive energy, the power of the silver dragon was weakened a little. Taoist Jugalong seized the opportunity and continuously released attack skills. When the silver dragon fell on him, its power was only 1/10 of what it was, and it was unable to break the protective armor on his body. According to this situation, it won't be a problem for the Great Elder to survive the first 8 thunder tribulations. Zhan watched from a distance and analyzed secretly. For Zhan, watching professionals going through tribulation up close is also a good way to gain experience. After all, he will also have to go through tribulation in the future. Is this the 9th heavenly tribulation? It's too powerful. Even if the power of this lightning is reduced by 1,000th, I'm afraid I won't be able to stop it. Wang Bin on the side had a look of horror on his face. He was considered well-informed, but he was still frightened when he saw Taoist Jugalong transcending the tribulation. The first 9th level professional in our dragon country is about to be born. Although he was not the one who was going through the tribulation himself, Zhan was still a little excited. If Taoist Jugalong succeeds in overcoming the tribulation, it will be of extraordinary significance to the Dragon Kingdom. This is the first 9th level professional in the entire Blue Star. It is not just the birth of a super strong man, but also related to the future of Dragon Country. After all, Zhan is alone and cannot handle everything. Once with the help of Taoist Jugalong, those professionals who have stayed in the 8th level for decades can quickly be promoted to the 9th level. By that time, other countries will simply not be able to catch up with Dragon Country. Boom! 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 The terrible thunders kept falling, and Taoist Jugalong kept releasing his skills and resisting with all his might. When the 7th thunder fell, the already extremely dim divine armor on Taoist Jugalong's body suddenly collapsed. Seeing this, Zhan moved and appeared directly in front of Taoist Jugalong. My dear Zhan, thank you for your help. Taoist Jugalong looked helpless. He had only blocked 8 out of 9 thunder tribulations. It seemed he was not prepared enough. He has accumulated a lot of good things in the past 300 years, but he didn't carry those things with him. If he used them all, resisting the 9 thunder tribulations would not be a problem. But no one expected that once the level was raised to the 9th level, the heavenly tribulation would come, leaving you no time to prepare. You're welcome, Great Elder. Zhan smiled. Boom! The last thunderbolt came with a bang, Its power was more than 10 times that of the previous 8. The thunder was crisscrossed, like a real thunder dragon, roaring towards them. 10,000 Thunder Prison. Su Zhan's expression remained unchanged. He raised his hand towards the falling thunder, and the real body of Wanlei's sky prison emerged. The terrifying thunder fell. An endless thunder enveloped Su Zhan in the blink of an eye. The explosive shock waves swept in all directions like a level 10 storm. Linshui City, which had already been mostly destroyed, was covered by the storm again. Any taller building was destroyed, and the most central area was razed to the ground. Fortunately, when the Qinggang Crab King appeared, everyone had already evacuated. Otherwise, the damage caused by Taoist Yunlong's tribulation would have been even greater than that caused by the Qinggang Crab King. Chapter 99. Chaos on Blue Star, Disaster of Divine Beasts. After a moment, the exploding lightning slowly dissipated, and all the horrifying thunder was absorbed into the 10,000 Thunder Prison. At the same time, an extremely special fusion energy actually penetrated the armor and merged into Su Zhan's body. My body has become stronger? Su Zhan looked surprised, but immediately understood what was going on. The reason why the power gap between the 9th and 8th levels is so huge is probably because of this white energy. Every time a thunder tribulation is passed, some white energy will be integrated into the physical body, permanently improving the attributes of the professional. After 9 times, the improved attributes will be extremely terrifying. Moreover, this attribute improvement is comprehensive, with speed, strength, and defense all increased. All attributes should have increased by about 900 points. Su Zhan couldn't see his own attributes now, so he didn't know how much the white energy just now had improved his attributes. He could only make a rough estimate. According to the principle of decreasing power of Thunder Tribulation, the first Thunder should be able to increase the attribute by 100 points, and so on. The 9th one is 900 points. In this case, after surviving the Thunder Tribulation, all attributes can be improved by at least 5,000 points. How do you feel, little friend Su Zhan? At this time, Taoist Yunlong asked worriedly. I am lucky this time. Su Zhan shook his head and smiled. The last bolt of lightning was blocked by him, and the reward of increased attributes also fell on Su Zhan. As a result, Taoist Yunlong lost nearly 900 points of improvement in all attributes. Haha, this is what you deserve, little friend Su Zhan. If it weren't for you, I would have died under this 9th Thunder Tribulation. Taoist Master Yunlong seemed very free and easy at this moment, laughing a few times without any concern. Compared with the 900-point improvement in all attributes, life is the most important. Great Elder, since you have become a 9th level professional, let's separate. I will go hunt other 9th level beasts in Dragon Country. Su Zhan said. In addition to this Qinggang Crab King, there are at least 12 9-turn divine beasts from Dragon Country appearing in the urban area. The damage they cause is enormous and must be resolved as soon as possible. Young friend Su Zhan, be careful on your journey. Taoist Yunlong nodded. Now that he had already broken through to the 9th level, there was no point in following Su Zhan any longer. He needed to go somewhere else to help. Oh, Great Elder, I have something I want to ask you for help with. If anyone in the professional association wants to break through the 9th level but doesn't have the confidence to survive the tribulation, you can ask me to help them survive the tribulation. Su Zhan thought about it and spoke again. All attributes can be improved every time you survive a Thunder Tribulation. Although it is not much for Su Zhan, the amount is huge. There are at least several thousand 8th level professionals in Dragon Country, not to mention all of them. Even if there are only a few hundred people who come to Su Zhan for protection and to help them overcome the tribulation, the improvement in all attributes that Su Zhan can get is an extremely terrifying number. Don't worry about that. I will arrange it. Taoist Yunlong promised. He had survived 8 Thunder Tribulations and knew that after surviving a tribulation, he would gain permanent attribute enhancement, so he understood Su Zhan's thoughts. He fully agreed with this kind of thing, because someone with his strength could only barely survive 8 Thunder Tribulations, and it was even more impossible for other 8th level professionals to survive the Thunder Tribulations. For ordinary 8th turn professionals, being able to survive 4 or 5 Thunder Tribulations is already the limit. If Su Zhan helps, they can 100% survive and become 9th turn professionals. Although the attribute improvement is a little less, it is still the 9th transformation after all. Then I would like to thank the Great Elder first. I'm leaving first. Su Zhan bowed to Taoist Yunlong, and his hands turned into a stream of light, rising into the sky and disappearing into the horizon. Taoist Master Yunzhong did not stay here, but turned around and flew towards the professional headquarters. My Dragon Nation is about to rise. Wang Bin looked at the two people's backs as they left, and he could hardly suppress the excitement in his heart. Because he witnessed with his own eyes the birth of a 9th-level professional from the Dragon Country, and there was also someone stronger than the 9th-level professional. With these two people in charge, it would be hard for Long Kingdom not to rise. On the other side, 5 minutes later, Zhan found the second 9 transformation Divine Beast. A giant black stone man 18 meters tall. Zhan didn't even bother to scan its attributes. His whole body was wrapped in thunder, like a thunder arrow, which went straight through the black stone man's chest and blew a big hole in it. Without waiting for the black stone man to fall, Zhan raised his hand, picked up the dropped items and corpse, then turned and flew to other places. What's going on? Where is the black stone man from before? What black stone man? That's a 9-turn divine beast. I seem to see a golden man punching a big hole in the chest of the 9-revolution divine beast. Yes, I saw it too. The man who was not golden was wearing golden armor. He left after killing the 9 revolutions divine beast. Could the person wearing golden armor be a 9th-level professional from my Dragon Country? He must be a 9th-level professional. Otherwise, how could he be a match for a 9th-level divine beast? The people who were fleeing in a panic under the ravages of the Black Stone Man suddenly found that the Black Stone Man had disappeared, and they all showed expressions of astonishment and confusion. Someone saw Zhan killing the Black Stone Man and explained what happened. Everyone, that was a master sent by the Professional Association headquarters. The 9 transformation beast has been killed by him. Next, everyone should follow the instructions of the Professionals Association and rebuild your homes. People from the Professional Association have already received the announcement from Zhang Sanjia and others and know what is going on. While Zhan was traveling around the Dragon Kingdom hunting divine beasts, similar things were happening in other countries on Blue Star. Cherry Blossom Country, East Flower Market. A giant python that is 100 meters long is wreaking havoc, and wherever it goes, houses collapse. A large number of ninjas surrounded the giant python and continuously attacked it using their strongest skills. But it was completely useless as they couldn't even break the giant python's scales. Boom! Just when everyone was helpless, a terrifying thunder came from a distance and landed on the giant python. The violent energy exploded, setting off a hurricane that swept in all directions. However, as the thunder dissipated, the giant python remained intact. The attack just now instead aroused his anger. The huge snake tail swept across, destroying a large number of houses. The Guild Master's 9 transformation divine beast is too powerful. We can't even break his defense. President, what should we do next? President, there are at least 29th level beasts in the country that have suffered great damage in the past 4 years. According to preliminary statistics, at least more than 100,000 people have died across the country. On the rooftop of a tall building in the distance, the lightning in Kirigakure Razo's eyes slowly dissipated, and the professional from the Sakura country beside him reported the situation to him. Chapter 100. Malzahar's Excitement. Let everyone evacuate their living areas, stay away from the 9-turn divine beasts, and do not disturb them. Wuyin Razo's face looked very ugly. After learning about the mission of the divine beast hunting feast, he was very excited and felt that his chance to step into the 9th level had come. But when the divine beast really appeared, they realized how terrifying the 9 transformation divine beast was. These top-level, 8th-level professionals are trying their best to tickle the 9th-level beasts. He really couldn't imagine any way to kill these 9-turn divine beasts. President, great news! The 7th-turn Thunderbat your son raised has evolved into a 9th-turn divine beast, and it has not gotten out of control. Just when Kirigakure Razo was having a headache, a subordinate reported good news to him. Go back and have a look. Kirigakure Razo frowned. A look of surprise appeared in his eyes, and he took everyone directly back to his home. He saw a silver bat about 10 meters long sitting on the ground, and his son Wuyin Baishui was standing in front of the bat beast. Father, I now have a 9-turn divine beast. Kirigakure Baishui looked at Kirigakure Razo excitedly and told him the good news. Good son. Kirigakure Razo nodded slightly with a smile on his face, but there was a fierceness hidden deep in his eyes. Wuyin Razo's profession is a beast spirit master, which is why he can merge the eyes of Yaoshan's spirit beasts with his own. He can also merge with the bat beast in front of him. Once he integrates it, he will definitely be able to enter the 9th level. Great country, Great San Francisco. A giant lizard 50 meters tall lay on the ground, breathing out a stream of cold air from its mouth, freezing the ground in the distance. The 8th-rank professional from the Great Beauty Magician Association stood in the distance with a serious expression. They tried many methods, but were unable to cause any harm to the giant lizard and could only watch it destroy the city. Notify everyone to evacuate any place where the mythical beasts are spotted. The reason they are destroying is because they are occupying the territory. As long as we withdraw from their territory, they will not pursue us. As for hunting the divine beasts, we will find a way later. Malzahar, the president of the Magicians Association, said in a deep voice. The people below promised the doctor to pass the message down quickly. The power of the 9-turn divine hand is too strong. You can't just fight it head-on. You can only slowly find a way to deal with it. President, good news! We have found the mythical beast you have been looking for. At this moment, a professional from the Magicians Association showed a look of surprise on his face and transmitted a video to Malzahar. Malzahar clicked on the video and saw a purple bug lying on a big rock, seemingly sleeping. The shape of this insect is very strange. It has a round body with 4 claws, a small head with very sharp fangs, and 3 eyes that emit golden light. The whole body is the color of amethyst, with flashes of dark purple light from time to time. Haha, I finally found the void. Seeing the bugs in the video, Malzahar could no longer contain his excitement and laughed out loud. He was a person who survived 300 years ago and had reached the 8th level at that time. But his profession is very special. It is called Void Pathfinder. And he has a special skill. As long as he merges with a wild monster called Void Spirit, his profession can be upgraded to Void Prophet. While continuing his professional career, he can also use this opportunity to enter the 9th level. He has been searching for wild monsters like the Void for 300 years, but has never found one. Only now did he understand that Su Ling was a 9-turn divine beast. Let's go. Once I fuse it, our great beauty country will have its first 9th-rank professional. Malzahar could not wait even a second longer and led other professionals from the Magicians Association straight to the mountain where the Void Spirits were. Similar scenes are happening in all countries on the Blue Planet. They were powerless in the face of the mythical beast wreaking havoc in the urban area. But by chance, they all found ways to advance to the 9th level. 3 days later, at the Dragon Country Professional Headquarters, Su Zhan, Taoist Yunlong, and Long Outyan were sitting together. After 3 days of hunting, Su Zhan killed a total of 38 9-turn divine beasts, completely killing all the divine beasts that were wreaking havoc in Dragon Kingdom. The good things obtained are countless. Among them, there are a lot of 9th-level metals. Black-veined heavenly gold, green gold copper mother, extremely cold pure gold, 10,000 years of cold iron, fallen star iron. Wait, there are countless other skill books, weapons, and materials. There are 39 fragments of the Nuwa stone. It is not far from merging into a new Nuwa stone. Friend Su Zhan, thanks to you this time, otherwise Longwa would have suffered losses from the beating. The smile on Taoist Yunlong's face never faded. Because of Su Zhan's appearance, the mythical beasts that were wreaking havoc in Dragon Country also caused some damage, but the scope of the damage was very small. Some of the divine beasts were killed by Su Zhan before they even had the chance to cause any damage. All this is because of Su Zhan. You are too polite, Great Elder. Su Zhan waved his hands and did not take any credit for it. By the way, I called you back this time because of the Tribulation. As you know, there are 5 other people in the Elder Council besides me. We have already completed most of the job transfer tasks, except for the last one. My job transfer task is to hunt a 9-turn divine beast. The job transfer tasks of others are more or less related to the 9-turn divine beast. We have investigated and found that the things needed for the job transfer tasks of the 2nd Elder, 3rd Elder, and 4th Elder are among the mythical beasts you hunted. They want to buy them. And I want to ask you to help me overcome the calamity. Taoist Master Yunlong went straight to the point and explained the reason why he called Su Zhan back this time. Just tell me what you need. Su Zhan asked directly. Su Zhan, don't worry, they won't take these things from you for nothing. They will buy them at an equivalent price. As for asking you to survive the Tribulation, I told them to provide something that is equal in value to a 9th-level divine beast. I know they're taking advantage of us, but there's nothing we can do about it. This is the best we can offer, but you can only buy it on credit. You can only get it after they kill the 9-turn divine beast. If you have any requests, just ask. Taoist Yunlong told Su Zhan the reward for helping him overcome the Tribulation in one breath. Great Elder, you are too polite. I won't need the things. These things are dispensable to Zhan, but for others, they can quickly improve their strength. So Zhan didn't want it? No, you have to. We have already written a bad check. If you don't want it anymore, where will we put our dignity? Taoist Yunlong shook his head and said jokingly. Then listen to the Great Elder. Seeing this, Zhan no longer refused. Chapter 101. The Cruelty of Wuyin Leizong. Just as Taoist Yunlong finished speaking, 3 white-haired old men walked in from outside the door. Although they looked old, they walked with great vigor and dignity. The corners of their mouths could not help but curl up, and their eyes revealed an irrepressible joy. Hello, Zhan. My name is Zhang Long. I'm the 2nd elder of the Elders' Council. Hello, Zhan. My name is Lin Fei. I am the 3rd elder of the Elders' Council. Zhan, hello. My name is Wang Tung. I'm the 4th elder. The 3 of them didn't even look at anyone else. They walked straight up to Zhan, shook hands with him, and introduced themselves. Hello, 3 elders. Zhan shook hands with them one by one. The 4 great elders of the Dragon Country Elders Council, plus Taoist Master Yunlong, came, and they were so enthusiastic. This would have been unthinkable in the past. After all, the reason why Dragon Country can exist until now is because of the hard work of these few people. These people are the real stabilizers of Dragon Country. I've already told little friend Zhan about your affairs. You can tell little friend Zhan if you need anything. As for the reward, you will have to start preparing it after you enter the 9th level. Taoist Yunlong gave a timely reminder. We know it without you, an old Taoist priest, reminding us, said the 2nd elder Zhang Long. Don't worry, we've all remembered it. I will never let Zhan suffer any loss. The 3rd and 4th elders also spoke in agreement. Then, the 3 of them surrounded Zhan and explained what they needed. After everything was ready, several people left the professional headquarters and found a desolate mountain to prepare for the tribulation. The first to begin to overcome the tribulation was the 2nd elder Zhang Long. His profession is Wulo Vajra, a powerful close combat profession that not only has strong defense, but also possesses extremely powerful skills. In terms of frontal combat capability, the 2nd elder Zhang Long is the strongest. And the first person to overcome the tribulation was Zhang Long. Like the Great Elder, he survived 8 thunder tribulations, and Zhan helped him resist the last one. The same goes for the 3rd and 4th elders. 3 hours later, all 3 elders completed their tribulation and became 9th level professionals. In just 3 hours, 3 9th level professionals were born in Dragon Country. Zhan, thank you so much. This 9 revolutions heavenly tribulation is too powerful. If it weren't for you, even if we could survive it, we would be ruined. Yes, that kind of power is too terrifying. The 3 elders had completed their tribulation, and their faces were all glowing. However, when they thought of the scene of the tribulation just now, they still felt a lingering fear. The heavenly calamity is the punishment from heaven and earth to professionals, and its power is so terrifying that it is beyond words. It's a good thing that the 3 elders were able to survive the calamity. Zhan replied calmly. After being struck by 3 thunder tribulations, his attributes were permanently increased by 900, which was a good thing. Not good. Qin Yun is about to pass the tribulation. Suddenly, Taoist Yunlong looked solemn. Qin Yun is the 5th elder, a woman. The reason why she didn't come here was that she was completing the 9 revolutions job transfer task. Unexpectedly, after completing the task, she actually stepped directly into the 9 revolutions and began to overcome the tribulation. What's going on? Why did she suddenly start to overcome the tribulation? 2nd elder Zhang Long asked anxiously. Not sure. She's in Dong Shanhai now. Let's go there quickly. Taoist Yunlong said, and turned to look at Zhan. Friend Zhan, I have to trouble you again this time. This is Qin Yun's location. You are faster than us. Please go there first. Don't worry, Great Elder. I'll be there first. Zhan determined Qin Yun's location and knew that the situation was urgent. Without stopping, he turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the sky. Taoist Master Yunlong and others followed closely behind. The 6 people in the Dragon Country Elders Council all came out of the chaos together 300 years ago and have a very good relationship. Taoist Master Yunlong, who had just survived the heavenly tribulation, and his companions were well aware of the power of the heavenly tribulation, and understood that with Qin Yun's strength, it was impossible for him to survive the 9 heavenly tribulations by himself. That's why they are so anxious. At the same time, in a cave on an unnamed island in the Dongshan Sea, the exploding thunder flashed continuously, illuminating the entire cave like daylight. At the same time, screams mixed with sad roars echoed throughout the cave. Father, why? Wuyin Baishe roared in pain with a ferocious look on his face. In the center of the cave, there was a giant blood-colored formation with a diameter of nearly 100 meters, surrounded by a circle of blood pools. Hundreds of blood-colored chains extended from the blood pools, tightly locking the 9-revolution Thunderbat in the center of the formation. Waves of disgusting red blood continued to corrode the 9-turn Thunderbat, dyeing most of its body red. Wuyin Baishui was lying in front of the 9-turn Thunderbat. All the blood in his body had been drained, and he had turned into a mummy, relying on the formation to stay alive. My dear son, even if you have the 9-transformation Thunderbat, you are not the 9-transformation. But Dad is different. After absorbing the 9-turn Thunderbat, Dad can step into the 9-turn and become a true 9-turn professional. For the sake of Sakura country, your death is worth it. Wuyin Reizang stood by and just glanced at Wuyin Baishui before his gaze returned to the 9-revolution Thunderbat. Father, Kirigakure Shiramazu let out an unwilling roar, but it was of no use. It was all his fault that he trusted Kirigakure Razo too much. This formation is called the 10,000 Bloods Devouring Souls formation. It is composed of the blood of 10,000 people. It can suppress and assimilate wild monsters and allow Wuyin Leizong to absorb them. Originally, this formation could not trap the 9-transformation Thunderbat. It was because he listened to Wuyin Leizong's words and used his own skills to restrict the 9-transformation Thunderbat and prevent it from resisting that it was locked in the 10,000 blood-devouring soul formation. It's done, it's done. Wuyin Reizang's excited howl spread throughout the cave, and the 9-revolution Thunderbat had been completely dyed blood red. He didn't even look at Wuyin Baishui and fell directly on the 9-turn Thunderbat. The 9-turn Thunderbat, which was originally very violent and struggling, was now as docile as a kitten. I, Kirigakure Razo, am about to enter the 9th level. And the first thing I did when I entered the 9th level was to destroy the Dragon Kingdom. There was a trace of resentment in Wuyin Razo's eyes. His hatred for Longwa had penetrated deep into his bones. As he finished speaking, Wuyin Razo suddenly thrust his hands into the top of the 9-turn Thunderbat's head. His body was like a bottomless pit, constantly absorbing the blood of the 9-turn Thunderbat. As time passed, the huge body of the 9-turn Thunderbat shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, explosive lightning emanated from Wuyin Razo's body, and his aura continued to surge as he moved towards the 9th level. Boom! A moment later, the 9-turn Thunderbat, along with its bones and fur, were absorbed into Wuyin Leizong's body. Wuyin Leizong fell to the ground. The thunder on his body exploded, and the entire altar was torn to pieces by the terrifying thunder. Chapter 102. You bastard die? Boom! Just as Kirigakure Razo was excited, a terrifying thunder sounded above his head. There is still a heavenly tribulation? After receiving the world prompt, Kirigakure Razo was stunned. I never thought that after entering the 9th level, I would have to go through a heavenly tribulation. There was no time to think. The terrifying thunder had already fallen. An hour later, the entire island was destroyed, leaving only a small stone. Kirigakure Razo was lying on the stone, covered in blood, and the surrounding sea water had been dyed red with blood. In order to catch the 9-turn Thunderbat, he brought more than 50 8th-turn professionals. When he was going through the tribulation just now, he used those people as shields, and they were all killed by the tribulation. He was able to barely survive it. After this incident, 90% of the 8th-ranked ninjas of the Sakura Country Ninja Association died. But for Kirigakure Razo, it is worth it even if more people die, because he has entered the 9th level. Anything. Suddenly, a gust of wind came from afar. Wuyin Leizong suddenly raised his head and looked into the distance. His eyes emitted a faint light of lightning, and he could actually see a place hundreds of miles away. I saw a woman in white sitting on the sea. It was broad daylight, but clusters of starlight fell from the sky and landed on her. As these starlights merged, the aura of the woman in white rose at a speed visible to the naked eye. She is Qin Yun, the 5th elder of the Dragon Country Elders Council. Wuyin Leizong recognized Qin Yun's identity at a glance, and then a fierce look appeared on his face. I will kill you first and take some interest. After his thoughts settled, Wuyin Leizong turned over and jumped into the sea, swimming towards Qin Yun. In the distance, Qin Yun was surrounded by starlight. His consciousness had left his body and was wandering in the starry sky, feeling the changes in the stars, and he didn't notice that Wuyin Leizong was undergoing the tribulation at all. 9 turns. After a moment, Qin Yun regained consciousness, and his aura reached its peak, completely raising his level to the 9th level. As she entered the 9th transformation, calamity clouds gathered in the sky. Bring it on! Qin Yun looked up at Jie Yun, a slight smile on his face. Taoist Yunlong had already told her that there would be a thunder tribulation after entering the 9th level, but she was not afraid. Because after she entered the 9th level, she had the skill to use the starlight to make herself absolutely invincible. With this skill, she is confident that she can block the thunder tribulation. Haha, Qin Yun, your death is coming. At this moment, Wuyin Leizong rushed out of the water and stared at Qin Yun with confidence. A 9th level professional cannot be affected when undergoing a thunder tribulation, because the power of the thunder tribulation is too strong and one could be killed if not careful. It would be even more dangerous if someone interferes. Damn it, why is he here? Qin Yun glanced at Wuyin Leizong calmly, with a hint of disgust in his eyes. There are few good people in the Sakura country, especially this Kirigakure Razo, who is the worst of the worst. In order to learn a skill, Kirigakure Razo killed all his daughters. Boom! The first bolt of lightning fell, and Qin Yun was on guard against the hidden thunder in the fog while resisting the thunder tribulation. Kirigakure Razo on the side was not in a hurry either, just waiting quietly. He knew that the power of the first few heavenly tribulations was limited, but the power of the later tribulations became stronger. According to his estimation, when the 7th heavenly tribulation came, it would be time for him to take action. It is guaranteed that Qin Yun can be killed with one strike. Hey, Qin Yun Dai. After the 6th heavenly tribulation, Wuyin Leizong roared excitedly, and a terrifying thunder burst out from his body and hit Qin Yun. At the same time, the 7th heavenly tribulation followed. The stars are immortal. Qin Yun's face darkened, and starlight appeared on his body. He seemed to have turned into a star across the starry sky, emitting a desolate and distant aura. Immortal stars, a special skill of the 10,000 stars goddess profession. After using it, one can transform oneself into stars. The starlight in the body will not be extinguished, and the stars will not be destroyed, so one can be invincible. Boom! The terrifying heavenly calamity and the attack from the mist-hidden thunder fell at the same time. The exploding energy shock waves swept in all directions, causing huge waves on the sea. As the lightning faded, Qin Yun couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. I can only use it once. Her face looked ugly. The starlight that she had absorbed after entering the 9th level was reduced to only half after the attack just now. And there are 2 more thunder tribulations to come, plus the fog-hidden thunder. The thunder tribulations that he could have definitely survived before, he definitely can't survive now. Hey, you have a pretty good skill, but let me see how many times you can release it. Kirigakure Razo let out a strange laugh and stretched out both arms at the same time, raising them high above his head. The shadow of a thunderbat appeared behind him. Thousands of thunderbats. There was a strange cry from Wuyin Leizong, and a large amount of thunder exploded, transforming into hundreds of thunderbats with a diameter of about 1 meter, rushing towards Qin Yun. Hateful. Qin Yun's face looked very ugly. The 8th heavenly tribulation was about to fall, and Wuyin Leizong was causing trouble on the side. If she used Tianqing Bumi again, Wuyin Leizong would be able to kill her without the 9th heavenly tribulation. At this moment, a stream of light came rushing from a distance. He instantly landed in front of Qin Yun, raised his hand and blew up all the flying thunderbats. 5th Elder, just rest assured and survive the calamity. Leave this piece of shit to me. Zhan said lightly and flew directly towards Wuyin Leizong. Is it Zhan? Qin Yun's eyes lit up, and he instantly knew who the person was. And then he was at ease to survive the tribulation. On the other side, Wuyin Razo also recognized Zhan. Are you the armored man who killed our professional in Yaoshan? You're just in time. I haven't come looking for you yet, but I didn't expect you to come to my door. Today is a good opportunity to kill you too and bury my son with me. The news of what happened at Yaoshan had already spread, and Wuyin Razo also knew what Zhan looked like. Wuyin Razo was angry when he thought that Yaoshan Xingxi not only did not get the treasure, but so many people died. Thunder Pupil. The next moment, a vertical eye suddenly opened between Wuyin Leizong's eyebrows, and a silver-white lightning flashed across the space. It was so fast that no one could dodge it, and it fell directly on Zhan. However, it was useless. The lightning from the lightning explosion was directly absorbed by Su Zhan's armor. With the presence of Wanlei Tianlao and Longjin, thunder attacks not only have no effect on Su Zhan, but will help him replenish his energy. How is that possible? Razo's pupils shrank, and his face was full of disbelief. The lightning pupil between his eyebrows was the treasure he obtained in Yaoshan that year. It was also thanks to the lightning pupil that he became the president of the Sakura Country Ninja Association. He originally thought that Su Zhan was a ninth-term professional, and he himself was also a ninth-term professional. If he activated his thunder pupil, he should be able to seriously injure Su Zhan with one strike. Unexpectedly, not only did it have no effect, but it also helped Su Zhan replenish his energy. Chapter 103. The First Death of a Ninth-Level Professional. You bastard. Is that all you can do? Go on. Grandpa will play with you. Su Zhan stretched out his hand and patted his armor, then hooked his finger at Razo. Baka, we are both ninth-level professionals. I don't believe you are really better than me. Razo was extremely furious. He killed his own son and survived a near-death tribulation to become a ninth-level professional. He originally thought that he was invincible, but he didn't expect that even after he used all his strength, he was no match for Su Zhan. This situation was unacceptable to him. Cracking, a huge silver-white shadow of thunder emerged from Lazong's body, and the rolling thunder was surging and surging, and the terrifying power shook the sky. This is Razong's unique move, calling for the beast spirit to descend. He can fully materialize the wild monsters he absorbs and display their power. Now Lazong has pushed the power of this move to its maximum, wanting to use the power of the 9-Revolution Thunderbat to kill Su Zhan. Go! When the energy in the Thunderbat reached its limit, Lazong pointed at Su Zhan from a distance, and the Thunderbat rushed towards Su Zhan carrying extremely terrifying thunder. Su Zhan, be careful. In the distance, Qin Yun, who was undergoing a tribulation, was also attracted by this huge energy and couldn't help but turn his head to take a look. It's terrible if you don't look at it, but it's shocking once you look at it. The power of this Thunderbat is so strong that it is almost comparable to the power of the 8th Heavenly Tribulation. Fifth Elder, rest assured that you will survive this catastrophe. This bastard can't hurt me. Su Zhan looked relaxed and waved at Qin Yun, telling her not to worry. Compared to using thunder and lightning, I am your ancestor. Then, Su Zhan turned his head to look at Lazong. His expression turned cold, and he stretched out a finger and pointed it at the Thunderbat. A thin flash of lightning instantly crossed the space and passed through the chest of the Thunderbat. The originally extremely violent Thunderbat's body shook violently, froze in the air, and then exploded with a loud bang. Su Zhan's move is a miniature advanced plasma cannon. From the Suanio space fighter, high-energy ions are compressed into lines, which are not only fast but also have strong penetrating power and great destructive power. Once it hits an object, it will damage the internal structure of the object and destroy it. Puff! The Thunderbat was destroyed, and Lazong suffered a backlash. He opened his mouth and spat out a large mouthful of blood, then turned and flew away. At this moment, there was only one word in Kirigakure Razo's mind. Escape. How can he be so strong? This is impossible. This is impossible. Damn it. I should be the strongest person. Lazong kept roaring fiercely in his heart. He couldn't accept that after he entered the 9th level, there was still someone stronger than him. Whoosh! Suddenly, a sound of breaking through the air rang in Lazong's ears, and a silver-white light passed by him and blocked in front of Lazong in an instant. Then a pair of large silver feet landed and kicked Kirigakure Razo directly in the face, kicking him away. Another 9 revolutions? Razo roared and looked forward in doubt, only to see a 3-meter-tall figure in silver armor floating in the air. The overall shape of the armor is streamlined, and from the appearance it looks like a female armor. It is the armor that evolved after the Suanio space fighter was upgraded to the 9th level. The Suanio space fighter said nothing, but moved and appeared directly behind Lazong, kicking Lazong on the head. There was a loud bang, and Razong didn't even have time to react before falling straight towards the sea. Before Razo fell into the sea, a red figure suddenly appeared, and a fist as big as a casserole hit Razo's face. A dozen teeth mixed with the bright red blood flew out. Woo-woo! Baba mud. Stewed, the ground is like water. Razo managed to steady himself with great difficulty. He looked at the Suanio space fighter with horror, then looked at the red figure below, and was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. He was completely confused now and had no idea what was going on. Another 9 revolutions? Does Dragon Country already have so many 9th level professionals? How come he doesn't know anything about this? Okay, game over, kill him. Zhan stood in the distance, feeling a little bored. Although Wuyin Reizang has entered the 9th transformation, he is only at the 9th transformation level 1. There is still a certain gap in strength between him and the 9th transformation level 99. The Suanio space fighter and the Storm Red Mecha attacked together. Beating him was as easy as beating a chicken. Zhan didn't even have to do it himself. Yes, yes. The Blackbird armor and the Storm armor responded at the same time and rushed towards the mist-hidden Thunder Storehouse. No! You can't kill me. Kirigakira Razo was panicked and begged for mercy loudly, but it was of no use. The fists of the Blackbird armor and the Storm armor landed on him at the same time. Under the powerful force of the 2 armors, the mist-hidden Thunder Storehouse exploded completely, leaving no trace of his body. At the same time, the 5th Elder Qin Yun also passed the 9th Thunder Tribulation and completely became a 9th level professional. Zhan, what are these? Qin Yun flew to Zhan and looked at the Suanio armor and the Storm armor in the distance in amazement. It's my armor. Zhan waved his hand, and the 2 armors of Haiqing Liuguang merged into his armor. Before, they said your profession can change the world. I didn't believe it, but now I do. Qin Yun raised the corners of his mouth with an elegant smile on his face, giving people a feeling of being bathed in spring breeze. I haven't congratulated the 5th Elder on his successful tribulation. Zhan smiled. Originally, I wanted to ask you to help me overcome the tribulation, but I didn't expect that after my level was raised to the 9th level, I would be able to learn the skill of the Immortal Star. Qin Yun trusted Zhan very much and spoke directly. The skill information of professionals, especially special skills like Tianqing Bummy that can change the situation of the battle, will be well hidden to prevent being discovered by others. But Zhan is one of us, and he also saw it, so it's okay to talk about it. At this moment, Taoist Yunlong and his companions came galloping from a distance, surrounded the 5th Elder Qin Yun, and checked on her condition. After confirming that Qin Yun was fine, everyone felt relieved. Friend Zhan, we owe you another favor. Taoist Yunlong and others looked at Zhan somewhat embarrassedly. Although Qin Yun was one of the 5 elders, she was indeed the youngest among them, so several people regarded her as their junior. You are too polite, great elder. Zhan waved his hand, signaling everyone to feel free. Afterwards, everyone returned to the professional headquarters together. As for the Kirigakira Razo incident, it was as if it had never happened. If they died, they died. In this day and age, the death of a 9th level professional is not surprising. On the other side of the sea, on a mountain within the territory of the Great Beauty Country, dark purple energy enveloped the entire mountain. Every time energy flashed, the space seemed to be cut open, and the endless starry sky could be seen. Chapter 104. The dragon roars at the top of Coon Mountain. Squeak! Suddenly, a strange and sharp hissing sound was heard, and a group of purple virtual spirits came out from the space cracks on the mountain. Their number was extremely large, and they densely covered the entire mountain. Did the president succeed? It must have worked. There are so many virtual spirits. Just looking at them makes my scalp tingle. The aura of each void spirit has reached the 8th level. This is too strong. Our great country of America is about to rise. Invincible. This is absolutely invincible. Many professionals from the Great Beauty Country appeared on the distant hills and were shocked when they saw the virtual spirits all over the mountains. Then, a purple crack appeared in the space above the void spirit, and a purple figure emerged from it. His entire body was wrapped in clothes condensed by purple energy, with only a pair of purple eyes showing. His eyes were sharp like a wild beast, ready to pick its prey. It was Malzahar, the president of the Magicians Association of the Great Beauty. He has now completely merged with the Void Spirit and evolved his profession into the Void Prophet. These virtual spirits all over the mountains were summoned by him. And because he mastered the power of the Void, he did not suffer from heavenly tribulation. Originally, he only knew that the Void Prophet profession was very powerful, but when he actually became a member of this profession, he realized how powerful this profession was. Master the power of the Void and be able to summon the Void at will. When he can summon the 9 transmigration Void Spirit, that is when he is at his strongest. The divine beast hunting feast has begun. Malzahar's cold voice was heard, and he flew forward with all the void spirits all over the mountains. Other professionals from the Magicians Association followed far behind, not daring to get close to the terrifying spirit. A moment later, a 9-transformation snow monster appeared in front of everyone. Malzahar raised his hand and pointed, and the void spirits all over the mountains let out strange cries and pounced forward. Although the Yeti was very powerful and killed many void elves, Malzahar summoned a large number of void elves with just a wave of his hand, and it was impossible to kill them all. In just over 10 minutes, the snow monster was submerged by the phantom spirits. When the phantom spirits dispersed, the snow monster had completely disappeared, leaving only some dropped items. A 9th-turn wild monster just died like that? Too strong. President, you are the strongest. President, I admire you so much. When the people from the Magicians Association in the distance saw this scene, they couldn't help but shout excitedly. This is the power of the void. Malzahar couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth hidden under his clothes. The preliminary test of the power of the void spirit made him very satisfied. Then, Malzahar and his men continued to move forward. At the same time, the holy river of Brahma was surrounded by people. A high stone platform was built in the middle of the holy river. A well-dressed man stood cross-legged on it. His whole body was painted blue. This is Amir, the president of the Professionals Association of the Brahma Kingdom. Get in the water. After a long time, someone gave an order, and the people on both sides of the holy river let out almost crazy roars and rushed into the holy river. The next moment, powerful energies flowed out from the crowd in the holy river and flowed into Amir's body along the altar. Ah, Baba! Amir's eyes, which were originally closed, suddenly opened. His hands were raised high above his head. He muttered strange lyrics and danced a strange dance. As a large amount of energy poured in, Amir's aura continued to rise, and finally, he entered the 9th level. 90% of the nearly 1 million people who had originally entered the holy river also died. And the moment he stepped into the 9th level, 2 arms actually grew out from behind him. His profession is Four-Armed Shiva. Dark clouds gathered in the sky in an instant, and a thunderstorm struck. At the moment when the thunder tribulation was about to strike, a 9-turn aura rose from the river. He is the vice president of the Brahma Professional Association. His name is Ram, and his profession is a corpse eater. Nearly 1 million corpses were devoured by him, and he also took the opportunity to enter the 9th level. Spending the lives of millions of people to create 2 9th-level professionals is a big win for the Brahma Kingdom. Time passed slowly, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. During this period, the situation in various countries has basically stabilized, and 9-turn professionals have been born. The weaker 9 revolutions, divine beasts have been killed, while the stronger ones have avoided them, demarcated dangerous areas, and prohibited others from approaching. I barely survived the first wave of disasters in the World Quest Divine Beast Hunting Feast. At this time, Zhan went to Coon Mountain with the 6th Elder Lu Zilin. Lu Zilin's profession is very special and very famous in the history of Longwa. He is called the Water God. Her job transfer task is also different, which is to collect water of various attributes. She has now collected 999 kinds, and only needs 1 more to make 1,000 and complete the 9th job transfer task. The last type of water is found on Mount Kunlun. 6th Elder, that is the 9th peak of Kunlun, Tianfeng, Zhan said, pointing to a large snow-capped mountain in the distance. Kunlun Mountain is a huge mountain range. The peak named Kunlun is the largest peak, while the peak named Tianfeng is only the 9th peak in the Kunlun Mountains. Let's go! There was excitement in the eyes of the 6th Elder Lu Zilin. Her job transfer task was to collect things which seemed easy, but in fact, it took her a lot of effort to collect 999 kinds of water. Seeing that the last one was about to be obtained, she couldn't help but be excited. Let's go! Zhan nodded and flew forward first. He came here with Lu Zilin this time, not only to help Lu Zilin overcome the tribulation, but also to complete his own job transfer task. His 5th job mission was to find a mysterious metal that could flow. After a full investigation by the Dragon Country Professionals Association, it was discovered that this metal might exist in Tianfeng. Although he was uncertain, Zhan could only try his luck. A few minutes later, the two had landed on the top of Tianfeng Mountain. A huge, extinct volcano cave appeared in front of the 2 people. The entrance of the cave was dark and deep, and one could not see the bottom at a glance. A cold wind blew out of it, making people feel as if they had arrived in the coldest days of the 12th lunar month. Zhan and the other man jumped directly in. With Zhan's strength, although there were unknown dangers here, there was no need to hesitate. As for the mythical beasts known so far, none of them can pose any threat to him. Roar! As soon as the two of them landed, a ferocious roar was heard from the cave. The sound is rough, a bit like a cow, but deeper. Could it be a dragon? When Zhan heard this voice, the first thing that came to his mind was dragon. Because the sound is so similar. Zhan, he might really be a dragon. Coon Mountain is the birthplace of the world's dragon veins. The dragon energy here is the most concentrated. Maybe a wild monster contaminated with dragon energy has evolved into a dragon after fusing with the Nuwa stone. Zuga was very excited. Although many 9 transformation divine beasts had appeared, no one had ever seen a dragon, not even a Jugalong. Chapter 105. Let's play hammer, paper, scissors. Whoever wins will fight. It would be great if there really was a dragon here. The dragon as a creature has always occupied a very important position in the myths and legends of the Dragon Kingdom. This also indirectly shows that once it is killed, the benefits obtained will be enormous. Go down and take a look. Zhan was also very excited. If it really was a dragon, even if he didn't get any other treasures, having this dragon would be enough. The two of them flew down. At the same time, in the distant sky, Amir spread his 4 arms and flew towards Tianfeng with the wind. Are you sure there's a Naga somewhere? Amir whispered to someone next to him. Dear President, how dare I lie to you? You also know that my profession is a snow explorer. I was exploring Tianfeng before and heard the dragon's roar. I was very curious at the time, so I went up to take a look, and I saw a mythical beast with a human body and a snake tail. It is the legendary mythical beast Naga in our great Brahma Kingdom. The man named Iron next to him showed a flattering smile on his face and explained hurriedly. Okay, I just happen to be short of a mount. If you can catch a Naga as a mount, you will have done a great deed. Amir was very excited. Naga was the dragon king in the mythology of Brahma, half human, half dragon, and extremely powerful. Once he is subdued, not only will his strength be greatly enhanced, but his position in the Brahma Kingdom will also be more stable. At this time, inside the Tianfeng cave, a pair of giant eyes with a diameter of 5 meters suddenly opened. The gaze was bloodshot and exuded a monstrous evil spirit. Someone's here, and it smells good. The owner of the red eyes spoke. His voice was dull, but it contained a powerful force, and ripples appeared in the vibrating void. Then, a giant snake tail that was 200 meters long swayed slightly, and its green scales looked like they were made of fine steel, giving people a feeling of being indestructible. This is the legendary mythical beast of Brahma, Naga, also known as the Dragon King. The back half of his body was a snake's tail, while the upper half was a human body, making him half human, half beast. Suddenly, 2 figures fell from the sky and landed directly in front of Naga. They were Zhan and Zuga. Crack! Zhan snapped his fingers, and lightning burst out from his body. The light of thunder illuminated the entire cave like daylight. A human body with a snake tail? Zhan was a little disappointed. He thought it was a divine beast, but unexpectedly, it was actually a snake demon. This thing should be the Naga, the sacred beast of the Brahma Kingdom. Zuga thought for a moment and said, So it's the divine beast of the Brahma Kingdom. No wonder it looks so ugly. Zhan was speechless. The great Brahma Kingdom and the Dragon Kingdom are on the border, so it's normal for the great Brahma Kingdom's divine beast to appear here. Are you going to do it? Zuga glanced at the Naga and asked, Since we have met him, we might as well kill him. Although it's a bit disappointing that it's not a dragon, it's still a 9-turn divine beast, and you can get a lot of treasures by killing it. Roar! The Naga suddenly roared, and the terrifying sound waves were like substance, containing unparalleled power, sweeping in all directions. Arrogant boy, damn it! Naga was angry. He was the 9-transformation divine beast and the legendary dragon king of Brahma. How did it become a snake demon in the mouths of Zhan and Zuga? And judging from their expressions, they were not afraid of meeting me, but rather disappointed. This is a naked humiliation. Baofeng, Lulang, the two of you take care of him. The storm-red mecha and the dangerous wanderer mecha flew out from Zhan's chest and hovered in the air. Yes! After receiving Zhan's order, the 2 suits of armor responded at the same time and flew towards the Naga. Let's go find the quest items first. Zhan looked at Zuga. This is your 9 revolutions armor. Seeing is believing. It's so amazing. Zhan looked at the two suits of armor rushing towards the Naga, his eyes shining, and he was very excited. The Great Elder and Yaan had already told her about Zhan's situation. Zhan had always wanted to see what the 9 Revolutions armor looked like, but was too embarrassed to ask. She didn't expect to see it with her own eyes now. The armor flew out from Zhan's chest, and like a human, had its own life. It was really amazing. I am so strong because of these armors. With a smile on his face, Zhan took Zhan into the depths of the cave. According to the information they received, Coon Mountain is the birthplace of all the dragon veins in the world. There are 9 major dragon veins here, located in 9 main peaks. There is a bronze gate at the foot of each mountain, and the dragon vein is behind the bronze gate. The flowing metal that Zhan was looking for was right below Tianfeng. What Zhan was looking for was the dragon vein water, which was right there. Just as the two of them went down to make the announcement, the Naga above became completely furious. A pair of huge snake tails emitting billowing black air smashed towards the storm armor. Bump! With a loud bang, terrible energy exploded. The storm armor raised one hand, held the huge snake's tail, and stood in the air, motionless. With just this little ability, you are worthy of being called a divine beast? A sarcastic voice was heard from storm armor, and then he exerted force with his wrist, grabbed the snake's tail, and actually lifted the Naga up and slammed it heavily on the cave in the distance. Countless pieces of rubble crumbled, and the entire Coon Mountain was shaking, as if it was about to collapse. Impossible! How can you be so strong? Naga got up from the ground and stared at the storm armor in disbelief. Although they were both at the 9th level, he felt that there was a deep gap between him and the storm armor. Is the difference in strength between the 9 levels so huge? He doesn't know. He only knew that he was definitely no match for the storm armor, not to mention that there was also a wandering armor next to him. Judging from their aura, their strengths were similar. It's my turn! Storm armor ignored Naga and was about to take action directly. At this moment, wandering armor stopped him. The master asked the two of us to deal with it. You can't take it all by yourself. Wandering armor said. After being given life forms by Zhan, these machines are no different from humans. It's just that Zhan seldom lets them act alone, so they usually don't talk and are just responsible for carrying out Zhan's orders. I just hit him once. How could one person take it all? Storm armor was immediately unhappy. I can do without hitting him at all. Lulang retorted. How about this? Let's play rock, paper, scissors, and whoever wins gets to hit me. How about that? Storm armor thought about it and gave a more pertinent suggestion. Good. Wandering armor agreed immediately. Hammer, scissors, cloth. Then the two men stood face to face. Each raised their right hand, waved it twice in succession, and fell at the same time the 3rd time. I win. When Storm Armor saw that Wandering Armor was extending his fist while he was extending his cloth, he couldn't help laughing and turned around suddenly to rush towards Naga. Chapter 106. The Bronze Gate at the foot of Coon Mountain. You are going too far. On the ground, Naga looked at the two suits of armor playing childish games, anger rising in his eyes. I know I'm no match for you, but aren't you taking this too far? Use rock, paper, scissors to decide the winner, and whoever wins gets to fight. Do you really think I'm a soft persimmon that you can bully at will? Light of destruction. The Naga's upper body rose into the air, his mouth fully opened, good and bad energies gathered in his mouth, and then a majestic red beam of light spurted out. A trifle. A sneer appeared on Storm Armor's face, and he moved, directly avoiding the impact of the energy beam. Ultimate Plasma Punch. Then the Storm Armor's game fist clenched tightly, and terrifying electric energy gathered on the fist. The bright light shone in all directions, like a small sun. Boom! Under the acceleration of the thrusters, Storm Red rushed to the front of Naga's head at lightning speed, and the ultimate plasma fist hit Naga's face directly. The thunder exploded, and the powerful force directly knocked the Naga into the wall behind him. Bright red blood mixed with huge teeth spurted out of the Naga's mouth, creating a big hole in the ground. Come back soon, it's my turn. Just as Storm Armor was about to continue his attack, Wandering Armor's shout came from behind. I am here. Storm Armor curled his lips, turned around, and flew in front of Wandering Armor, and the two started a new round of the hammer, paper, scissors game again. At this moment, Amir's figure fell from above the cave. Is that a Naga? Amir glanced around, and his pupil shrank when he saw the blood on Naga's body. Then his eyes fell on Storm Armor and Wandering Armor. Who are you? How dare you come to my great Brahma Kingdom and kill my great Brahma Kingdom's divine beasts? Naga is called the Dragon King in the Brahma heaven and is the sacred animal of their country. But none of this matters. The important thing is that he came here from afar just to catch a Naga as a mount. Now that he has been beaten like this by you, how can he still use it as a mount? Moreover, Naga is the sacred beast of our Brahma Kingdom and should belong to our Brahma Kingdom. What do you mean by hunting the sacred beast of our Brahma Kingdom? Hey, good thing you came. Which snake was given to you? Give me this one. Storm Armor, who was originally preparing to play rock, paper, scissors, saw a mirror appear. His eyes lit up and he waved at Wandering Armor. What are you talking about? Which snake was given to you? This one is mine. Wandering Armor grabbed Storm Armor and threw him towards Naga while he rushed towards Amir. You bastard. Storm Armor was speechless for a while, but didn't care. Instead, he turned and rushed towards the Naga. Green-haired ghost, come here. I'll play with you. Wandering Armor rushed to Amir and waved at him impatiently. You court death. Amir was so angry at the scene that he trembled all over. In the Brahma heaven, no one had ever dared to speak to him like this. What the hell is this green-haired ghost? This is Shiva's color? Okay. He is the Lord of Brahma, the four-armed Shiva. Tiger Claw Flame Dance. The next moment, red flames burned on Amir's forearms. The flames seemed to be made up of countless resentful souls. There was a hint of miserable green in the red, and bursts of miserable howls came from the flames, disturbing people's minds. Amir spun madly, transforming into a whirlwind of fire and charging towards the Wandering Armor. Squeak! The red chain sword popped out from the right arm of the Wandering Armor. With a light swing, the sharp sword energy directly tore apart the fire tornado and fell on Amir's body, bringing up a burst of blood. How is that possible? Amir's eyes widened in disbelief. This move was one he learned after entering the ninth transformation. It summoned the fire of hell that could burn everything. How could it be cut by a sword? You are quite capable to be able to block my sword. Wandering Armor was also surprised, but he was surprised that he failed to kill Amir with one sword. Although Amir is at the 9th level, he has just entered the 9th level and is only level 10. He is fused with the Nuwa stone and is at the 9th level 99. Although they are all at the 9th level, the gap in strength between them is still huge. In addition to the level gap, there is also his own strength. The dangerous wanderer has mechanical life and has been mechanically improved and upgraded by Zhan. Even at the same level, few people can be his opponent. Hellish Flame Dance. Amir suppressed the shock in his heart, and an even more violent hellfire erupted, like waves one after another, covering an area of 100 meters around him. The temperature of the originally cold cave rose by more than 10 degrees under the scorching flames. Inside the cave, why do I feel warmer? Luziline felt the change in temperature around him and looked puzzled. There is another green-skinned man from the Brahma Kingdom outside. The fire he released has raised the temperature here. Zhan explained. He can synchronize the vision of the Storm Armor and the Wandering Armor, so Zhan can also see what they see. So Zhan knew everything that happened above. Another 9 revolutions coming from above. Luziline immediately figured out the problem. Anyone who could produce such a high temperature must be a 9th level professional. It's okay, they can handle it. Let's do our job first. Zhan said calmly. With the strength of Storm Armor and Wandering Armor, they can handle even if there is another Amir. Luziline nodded and looked forward. 100 meters in front of the two people, there was a giant bronze door that was 100 feet tall. There were a large number of cloud and thunder characters carved on both sides of the door, and in the middle were patterns of various mythical beasts, exuding an ancient and primitive aura. Luziline took out a golden bead and threw it towards the bronze door. This is the Dragon Vein Pearl, which contains a wisp of Dragon Vein luck and is the key to opening the bronze door. The Dragon Vein bead instantly merged into it, and the golden light spread, covering the entire bronze door. Then a creaking sound was heard, and the bronze door slowly opened. Zhan and Luziline walked straight in. In the cave above, the raging hellfire on Amir's body covered an area of 100 meters in radius, continuously pressing towards the Wandering Armor. Ultimate Plasma Cannon. Wandering Armor's expression remained unchanged. The armor on his right hand transformed into a cannon muzzle, and the exploding energy turned into a beam of light and spurted out. It directly tore apart the raging hellfire and fell on Amir. Puff! Amir opened his mouth and spat out a large mouthful of blood, then crashed through the cave behind him and flew out. Seeing this, Wandering Armor chased after him. This shot could not kill Amir. At most, it would seriously injure him. Wandering Armor has to bring him back and give him to Zhan for punishment. Chapter 107. The Spiritual Flower Blooms. The swift-winged swordsman enters the 9th transformation. In the cave, Naga's head had been pierced by the storm armor, and the bright red blood flowed along the ground like a river of blood, seeping into the ground and disappearing. A moment later, the wandering armor flew back with the unconscious Amir. As for the man Amir brought, he had already been crushed to death by the rubble. At the same time, there is a valley at the foot of Wohoo Mountain. The snow on the mountain melts and gathers into a small river, flowing slowly. Suddenly, the blood of the 9 transformation divine beast that had merged into the ground in the cave flowed through the cracks in the mountain and into the stream. The originally clean and clear river water slowly turned red. Pink flowers grew out of the cracks in the rocks, emitting a faint glow. I didn't expect that the way to make the blooming spirit flower bloom is actually the blood of the 9-turned divine beast. A figure walked out of a cave not far away. He was tall and very strong, looked to be in his 30s, had a long braid and a green sword hung from his waist. The vibration just now, is it because someone is hunting the 9-turned divine beast? The man bent down slightly, reached out to scoop up a handful of river water, and his brows slowly frowned. Then, the man sat cross-legged in the river. His name is Yasuo, and his profession is wind swordsman. He is not from Blue Star, but came here from a space crack many years ago. His world, like Blue Star, is also filled with people of all kinds of professions. When he came here, his level was already the 8th level, and his 9th level job task was to absorb the light of the blooming spirit flower. He knew from the task prompts that there was a blooming spirit flower here, but he didn't know how to make it bloom, so he had been waiting here. I didn't expect that in order to make the spirit flower bloom, it would need the nourishment of the blood of the 9 transformation divine beast. A breeze blew by, attracting the faint fluorescence on the surrounding blooming spiritual flowers and merging into his body. As the light disappeared, the surrounding blooming spiritual flowers gradually withered and disappeared. A moment later, a surprising breath burst out, and the breeze turned into unparalleled sword energy that rushed into the sky, forming a tornado, stirring up all directions. Is this the 9th transformation? I didn't expect that I would have to go through a tribulation. But you can't survive here. Yasuo stood up, feeling the strength in his body, looked up at the Tianfeng peak beside him, and flew away into the distance. Shortly after Yasuo left, a crack suddenly appeared in the void where he had absorbed the energy of the spirit flower, and a stream of red energy rushed out. Brother, I finally found you. A hoarse voice came from the red energy ball, and then chased in the direction Yasuo left. At this time, inside the cave, Zhan and Lu Zilin had already entered the bronze door. A huge cave space appeared before their eyes. The place is filled with a faint, golden mist, making it difficult to see the scenery deep in the cave. There are no wild monsters. Let's go. Zhan scanned the entire cave and found that there was nothing here except golden mist. And these golden mists are the energy of dragon veins. However, without special means, these things cannot be collected or absorbed. After the two walked forward for more than 100 meters, a small pool filled with golden liquid appeared in front of them. This is dragon vein water. Lu Zilin was very excited looking at the golden pool water in front of him. Dragon vein water is located at the source of the dragon vein and is formed by the gathering of majestic dragon energy. It was only because Zhan brought her along this time, otherwise she would not be able to deal with the divine beast from the Brahma kingdom above. Zhan, I'll get the dragon vein water first. Lu Zilin couldn't contain his excitement, so he took out a small bottle and walked directly towards the golden pool. At this moment, a 10-foot-long golden dragon rushed out from the originally quiet golden pool, opened its big mouth, and bit Lu Zilin. Careful! Zhan reacted very quickly, grabbing Lu Zilin and pulling her back. The golden dragon failed to hit Zhan and quickly changed direction, charging towards him. Bump! There was a loud bang, and the golden dragon was knocked away by Zhan's punch, crashing into the golden mist and disappearing. So hard. Zhan was a little surprised. Although he had given away 2 sets of 9-turn armor, he still had 3 sets of 9-turn armor and more than a dozen other 8-turn machines on him. Although he was not in his strongest state, even a rank 9 professional would definitely not be able to block the punch he just delivered. What was that just now? Lu Zilin was still in shock. If Zhan hadn't pulled her back quickly, she would have been pierced through the body by the golden dragon. Zhan did not respond, but turned on the scanning function again. Just now, the little golden dragon was hiding in the dragon vein water and was not scanned, but now that it has come out, we can scan its attributes. Golden Dragon. Level. 99th level. Skills: Flying Dragon Strike, Dragon Claw, Dragon in the 9th Heaven, Dragon Roar. Wait, note. The Golden Dragon was originally a piece of flowing metal from outer space. Because it absorbed a large amount of dragon energy, it acquired the appearance of a dragon. I'll go. After reading the properties of the Golden Dragon, Zhan took a breath. It's not that the Golden Dragon is so powerful, but this thing is the quest item for my 5th job transfer quest. The job transfer task item for the 5th turn was actually the 9th turn Divine Beast. In other words, Zhan obtained a large number of high-level machinery from the Professional Association, which improved his own strength to an extremely terrifying level. Otherwise, if Zhan only relied on himself, it would take him an unknown amount of time to defeat the Golden Dragon. 6th Elder, go get the dragon vein water and leave this to me. Zhan pointed forward and motioned Lu Zilin to go over. Lu Zilin trusted Zhan very much, nodded, and walked forward. Whoosh! The golden dragon that was originally hidden in the golden mist saw Lu Zilin approaching the dragon vein water and could no longer hold back and rushed out. Zhan moved and instantly appeared behind Lu Zilin, grabbing the golden dragon's head with his big hands with incredible precision. Roar! The golden dragon twisted its body frantically, and its small claws kept tearing at Zhan's wrist, splashing bursts of flames. After all, he is at level 99 of the 9th transformation, so he is very powerful. Zhan was secretly surprised. The gap in strength between the 9th level 1 and the 9th level 99 was indeed huge. A 9th level 1 Divine Beast would not even have the ability to resist Zhan. But this golden dragon is at level 99 of the 9th transformation, and it can still resist after being caught by Zhan. But it was all in vain. No matter how much it resisted, it could not escape from Zhan's palm. 10,000 Thunder Prison. Zhan's mind moved, and the light of the 10,000 Thunder heavenly prison armor on his chest flashed slightly, and thunder up to 1,000,000 volts instantly enveloped the golden dragon. Chapter 108. Entering the 5th level, Invincible Skills in the Mechanical Field. Roar! The golden dragon let out a shrill roar, and under the terrifying electric current, the golden dragon began to melt. Streams of golden dragon energy emanated from his body and drifted into the air. A moment later, the golden dragon disappeared and turned into a fist-sized pool of liquid metal. Gold. Level. 9th turn. Note, this mysterious metal comes from outer space. It is obviously metal, but like water, it has strong plasticity. Is that all? Lu Zilin was stunned. How could such a powerful golden dragon be killed like this? Like everyone else, they all knew that Zhan was very strong, but Lu Zilin didn't have a clear standard in his mind as to how strong he was. Because she only heard it from Qin Yun and the others. She had never seen it with her own eyes. But now, Lu Zilin realized that Qin Yun and the others had underestimated Zhan's strength. A level 99 super beast of the 9th transformation was easily killed in just a few moves. If this matter were to get out, no one would believe it. This thing's strength is just average, but its defense is quite strong. Zhan explained. The reason why he was able to kill the golden dragon so quickly was because of his own hard power. Forced physical control, coupled with an electric current of up to 1,000,000 volts, melted the golden dragon's body. No other 9-turn divine beast could withstand this type of attack. The fact that Zhan was able to launch this kind of attack was the result of the superposition of multiple types of armor. The combined super powerful attributes of 23 super machines, plus the terrifying energy boost provided by blue gold, produced this effect. No matter which one was missing, Zhan would not be able to do it so easily. Reminder, you have completed the 5th job transfer task. Hint, you have learned the skill, Metal Plunder, Mechanical Plunder. Release its own energy and forcibly control other metal products. Good fellow. Are you so overbearing? Zhan put away the gold, and the 5th job transfer task was completed directly, and the world prompt also followed. He was very surprised to hear about the skills he learned after his level was raised to the 5th level. According to the explanation of this skill, he can forcibly deprive others of the metal that controls them within a certain range. This metal also includes metal that has been made into machinery. In other words, Zhan can directly seize other people's machinery. With this skill, He can be called a true mechanical lord. The skill that Zhan learned when he first transferred was mechanical life, which has 3 forms. He can give life to machines and allow them to combine into armor, which is the foundation of his strength. The skill learned in the second transfer is weapon loading, which allows you to transform other machines or metals into weapons and load them onto other machines. The skill learned in the third transfer is mechanical clone, which allows the combined machine to act independently. The skill learned in the fourth transfer is metal absorption, which can directly absorb metal and strengthen the armor on the body. These skills actually serve the skill of mechanical life. Although they are active skills, their effects are actually more auxiliary. But the fifth turn metal plundering skill is different. Although it also has a strong auxiliary effect, its attack effect is not weak at all, and can even be said to be very strong. Facing professionals who use metal as a means of attack, once the metal plundering skill is activated, they will be killed by Zhan. For example, weapons and armor used by other professions are also a type of metal. Once Zhan activates the metal plundering skill, he can directly snatch their weapons. Some professionals' attacks rely entirely on the invincibility in their hands. For example, swordsmen, and other professions all need to rely on the swords in their hands to release their skills. Once they lose their swords, they will become toothless tigers, vulnerable to any attack. Let's go, I've packed it. While Zhan was thinking, Zhan had already filled a bottle of dragon vein water. Where do you plan to survive? Zhan asked. Let's start when we get out. It's a good thing you're here. If I can't stop it, I'll need your help. Zhan smiled. No problem. Zhan nodded and took Zhan out of the cave. As they left, the heavy bronze door slowly closed. After the bronze door closed, 4 statues slowly rose from the originally quiet golden pool. The statues are golden all over, as if they were made of gold. They are all wearing dragon robes. Their bodies are human, but they have a pair of dragon horns on their heads. Brother, how long do we have to wait for resurrection? The statue on the far left opens. Yeah, bro, I can't wait. After so many years, our 4 Seas Dragon Kings have finally waited for the chance to be resurrected. Sounds also came from the other 2 statues, revealing a very explosive message. These 4 statues turned out to be the 4 Dragon Kings in the mythology of Dragon Kingdom. Don't be impatient. Resurrecting too early may not be a good thing. The statue called Big Brother slowly opened his mouth. Big Brother is right. The situation now is different from before. If we go out, I'm afraid we will become the target of these so-called professionals. Hunting? Let's see if they have the ability to do that. The Dragon King of the West Sea and the Dragon King of the North Sea laughed eerily. Afterwards, the 4 statues calmed down and quietly absorbed the dragon energy that permeated the air around them. On the other side, Zhan took Zhan to find the storm armor and wandering armor. Master, the Naga has been killed. Master, this is a professional who suddenly ran over when we were killing the Naga. He is now seriously injured and unconscious. Please make your decision, Master. Storm armor and wandering armor knelt on one knee and reported the situation to Zhan. Why is this person green? Zhan glanced at Amir and frowned slightly. Green people always seem disgusting no matter how you look at them. He is Amir, the president of the Professionals Association of the Great Brahma Kingdom. I didn't expect that he has also entered the 9th level. Zhan had seen Amir before and recognized him at first sight. We caught a big fish. Is this guy useful? Zhan was a little surprised. He didn't expect that this green-skinned man had such a powerful background. Of course it works, although the people of the Brahma Kingdom are fickle, and they also have a vice president named Ram who has long wanted to kill Amir and replace him. But Amir has been the general president for so many years, he knows a lot of secrets of the Brahma Kingdom, and he has a group of die-hard fans. The secrets he has in his mouth will be of great benefit to the Dragon Nation. Zhan looked excited because Long Kingdom and Brahma Kingdom were bordering each other, and there were often frictions between the professionals on the border of both sides. Long Outyin and Amir had negotiated many times. But Amir, like all the people in Brahma Heaven, is a fickle villain who goes back on his promises after a while. Therefore, everyone has a bad impression of the professionals in the Brahma Kingdom. Now that Amir has been captured, it will be just the right time to cause chaos in the Brahma Kingdom and at the same time pry open the secrets from his mouth, which will be of great help to the Dragon Kingdom in dealing with the Brahma Kingdom in the future. Chapter 109. Immortal Fate. Immortality. Then take him back and hand him over to President Long. After Zhan finished speaking, Storm Armor and Wandering Armor brought up the things on a mirror and the items dropped by Naga. There are two skill books, namely Demonic Hissing and Dragon's Roar. They are the signature skills of Naga. Zhan can't use these two skills, so he will auction them off. There are also some materials, such as Naga Scales, Naga Essence, and Naga Eyes, which can be used to forge weapons, armor, etc. To others, these are all very valuable materials, but to Zhan, they are of no use. He has killed more than a dozen 9-turn divine beasts, and the things dropped by the Naga are only average compared to those. The most useful thing for Zhan is the Nuwa stone fragment. Whether it is the mythical beasts of the Dragon Kingdom or the mythical beasts of other countries, they are all upgraded by fusing the fragments of the Nuwa stone. Afterwards, Zhan took back the storm armor and the corpse of Naga. Although this guy didn't look very good, he was a 9-transformation divine beast after all, and his corpse was also a good material for refining treasures. Wandering Armor took a mirror and followed the two of them and left Tianfo. After finding a deserted place, Lu Zilin began to overcome the tribulation. "I'm starting." Lu Zilin spoke to Zhan, and with a wave of her hand, the 1,000 kinds of water she had collected appeared out of thin air and floated in the air. Thumb-sized drops of water each contain a different scent. Some are extremely hot like a furnace. Some are extremely cold, as if they came from hell. Some will blow out wind, as if it is not water, but a gust of wind. 1,000 drops of water, each different. I didn't expect there were so many kinds of water in the world. Zhan exclaimed, very curious. This situation only occurs when people with special professions like Lu Zilin are undergoing tribulation. The next moment, the water droplets suspended around turned into streams of water vapor and merged into Lu Zilin's body. The moment the water vapor disappeared, Lu Zilin's level was also raised to the 9th level. Crack! The calamity clouds gathered in the blink of an eye, covering the sky for hundreds of meters in radius. Thunder rolled in the air, emitting a terrifying power. As a heavenly calamity fell, Lu Zilin officially began to overcome the calamity. Her skills are very different from others. Lu Zilin just waved his hand, and the water in a river not far away flew up as if it had life and hovered around Lu Zilin. Lu Zilin can change the properties and shapes of these water flows at will. Relying on the huge water flow, Lu Zilin withstood 8 heavenly tribulations. It looks like she can survive the 9th tribulation on her own. Zhan has been paying close attention to Lu Zilin's condition and is ready to take action at any time. But Lu Zilin had survived 8 heavenly tribulations and was still energetic and not showing any sign of fatigue, so Zhan did not make any move. As the 9th heavenly tribulation fell, Lu Zilin seemed to have turned into a stream of water, absorbing all the falling thunder. After a while, the calamity clouds dissipated and Lu Zilin completed his calamity. Congratulations, 6th Elder. Zhan smiled. Although he was unable to help resist the heavenly calamity and lost several hundred attribute points, Zhan didn't care. For the Dragon Country as a whole, Zhan's personal strength is not as good as the overall strength of the Dragon Country's professionals. Moreover, he is already strong enough, and a few hundred more attribute points would just be icing on the cake, but for professionals like Lu Zilin, it would be a huge improvement. Zhan, I have something to tell you. Lu Zilin came to Zhan with surprise on his face. What's wrong? Zhan looked puzzled. You know, my profession is the god of water. After I passed the calamity just now, there was an extra word pseudo after my profession. You can find out by scanning my attributes. Lu Zilin said this, motioning Zhan to scan her attributes. Scanning. Zhan directly turned on the scanning function of the combined armor. Lu Zilin. Occupation. Water god pseudo. Level. 9th level 1. Property. Skills. Water god domain. Blessings to all. Water benefits the world. And so on. Did you see that? After I passed the tribulation, I accepted a special mission, which was to become a true water god. According to the mission requirements, I need to integrate the immortal's fate. After Lu Zilin finished speaking, he looked at Zhan excitedly. Immortal fate? Zhan realized the problem instantly. In other words, all the people of Dragon Country can think of these things after hearing about the fate of immortals. Because in the legend of Dragon Kingdom, becoming an immortal is the ultimate goal of all practitioners. Practice to become an immortal and achieve immortality. Lu Zilin's mission revealed an extremely important piece of information. That is, there are immortal fates in this world, and once a professional integrates them, he can become an immortal. And because of the special profession of Lu Zilin, after integrating the fate of the immortal, she will become a real water god. The water god, a terrifying existence that is said to control all the water in the world. Sixth Elder, I'll take you back first. I have to level up quickly in the next period of time. Since you have accepted this mission, although it does not explain how to find the immortal's fate, it is certain that it will definitely be another world mission at that time. We must prepare in advance, Zhan said in a deep voice. Lu Zilin nodded, and the two of them took off into the air and flew towards the Dragon Country professional headquarters. Shortly after Zhan and his companions left, Ram, the vice president of the Professionals Association of the Great Brahma Kingdom, finally arrived at Tianfeng. Did a 9-turn divine beast die here not long ago? Ram entered the Tianfeng cave and looked at the soil soaked with Naga's blood. He was secretly horrified and at the same time felt a little regretful. His profession can rely on corpses to improve his strength. If he can absorb the corpse of a 9-transformation divine beast, his strength will be greatly enhanced. Looking at the destruction around us, in addition to the traces of Amir's hellfire burning, there are at least 2 9th-level professionals. Could it be that Amir was killed by a professional from Dragon Country? Ram naturally attributed Amir's incident to the Dragon Country professionals. In fact, Storm Armor and Wandering Armor are both Zhan's armor, so it is not wrong to say that he is a Dragon Country professional. Vice President, we sent a message to the President, but there has been no response. A subordinate reminded, Humph, he's dead. From now on, I am the President of the Professionals Association of the Brahma Kingdom. Ram snorted. Yes, you are the President. All the subordinates showed panic and hurriedly agreed. Issue a call to all professionals to form a coalition and go to war with Dragon Country to avenge the former president. Ram showed a bloodthirsty smile. Compared with others, what he liked most was death. The more dead people there were, the happier he was and the stronger he became. In this age of universal professionalism, what would cause a large number of professional deaths? Only national war. Chapter 110, Golden Horn and Silver Horn. Eating grass is not as enjoyable as eating meat. On the other side, Zhan sent Lu Zilin back to the professional headquarters and then handed all the skill books on him to Zhang Sanjia, asking him to help auction them. Then we left and headed for Pingdingshan. When Zhan came back, he saw 2 9-turn wild monsters, one with golden horns and one with silver horns. However, since there were no people around Pingdingshan, it did not affect other professionals, so Zhan ignored it. Now Zhan needs to upgrade his level, and these 2 monsters are just right. And there is nothing left at the Dragon Country Professionals Association that needs his help. After all, the 6 elders have all become 9th-turn professionals. With them around, some ordinary 9th-turn beasts are no match for the 6 of them. And they can also help complete the job transfer tasks of other 8th-level professionals. As for those who needed to transcend the tribulation, Zhan told them to let those who were at the 8th level wait until there were 100 people and transcend the tribulation together. 3 days ago, Southern University, Lingchuan City. Zhuge Xuanyue has returned to school from Zhuge's house. The Zhuge family has begun to rebuild, and her father, Zhuge Ming, and her 2 uncles are currently on a 9-job transfer mission. Long Outyin has notified the 8th-level professionals in the Professionals Association about Zhan Hui's help in overcoming the tribulation, including Zhuge Ming and the others. Rank 8, whose level was not enough, began to level up crazily to improve his level. Those with a sufficient level of 8th rank will begin to complete the 9th rank job transfer task. There was actually something wrong with the information, Liu told Zhan. The first condition is the 9-turn job transfer task, each of which is different, such as Taoist Master Yunlong's killing of 9-turn wild monsters, and Lu Zilin's collecting 1,000 kinds of water. The second condition is to realize your own skills, but this one is the most difficult. Taoist Master Yunlong and the others have been in the 8th rank for more than 300 years and have long realized their skills. The same cannot be said for other professionals. And the third condition that Liu didn't mention is actually a natural disaster. I have to say that Liu is really a grandson. If it weren't for Zhan's strength, Taoist Master Yunlong would have died directly from the calamity. You said Zhan has reached rank 9? Xiangwen felt sad after listening to Zhuge Xuanyue's explanation about Zhan's killing of the 9-turn divine beast at Zhuge's house some time ago. Before, she felt that the gap between herself and Zhan was too big, so she worked hard to level up. Finally raised the level to level 5. Unexpectedly, Zhan was faster and could already kill the 9-turn divine beast. Instead of narrowing, The gap between them is getting wider. I don't know if he has reached the 9th level, but he definitely has the strength to reach the 9th level. So, are you going to this place? After seeing Zhan's strength, Zhuge was also stimulated and wanted to improve his strength quickly. After crazy leveling, and with the help of some treasures from the Zhuge family, his level was raised to the 5th level. She also found a map of a place called Wohoo Mountain in the Zhuge family's treasure house. The location shown on the map is in a place called Pingdingshan. According to the information displayed on the map, there is a small secret realm in that place, where there grows a spiritual object called ginseng fruit that can increase one's level. After taking it, your cultivation level can be improved by 1 level. They are currently at level 5, and after eating, they can be directly upgraded to level 6. If they were to level up on their own, no matter how fast they were, it would still take several months. Yes, of course. Xiangwen waved his fist and agreed directly. According to Zhuge Xuanyue, the highest level monster in that secret realm is level 6. If the two of them have level 5 information, they will definitely be able to take it down. Both of them were action-oriented. After deciding to go, they left Lingchuan City without any delay and headed straight for Pingdingshan. After 3 days of non-stop travel, we finally arrived at the foot of Pingding Mountain. Strange. Why is this place different from what is shown on the map? And there isn't a single wild monster. Xiangwen was secretly puzzled. When they were outside, they could still encounter some wild monsters of 4 or 5 turns, but after entering the Pingdingshan area, they did not encounter any wild monsters. There is something very wrong with this situation. Normally, there should be a large number of 4th and 5th level wild monsters here. That's perfect. It saves us the trouble. Let's go and find the entrance to the secret realm. Zhuge Xuanyue was very excited and didn't care about the abnormalities around him. He pulled Xiangwen towards the interior of Pingdingshan. In fact, after Jinjiao and Yinjiao became the 9-turn divine beasts, the wild monsters within 100 miles of Pingdingshan were frightened by the power of the 2 9-turn divine beasts and had already fled. However, the distribution of the 9th level wild monsters is confidential and ordinary professionals have no idea about it. Although Zhuge Xuanyue and Xiangwen also received world quest prompts, the 9th level was too far away from them. Although Zhuge Xuanyue had seen it, he did not know the specific situation, so neither of them thought about it. After 2 hours of searching, the two finally found the entrance to the secret realm of Wohoo Mountain under a big tree. Open the entrance through the map and enter. What a big tree! As soon as the two came in, they couldn't help but exclaim. The secret realm of Wohoo Mountain is not big, covering an area of about 20 miles. There is a small hill in the middle, and on the top of the hill grows a big tree that is 100 meters high. The big tree is lush and leafy and grows extremely vigorously. As soon as Xiangwen and Zhuge Xuanyue came in, they saw the big tree. Is there a little man in the tree? Xiangwen stared at the tree carefully. 8 gates, far view. Zhuge Xuanyue performed a skill, stretched out his hand, and drew a circle in front of his eyes, and the detailed scene of the big tree on the top of the mountain emerged. I saw 5 or 6 small fruits hanging scattered on the branches of the big tree. The fruits are palm-sized and black all over, just like little people. It really is a ginseng fruit. Xiangwen was surprised. There was a legend about ginseng fruit in Long Kingdom. He belongs to Zhen Yuanzi, the ancestor of earthly immortals in mythology and legends. And his temple is Wohoo Mountain. So when they saw the map, they thought of Zhen Yuanzi, and they didn't expect it to be true. Walk! Zhuge Xuanyue was extremely excited. There are about 6 ginseng fruits on the tree. If one ginseng fruit raises 1 level, if the two of them have 3 each, they can directly upgrade to the 8th level. The speed of level improvement is comparable to that of flying on an airplane. Just when Xiangwen and Zhuge Xuanyue were heading to the top of Wohoo Mountain. In a palace on the top of the mountain, 2 figures, 1 gold and 1 silver, suddenly sat up from their chairs. It is the golden horn and the silver horn. After they had fused the Nuwa stone and evolved it to the 9th level, they were planning to dig up the flat-top mountain and build a cave, but they didn't expect that they had dug through the secret realm of Wohoo Mountain. There was originally a 6th level snake demon guarding the secret realm, but it had long been eaten by the 2 brothers. This place has also become their territory. When Xiangwen and Zhuge Xuanyue came in, they had already discovered the 2 people. Brother, someone is coming in? Yinjiao looked up at the door, a hint of bloodthirsty ferocity flashing across his eyes. We brothers haven't had meat for a long time. Jinjiao licked his lips. Although they were herbivores by nature, after eating the 6th level snake demon here, they no longer wanted to eat grass. Eating grass is not as enjoyable as eating meat. Chapter 111. Kill a 9-turn divine beast with one punch. Hey, big brother, wait a minute, I'll go and catch these two guys. Yin Jiao chuckled. His eyes seemed to be able to penetrate space, and he saw Zhuge Xuanyue and Xiang when walking cautiously in the secret realm. Second brother, big brother is waiting for your good news. Jin Jiao leaned back in his chair. Yin Jiao could handle just 2 5th-level professionals by himself. As the words fell, Silverhorn turned into a stream of light and rushed out of the hall. In the blink of an eye, it flew above Zhuge Xuanyue and the other person. Where are you going, you two little girls? Silverhorn looked down at the two of them from above, and the terrifying aura of the 9 Revolution divine beast emanated from them, making it so that the two of them could not raise their heads. Is there anyone here? It's not a human, it's a wild monster, and a 9th-level wild monster. Xiang Wen and the other man crawled on the ground, terrified. Zhuge Xuanyue had once felt the aura of a 9-turn bronze mechanical man and knew how powerful the 9-turn divine beast was. As soon as the silver horn appeared, Zhuge Xuanyue knew that it was a 9-turn divine beast. But she didn't understand. According to the information on the map, the highest level of wild monsters in this secret realm was only level 6. How could a level 9 beast suddenly appear? Let's go. When Yin Jiao saw the frightened looks on the two men's faces, he felt extremely relieved. He grabbed them and flew back to the palace. Brother, I'm back. We two brothers are blessed. We have 2 tender and delicate girls. Yin Jiao threw the 2 men to the ground and spoke to Jin Jiao as if seeking credit. Another one? It's over. I'm dead now. Xiang Wen and Zhuge Xuanyue looked at Jin Jiao with deathly pale faces. I thought 1 9 transformation divine beast was terrifying enough, but who would have thought there would be 2 of them? 2 9-turn divine beasts are equivalent to 2 human 9-turn professionals. Even if Zhan came, he probably wouldn't be their match. Thank you for your hard work, second brother. Jin Jiao stared at the 2 people on the ground greedily, licked his lips involuntarily, and reached out to grab Xiang Wen in his hand. Second brother, let the eldest brother try it first. As soon as he finished speaking, Jin Jiao's head suddenly changed into a rhinoceros horn and bit towards Xiang Wen. Core death. Suddenly, a voice filled with murderous intent reached everyone's ears. Suddenly, a flash of lightning came rushing in from outside the door, and a golden figure appeared in front of Jin Jiao out of nowhere and snatched Xiang Wen away. Then he punched Jin Jiao in the chest. With a loud bang, Jin Jiao flew backwards, smashed through the wall behind him, and disappeared. It was Zhan who rushed to Painting Shan, ready to kill these 2 9-turn divine beasts. Brother, I ate you! Yin Jiao reacted, let out an angry roar, and punched towards Zhan. Roll! Zhan turned around and kicked him in the chest. A burst of lightning burst out, and Yin Jiao spat out a mouthful of blood. The whole person flew out of the hall, like a cannonball, hitting the ground in the distance with a huge roar. Zhan Wu. Xiang Wen put his head into Zhan's arms. Although the armor was very cold, Xiang Wen felt extremely warm, and his originally panic-stricken mood slowly relaxed. It's okay. Why are you here? Zhan was a little at a loss. After hesitating for a moment, he finally reached out and patted Xiang Wen on the back, comforting him softly. I found a map that said there are ginseng fruits here that can directly increase levels, so we came here. I didn't expect there would be 2 9th-level wild monsters here. On the ground, Zhuge Xuanyue stood up, dusted herself off, and explained. Looking at Xiang Wen burying his head in Zhan's arms, I couldn't help but feel a pang in my heart. Roar! At this moment, 2 extremely furious roars were heard from the front and back of the hall. Wait for me here. I'll go deal with them first. A cold light flashed in Zhan's eyes. He put Xiang Wen down, turned around, and flew out. At this time, in the open space, right in front of the hall, Silverhorn had revealed his true form. His huge body was 10 meters tall, with silver light flashing all over his body, which looked extremely visually impactful. Silverhorn. Level. 9th, level 12. Property. Skills. Big monster transformation. Rampage. Silverhorn soaring into the sky. Silverhorn trampling. Mountains collapsing and earth cracking. Wait. It seems that this great demon transformation is a skill that allows him to transform into a human body and then into a demon body. Zhan scanned the properties of the Silverhorn. This skill allows one to transform into a human and then transform back into the original form of a wild monster. There are not many skills like this. The 9 transformation beasts he hunted before all had this kind of transformation skill. Roar! Silver horn soars to the sky. Injiao roared, and silver light suddenly surged from his body, turning into a silver meteor and rushing towards Zhan. Zhan snorted coldly and threw a punch, hitting the silver-horned rhino's horn hard. Boom! A visible energy shock wave exploded between the two of them, and the exploding thunder instantly covered Injiao. The white light on Injiao's body was instantly shattered, and his body directly collapsed, exploding into a bloody mist. Killed with one punch? This is a 9-turn divine beast. At the entrance of the hall, Xiang Wen and Zhuge Shuangyue chased out and just saw Injiao being knocked to pieces by Zhan's punch. The two were so shocked that they were speechless. The 9 Revolution Divine Beast, which could render them unable to move just by releasing its pressure, was killed by Zhan with just one punch? You dare to kill my brother? I'll tear you apart. Just at this moment, Jinjiao rushed out from behind the hall. Watching the silver horn explode, leaving only a silver-sharp horn, his eyes instantly turned red, and the golden light around him suddenly surged, rushing towards Zhan like a meteor. Hasn't the punch just now made you remember it yet? Considering Xiang Wen's safety, Zhan only used 1/3 of his strength when punching Jinjiao just now. Otherwise, Jinjiao would have been blown to pieces by a single punch, just like Injiao. Ultimate Plasma Cannon. After his thoughts settled, Zhan raised his hand and aimed at the golden horn, and a silver beam of light the size of his arm spurted out from his palm. Squeak! With a sound like that of a sharp sword breaking through the air, a beam of silver light went straight through Jinjiao's body, splitting his strongest horn into 2. Killed with one strike again? Xiang Wen and Zhuge Shuangyue gasped again. Both of the 9 transformation divine beasts were killed instantly by Zhan with one strike. Just as the two were shocked, Zhan picked up the bodies of the 2 9 transformation divine beasts and their dropped items. You have learned these 2 skill books, right? Zhan walked up to the 2 of them and handed them 2 skill books. The name of the skill book is Great Demon Transformation. After learning it, they can transform into a rhinoceros monster with golden and silver horns, which allows them to temporarily possess strength that is 1 level higher than their own. Jinjiao and Injiao dropped a book each, making it exactly 1 for each of them. Chapter 112, Weird Doomsday, Man Covered with Black Hair. Great Demon Changes? This skill is too valuable. We can't have it. Xiang Wen took a look at the attributes of the skill book and was shocked. After learning it, you can transform into a golden rhinoceros and increase your level by 1 level. This means that she is currently at level 5, and once she uses this skill, she will have the strength of level 6. However, this skill also has limitations. It can only be upgraded to the 8th level. If it is performed by an 8th level professional, the strength will be improved, but the level will not be increased. Even so, this can be regarded as an absolute divine skill. Yes, it's very expensive. Zhuge Shuangyue's heart also trembled. This was a top-grade skill book dropped by a 9-turn divine beast. If it were on the market, it would be absolutely priceless. You are still being polite to me. Take it quickly. These skill books are useless to me. If I take them back, they will just be put up for auction. It's better to leave them to you. Zhan stuffed the skill book into the 2 men's arms without saying a word. Let's go to the top of the mountain and see what the so-called ginseng fruit is. Then, Zhan walked towards the top of the mountain without waiting for the 2 to refuse. According to the information recorded on the map, the tree on the top of the mountain is the legendary ginseng fruit tree. But Zhan didn't believe it. According to legend, the fruit of the ginseng fruit tree is an immortal fruit, also known as grass elixir. Smelling it can extend your life by 360 years, and eating one can extend your life by 47,000 years. Moreover, the owner of this thing, Jin Yuanzi, is even more powerful. He is the legendary ancestor of Earth Immortals and has a noble status. Even if he appeared as a wild monster, his secret realm couldn't be so small. Let's go! Xiang Wen and Zhuge Shuangyue were not the kind of people who would poke fun at things, so they didn't say anything else. They just put away the skill books and followed Zhan up the mountain. A few minutes later, the 3 appeared on the top of Wohoo Mountain. The information of the so-called ginseng fruit tree was scanned out by Zhan. Ginseng fruit tree fake. Level 9th, level 10. Note, I don't know who took a branch of the ginseng fruit tree and cultivated it here, watering it with endless blood and resentful souls. After tens of thousands of years, it finally grew into its current appearance. Ginseng fruit fake. Level 9th, level 1. Effect. One person can only take it once. After taking it, the professional can upgrade his level by 1 turn, but he will be haunted by endless resentful spirits, and some unpredictable and strange events are very likely to happen. Note, this fruit, watered by endless blood and resentful souls, has amazing effects, but it has strong side effects. Be careful. Be careful. Be careful. A branch was planted here? Zhan keenly discovered the problem. Because of the fusion of the game and reality, the annotations for each item are real, explaining the origin of the item while also vaguely revealing some secrets. It is obvious that there must be many unknown secrets hidden behind this fake ginseng fruit. Will you be haunted by resentful spirits? A look of astonishment appeared in Zhuge Xuanyue's eyes, which were like black gemstones. Her profession is a warlock, and some of her skills allow her to summon spirits to help. These spirits are actually what everyone calls resentful souls. What's there to be afraid of? Just kill as many resentful spirits as come. Xiangwen smiled and waved his fist to cheer Zhuge Xuanyue up, but in fact he was also reminding herself. She is the one who is least afraid of resentful spirits. Because her profession is a necromancer, her skill is to summon spirits to fight. Like Zhongli Mei and Jibu, whom she summoned, they are actually a kind of soul, just not resentful souls. There are 7 in total. Zhan looked at the expressions of the 2 men and knew that no matter what side effects the fake ginseng fruit had, they would both take it. He didn't say anything else. He looked up and counted the fake ginseng fruits. Just as he was about to distribute them, he was interrupted by the 2 men. 1 for each of us is enough. The 2 spoke in unison, as if they were one person. After they finished speaking, the 2 of them couldn't help but look at each other and smiled. They don't want Zhan to suffer any loss. How about this? You each have 2, and I'll have 3. But apart from the one you eat, leave the remaining 1 with me. I will take it to the professionals' headquarters and exchange it for something of equal value for you. Zhan thought for a moment and said, as I said, for Zhan now, things like money and treasures are no longer important. But it is very important to Xiangwen and Zhuge Xuanyue. These 2 people are my good friends, so there is nothing wrong in letting them take more. How can this be so embarrassing? The 2 men looked hesitant, but were interrupted by Zhan. No need to say more, just do it. Eat quickly. After Zhan finished speaking, he waved at the fake ginseng fruit tree, picked 7 ginseng fruits, and gave 1 to each of them. He took 1 and ate it himself. The fake ginseng fruit melted in his mouth and turned into an extremely cold energy that instantly flowed through Zhan's limbs and bones. Cracking! Zhan couldn't help but shudder, and suddenly his consciousness became a little dazed, as if he had left his body and came to a barren mountain. The sky here is gray and looks very depressing. Black, icy air kept passing through the air, making people feel as if they had arrived in the coldest days of winter. The next moment, a figure covered with black hair suddenly appeared on the top of a distant mountain. After pausing for a moment, he ran towards Zhan. Just as Zhan was trying hard to see clearly, the voice of the world prompt came to his ears. Reminder, your level has been raised to the 6th level. Hint, you have learned the skill, Mechanical Field. Skill notes. Releases a field covering a radius of 1,000 meters and can control the metal gravity within the field at will. The range increases with the level. Another auxiliary skill? Zhan glanced at his own skills and was secretly shocked. Sure enough, the higher your level, the more powerful skills you learn. I didn't expect that the 6th turn skill would be a domain-related skill. This is an upgraded version of the 5th job skill, Metal Plunder. Metal Plunder can only rob, but this skill can indeed control mechanical products at will. With this skill, Zhan is the god of machinery in this field. Zhan, did you see that? A gray sky and people with long black hair. It's so scary. Suddenly, Xiangwen's frightened voice rang out. You saw it too? Zhan turned around and saw fear and terror on Xiangwen and Zhuge Xuanyue's faces. They were obviously frightened. That place is like the end of the world. It's so creepy. Zhuge Xuanyue was still in shock. The gloomy and dark sky, the shrill roaring, it was a scene as horrible as hell. They have never seen it. It's okay. It's just an illusion. Don't worry. Zhan comforted calmly. No matter whether that place is real or fake, or how weird it is, as long as you have enough strength, you don't have to be afraid. Chapter 113. Leveling Holy Land at the foot of Wohoo Mountain. All right. Although the 2 were still a little worried, they couldn't figure out what the scene was about, so they could only treat it as an illusion, as Zhan said. I'll take you to level up. Zhan's eyes moved, and he changed the subject. He had already scanned the attributes of Xiang 1 and Zhuge Yue, and he didn't expect that they would upgrade so quickly. Before taking the fake ginseng fruit, he had already reached the 5th level. After taking the fake ginseng fruit, he is now the 6th level, the same level as himself. Shall we go level up together? Xiangwen was stunned for a moment, feeling a little unbelievable. She didn't expect Zhan to say that. After all, Zhan's strength is too strong. Even the 9 transformation divine beast can't withstand Zhan's attack. Zhan said that he would level up with them, which means he would help them level up. Zhan, we can't help you at all. We can only drag you down. Zhuge Yue was secretly delighted. She was very clear about her own strength and knew that Zhan said this because he wanted them. We are all friends. It's so formal to talk about whether we are a burden or not. Zhan said as he sent a team-up invitation to the two of them. Most professionals level up together after forming a team, so that the experience gained from killing monsters by team members can be evenly distributed. It's just that Zhan's strength increased too fast, and he didn't need these things. As for the rewarded experience and the items dropped by wild monsters, they were not worth mentioning to Zhan. He was too lazy to even look at them and just pack them up. That's right, then we won't be polite. There was a light in Xiangwen's eyes. To be honest, compared to leveling up, she wanted to be with Zhan more. After all, speaking of the past, she and Zhan had experienced life and death crises together. Do you have any better position? Zhan thought for a moment and asked. For 6th-term professionals, there are many places suitable for them to level up, but for Zhan, those places are not good enough. But it is not realistic to take them with you to hunt the 9 transformation divine beast. After all, most of the 9 transformation divine beasts of the Dragon Kingdom have died, and the rest are like the Golden Horn and Silver Armor, who have entered the secret realm or created a secret realm themselves. After all, they are 9-turn divine beasts. A small secret realm was born where they are, which is a kind of world rule. It is also the level of a 9-transmigration divine beast. I do have a place. It's in my house. Zhuge Yue thought for a moment, and then spoke. Where? Zhan became interested. Zhuge Yue's family is inherited from Jugalong, and it is definitely a professional family with a profound heritage. It's normal to know some hidden secrets. It's not a hidden secret place. It's just the Wohoo Mountain outside, Zhuge Yue said with a smile. That's a really suitable place. Zhan immediately knew what was going on. Wohoo Mountain is a famous place outside. It has been discovered that there are 8 layers underground in a mountain called Wohoo Mountain in Zhuge's family. Each layer is very large and corresponds to different wild monsters. There are all kinds of wild monsters such as mechanical men and mechanical beasts inside. According to information circulating outside, the first 5 floors have been completely explored. The number of wild monsters on each floor is between 50,000 and 100,000. The killed wild monsters will refresh within an hour. It's a very suitable place for leveling. But Zhuge Ming did not take it for himself. Instead, he opened it to the Dragon Country Professionals Association. Members of the Dragon Country Professionals Association can enter it to level up, and the materials dropped by the wild monsters killed inside can be sold to them. This is also the reason why Zhan and others went there first after the Zhuge family got into trouble. Come on, let's go there. Zhan nodded, stretched out his hand, and lightly tapped the frame of the Suanio space fighter. A stream of light flew out and turned into a silver space fighter. Is this a fighter plane? Xiangwen and Zhuge Yue were confused and felt that their brains were not enough. When will Zhan be able to summon a fighter jet? I'm not a fighter plane. I'm a space fighter. The cool and pleasant sound of the black bird reached their ears, frightening their faces so much that they turned pale. The plane spoke. It's alive? The two of them shrank directly to Zhan's side, one on the left and one on the right, grabbing Zhan's arms respectively, looking timid like little girls. Senior, don't you know that? I can transform machines. This is a machine I transformed. For some reason, it has life just like humans. You can just call it Suanio. Zhan spoke and waved his hand. The Suanio space fighter lowered its altitude and lowered a ladder that extended to Zhan's feet. Let's go. Zhan walked up first. The two looked at each other and followed. After entering the cabin and closing the door, the Suanio fighter jet soared into the sky and flew towards Wohoo Mountain without Zhan's piloting. Is she still unmanned? It's amazing. I don't feel like I'm flying at all. It's like I'm standing on the ground. The two of them were like curious children, looking at everything in the cabin with curiosity. Arrive. The two of them had been watching for less than 5 minutes, when Zhan began to give reminders. What? We're here already? Xiangwen was stunned. How can it be so fast? Pingdingshan is at least 5 kilometers away from Wohaoshan. Zhuge Xuanyue exclaimed and looked outside through the cabin window with a suspicious look. Only when she saw the familiar Wohoo Mountain did she realize that they had really arrived. It was a distance of more than 5 kilometers, but it was reached in less than 5 minutes. This speed was too fast. This is still considered slow. The speed of the Suanio has reached Mach 100. Zhan smiled. Then he waved his hand, and the black bird disappeared out of thin air, turning into a stream of light and merging into Zhan's chest. Ah! Xiangwen and Zhuge Xuanyue suddenly appeared in the air and couldn't help but scream. Zhan grabbed their hands and flew towards Wohoo Mountain. Look, someone is coming. 1 man and 2 women. Isn't flying prohibited here? How do they fly away? Hey, don't you care? The people who were originally queuing at the entrance and preparing to enter the secret realm saw Zhan and his group and couldn't help but shout to the people from the Zhuga family who were maintaining order on the side. Line up properly and don't mind your own business. A person from the Zhuga family took a glance and immediately lowered his head, ignoring the situation in the air. Generally speaking, no one is allowed to fly near Wohoo Mountain. Although the Zhuga family opened Wohoo Mountain, relatively speaking, people who came here also needed to abide by the rules of the Zhuga family and not cause trouble to the Zhuga family. But flight bans also depend on the circumstances. Zhuge Xuanyue is the daughter of the patriarch. She can fly whenever she wants and no one else has the right to interfere. Chapter 114. The 8th floor of Wohoo Mountain. War weapons. Let me lead the way. After landing, Zhuge Xuanyue took the initiative to speak. Although this place is completely open, it is also Zhuge Xuanyue's home. Arriving here, Zhuge Xuanyue naturally had to do his best to be a good host. Zhan nodded and had no objection. It was his first time here, and he was not familiar with the situation here. With Zhuge Xuanyue leading the way, he could avoid a lot of trouble. Under the leadership of Zhuge Xuanyue, the 3 people did not queue up and walked in through a special passage on the side. This secret realm is large, has a fast refresh time, and has many monsters. In addition, our family directly purchases the dropped items, so many professionals come here to level up. Zhuge Xuanyue pointed to the line of about 100 or 200 people outside and explained. Aren't there any high-level professionals coming to level up? Zhan looked puzzled. High-level professionals also need to level up, and they are in greater demand. Yes, but those people are just like us. They use a special channel and don't have to queue. Zhuge Xuanyue explained. By the way, has anyone explored areas above the 8th floor? Zhan nodded. It was normal for high-level professionals to receive such special treatment. After all, a strong person must behave like a strong person. However, Zhan was more interested in the 9th floor. According to the information on Wohoo Mountain, the 8th floor is full of 8th turn wild monsters, and the 9th floor should be full of 9th turn wild monsters. But there is no information about the 9th floor in the outside information. No one has found the entrance to the 9th floor yet. Zhuge Xuanyue shook her head. The number of wild monsters on the 8th floor was the same as on the previous floors. There were tens of thousands of 8th turn wild monsters wandering around. Ordinary 8th turn professionals didn't dare to walk around in there at will, let alone explore the 9th floor. That's great. Let's go look for it. If we can find the entrance to the 9th floor, the leveling speed will be greatly improved. Zhan couldn't help but laugh. A large number of 8th level wild monsters are indeed very dangerous to others, but to Zhan, they are not worth mentioning. It would be great if we could find the entrance to the 9th floor. Arrive. At this moment, a stone wall emitting light blue fluorescence appeared in front of the 3 people. The stone wall is 10 meters in diameter and emits a light blue fluorescence. The rock patterns on it naturally form the shape of a bagua. Zhan saw a man walk straight into the stone wall and disappear. Miss, why are you here? Just as the 3 of them approached, an old man in his 60s came over and looked at Zhuge Xuanyue with doting eyes. His name is Zhuge Zhan. He has no blood relationship with Zhuge Xuanyue, but they are from the same family and belong to another bloodline. In terms of seniority, he is Zhuge Xuanyue's grandfather. Grandpa Zhan, I'll take my friends into level up. Zhuge Xuanyue immediately responded with a smile, saying that Zhuge Zhan had no children and was very good to her. Okay, be careful and use the token for help if you need anything. Zhuge Zhan glanced at Zhan and Xiangwen. Then his eyes fell on Zhuge Xuanyue and gave instructions. The Zhuge family set up a checkpoint here to collect fees and also provide corresponding services. If you encounter danger inside, you can use the token provided by the Zuga family to send a distress signal, and the Zuga family members who receive the signal will go to rescue you. However, this kind of thing rarely happens in the first 5 floors because there are many people leveling up on these 5 floors, and they have been explored clearly. There are many people waiting at every point where wild monsters spawn in large numbers, so basically no accidents will occur. That is, above level 5, when wild monsters have reached the 6th or 7th level, there will be danger only when there are few people leveling up. Grandpa Zhan, don't worry. After bidding farewell to Zuga Zhan, the 3 of them went directly into the secret underground realm of Wohoo Mountain. The 3 of them didn't stop and went straight to the 8th floor. Half an hour later, the 3 people finally entered the 8th floor at the foot of Wohoo Mountain. Crack! Just as the 3 of them stopped, they heard the sound of a mechanism turning, and a 3-meter-tall mechanical man with 2 wolf fang hammers in his hands walked over. Zhan quickly scanned the attributes of the mechanical man. Heavy Hammer Machine Man. Level 8th, level 10. Stamina 16,200. Strength 28,000. Speed 1,600. Energy 6,000. Skills: Heavy Hammer Strike, Heavy Hammer Impact, Light Form, Wolf Fang Whirlwind Hammer, Fiery Stone Arrow. Weight. Note: the combat type robot is made of fine steel and high-quality green steel wood. It was originally a combat weapon prepared for war, but was buried here for unknown reasons. Another weapon of war? After reading the notes of the machine man, Zhan frowned secretly. When passing the first few floors, he also scanned the attributes of those mechanical men, and the words war weapons were written on the annotations. Zhan thought about it, but couldn't figure out what the information here meant, so he could only leave it alone for the time being. Mechanical field. Afterwards, Zhan directly released his skill. A punch of energy visible to the naked eye spread out from his body in a circle, covering an area of 100 meters around him. The robot that was originally approaching the 3 people seemed to have lost its power and just stood there motionless. Why are they not moving? Zuga Xuanyue and the other person showed surprise on their faces. They were a little panicked when they saw these 8th-turn wild monsters approaching. Although they knew that Zhan was here and they were absolutely safe, they were suddenly surrounded by 8th-turn wild monsters and couldn't help feeling a little nervous. But in the blink of an eye, all these wild monsters stopped moving, which was really strange. That's my skill. Zhan just said it briefly, without further explanation. Some parts of these mechanical men are made of metal. As long as there is metal, they are mechanical products and can be controlled by the mechanical field. There is such a skill? Too amazing, he can actually control rank 8 monsters. The 2 men's eyes sparkled, and deep envy appeared in their bright eyes. These are level 8 wild monsters, but Zhan froze them without even moving. The effect of this skill is too terrifying. Metal Plunder. Zhan smiled, raised his hand, and waved gently towards the heavy hammer robot in front of him. The 8-turn heavy hammer bronze robot was torn into pieces. The metal parts tore through the wooden structure of the robot, flew out from inside, and landed in front of Zhan. Metal Absorption. Zhan used another skill again. The metal that landed on the ground turned into liquid, flowed down Zhan's legs, and merged into the armor on his body. Although these are just ordinary 8th-level wild monsters, the metal material they are made of is of very high quality. Although the enhancement to the machinery after absorption is very small, the large amount cannot be ignored. As long as the machines on Zhan's body can withstand it, they can absorb it infinitely. As long as enough is absorbed, the effect will be extremely terrifying. An 8th-level wild monster died just like that? This is too fast. Although they had already witnessed Zhan killing the 9-transformation divine beast, they were still shocked and felt incredible when they saw this scene. After all, Zhan didn't do anything. He just waved his hand. Chapter 115. Super War Weapon Construction Plan. My skills just happened to restrain them, otherwise I would have to kill them one by one. As Zhan spoke, he stretched out his hand and lightly touched his chest. 25 streams of light flew out from his body and transformed into 25 sets of armor that appeared right in front of Zhan. Meet the Master. 25 suits of armor knelt on one knee at the same time and saluted respectfully. There was no Megatron armor among them. He kept that armor on his body to protect himself. There are a total of 4 9-turn, level 99 armors and 21 8-turn, level 99 armors. This power is extremely terrifying no matter where it is placed, but now it is all under the control of Zhan alone. This what's going on? Zhan, do you have any subordinates? Zhuga Xuanyue and the other man were completely stunned by this scene. They had never heard that Zhan had so many subordinates. Well, I guess you can also be considered a subordinate. Zhan hesitated. These suits of armor were not human at all, but they were given life forms by themselves, so they were not dead objects. But it doesn't make sense to say that he is a subordinate, and it makes even less sense to say that he is not a subordinate. Perhaps it would be more appropriate to call Zhan their creator. Yes, 25 sets of armor responded at the same time, turning into streams of light and rushing towards the surroundings of the 8th floor, looking for different places. Zhan, on the other hand, took Zhuga Xuanyue and Xiangwen to slowly level up on the 8th floor. There is no need for Zhan to do anything himself. He can easily slaughter these 8th level mechanical men with his skills. Hint, you got 9,800 experience points. Hint, your level has been raised to level 87 of the 6th transformation. Hint, you got 8,300 experience points. Reminder, your level has been raised to level 99 of the 6th transformation. Hint, you have reached the standard for the 7th job transfer. Your 7th job transformation is the birth of mechanical life. The prompt sound kept ringing. Each 8th level wild monster had about 20,000 experience points. If divided equally among 3 people, each person could not get more than 8,000 or 9,000 points. This speed is very fast. For an 8th level professional, each level upgrade requires about 5 million experience points. An ordinary 8th level monster can provide about 30,000 experience points. To upgrade one level, about 200 are needed. To advance to the next level as a 6th level professional, one needs about 1 million experience points. Hunting wild monsters of the same level will give one about 3,000 to 4,000 experience points. Only by hunting such high-level wild monsters can one obtain nearly 10,000 experience points. In just 1 hour, they had hunted nearly 3,000 wild monsters. If he had not divided the spoils among Zhuga Xuanyue and Zhan, he would have already reached level 99 of the 6th transformation. And now, not only Zhan, but Zhuga Xuanyue and Xiangwen have also reached the maximum level of the 6th turn and accepted the 7th turn job transfer task. My job transfer mission. Zhan's mind was attracted by his 7th turn job transfer task. It is different from previous tasks of finding items or hunting monsters. The mission this time is to create. The task requirement is very simple, which is to let Zhan create a mechanical life by himself. But it doesn't mean that Zhan should give life to other existing machines, but that he should create a machine himself and then give it life. Otherwise, Zhan would have created mechanical life long ago. Zhan, we should leave now. We have to go do the job transfer mission. At this moment, Xiangwen looked at Zhan with reluctance in his eyes. They didn't expect to upgrade so quickly with Zhan. They didn't need to do anything at all. They just had to follow him slowly. All the wild monsters that rushed over were automatically decomposed after getting close to Zhan. They had never seen anyone hunt wild monsters like this before. I also have to do the 7th job transfer task. But I don't have to leave. I can just stay here. Let me take you out first. The 7th floor was full of 7th level wild monsters, and Xiangwen and the others simply couldn't get through it relying on their own strength. Thank you for your help. Xiangwen nodded. Then Zhan took the 2 of them and sent them to the 5th floor. When they arrived at the 6th floor, Xiangwen and the other man wanted to send Zhan back, but Zhan insisted on sending them here. After all, there are few people on the 6th floor, and it would be very dangerous if the 2 of them were surrounded by a large number of 6th level wild monsters. So they simply went directly to the 5th floor. Here are people from the professional association who are leveling up, so there will definitely be no danger. After being sent to the destination, Zhan went straight back to the 8th floor. According to his job transfer task, Zhan needs to create a machine which requires a large amount of metal. The metal dropped by wild monsters on the 8th floor is sufficient in quantity and quality, so it is a good place. Back to the 8th floor, 2 hours later. All the wild monsters on the 8th floor were hunted down by Zhan, and a total of 100,000 kilograms of fine steel piled up into a small hill in front of Zhan. This is only 30% of the metal dropped by the wild monsters on the entire 8th floor. The remaining 80% has been absorbed by the combined armor on Zhan. Now, even without the fusion of other machines, Zhan's own armor has reached the strength of the 8th level. Generally, mechanics need to open a furnace to forge machines. Because of my skills as a mechanical lord, I have never learned those skills. There's no need to learn those skills now. If we just want to create mechanical life, We only need to make some simple machines, and then use the skills of mechanical life to give them life, and the task will be completed. Zhan looked at the 100,000 kilograms of steel in front of him, his thoughts racing through his mind. Why not make a heavy hammer robot based on the robot here? Suddenly, Zhan had an idea and thought of a good idea. The wild monsters here are all mechanical men, which are formed by assembling together tens of thousands of independent parts. Zhan can completely dissect them, replicate the parts one-to-one with metal, and then assemble them together to create a large number of mechanical men. Mechanical field. Zhan did what he said. He waved his hand lightly in the distance, and a newly refreshed heavy hammer mechanical man was pulled over. Zhan carefully disassembled the parts of the mechanical man. There are a total of 18,000 parts, 10,000 of which are made of fine steel, and the rest are made of very hard wood. If the ratio is magnified tenfold. Zhan looked at the spare parts scattered all over the floor and fell into deep thought. The heavy hammer robot was originally 3 meters tall, like a burly man. If it was enlarged 10 times, its height would reach 30 meters. This kind of robot moves very slowly and relies on strength. If it is 30 meters tall, it can even collapse a mountain with one hammer. Melt! As soon as the thought came to his mind, Zhan released a powerful electric current from his hands, covering the 100,000 gene fine steel in front of him. Under the terrifying energy of the huge electric current, all the fine steel had melted into liquid in just a few minutes. Zhan condensed all the liquid steel into parts of the heavy hammer mechanical man according to the proportions. Only Zhan has the skill in the field of mechanics and can control metal at will, otherwise he would not be able to achieve this level. Chapter 116. 7th transformation completed, a skill that could be called a bug. Begin assembly. After all the parts had cooled and taken shape, Zhan followed the steps he had just taken to disassemble the heavy hammer robot and assembled these proportionally enlarged parts together one by one. 10 minutes later, a 50-meter-tall, bronze-colored heavy hammer robot appeared in front of Zhan. The last part, Zhan controlled the 2 eyeballs and slowly placed them into the eye sockets of the heavy hammer robot. The originally motionless heavy hammer robot suddenly stood up, slightly shaking the 2 hammers on his arms, causing a gust of wind. Ding! Hint! You have created an 8th-level heavy hammer robot. Hint! You have created mechanical life. World tips. Dragon Country professionals have created an 8th-turn mechanical life and are rewarded with a 9th-turn golden elixir, a Qinquan Dao talisman, a Wanbao pot. World tips. Reward the title of Life Creator. World tip. Because someone created life, the Bloodbath Divine Weapon quest will be updated in 3 months. Notes on Bloodbath Divine Weapons. In ancient times, when humans were first born, they only relied on plants and trees for food. It was not until some people learned to use stones and sticks as weapons that humans were able to gain a foothold among the beasts. Although professionals are powerful, they can hardly exert their strong combat power without magical weapons. Magical weapons are necessary for every professional. Dear professionals, please find the Heavenly Dao metal and create your own exclusive magic weapon. Zhan was a little confused. He didn't expect that he would trigger a world announcement in order to complete the job transfer task. And there are so many rewards. 9 Transformation Golden Pill. After taking it, the level will be raised to level 99, and all attributes will be permanently increased by 1,000, with no sequelae. Qinquan Daofu, an essential item for casting magic weapons. After use, it can be transformed into a magic weapon. Treasure Pot. Carry it with you, and it can automatically pick up items dropped by monsters within 100 meters around you. Each of these 3 things is amazing. Zhan has just completed the 7th turn job transfer task, and his current level is 7th turn level 1. Once he takes this golden elixir, his level can jump directly to 8th turn level 99. After completing the 9th turn job transfer task, he can directly make the 9th turn and become a true 9th turn professional. There is also the Qinquan Taoist Talisman, which can actually transform weapons into magical weapons. Although the mission of Bloodbath Divine Weapon has not been released yet, it is certain that it is very difficult to obtain the Qinquan Dao Talisman, but Zhan already has it now. According to this situation, as long as Zhan has a powerful weapon, he can transform it into a magical weapon. It can be said that while others were still working hard on their tasks, Zhan had already completed them. The Wanbao wine is much simpler and can automatically pick up items, which will save Zhan a lot of trouble when fighting monsters and leveling up in the future. As for the final title of Life Creator, the attributes are very simple. All attributes are increased by 300, and movement speed is increased by 100%. It is dispensable to Zhan. Just as Zhan was thinking, everyone else on Blue Star received news about the Bloodbath Divine Weapon Mission. Great beautiful country. Malzahar was sitting in a hall, surrounded by purple spirits. After hearing the world's prompt, his eyes, which had been tightly closed, suddenly opened. Come on, I just happen to be in need of a handy artifact. Malzahar's eyes flashed with a gleam of light. He relied on a large number of void spirits to hunt down ordinary 9-turn divine beasts, but once the level of the 9-turn divine beasts reached above level 30, these void spirits would not be so strong. If he had a powerful magic weapon, the power of the skills he released would be greatly enhanced, and those wild monsters at level 30 in the 9th stage would be vulnerable. Cherry Blossom Country. On the Coon Mountain, the place where Razo originally lived has been replaced by someone else. A man wrapped in a black robe with a magic sword hanging on his waist is sitting in the middle of the house, and a group of ninjas from the Sakura Country Ninja Association are kneeling in the yard outside the door. God is helping me. The man in black robe opened his eyes and was extremely surprised. His name is Jugalong, and he is the first head of the Jing family. Jugalong, who was killed by Zhan and Yaoshan last time, is his grandson. Some time ago, in order to enter the 9th level, Razo killed most of the professionals of the Kirigakure family. Jugalong took the opportunity to rise to power and become the president of the Ninja Association and occupied Coon Mountain. The current Sakura country is centered around Ichiryu. If Taoist Yunlong were here, he would recognize that Jugalong, like him, was a person who survived 300 years ago. The Kingdom of Brahma. Ha! Great! I was just about to create a weapon that can control thousands of corpses. This Bloodbath Divine Weapon Mission comes at the perfect time. Ram sat in the most magnificent palace of the Brahma heaven, surrounded by a large number of corpses of 8th-turn professionals. Streams of corpse chi continued to flow into his body, enhancing his energy. Dragon Country Professional Headquarters. Build a magic weapon? Taoist Yunlong and a few others were in a meeting. When they heard about the mission of the Bloodbath Divine Soldiers, they could not hide their excitement. At this time, all the professionals on Blue Star were excited about the Bloodbath Divine Weapon Mission. No one doesn't want to have a magical weapon of their own, and this mission gives everyone the opportunity. Especially for those 8th-level professionals. Some of them have not completed the 9th-level tasks yet. Some require some 9 revolutions materials. Those with a background are fine, but those without can only accumulate money slowly over time and buy from others. It will take some time for them to save enough money. But once they have magic weapons, their strength will be greatly improved, and they may be able to complete the 9 revolutions task directly. Even if they cannot complete it, their strength will be greatly enhanced, and the speed of killing monsters will be greatly improved. The 8th floor of Wohoo Mountain. Zhan put away all his things and did not take the 9 revolutions golden pill immediately. Instead, he checked his 7 revolution skills. When the world prompted him to complete the Bloodbath Divine Weapon Mission, he also received a reminder that the 7th job change mission was completed and learned a new skill, metal enchanting, ability to give metals different properties. Although this skill is simple to end, it is extremely terrifying. You should know that ordinary metals are sharp and hard. Only special metals have other properties. For example, 10,000-year-old cold iron, which is naturally cold, can be used to make weapons with ice attributes. There is also a kind of flame hematite, which naturally contains fire attributes and can be used to make weapons with fire attributes. This kind of weapon with additional attributes is definitely a good weapon. But this kind of metal with properties is very difficult to find. It can be said to be 1 in a million. With the skill of metal enchanting, Zhan has the ability to change the properties of metals and give them different attributes. For example, taking a piece of metal and making it harder and more defensive, or give this piece of metal the ability to bend at will. The skill of metal enchanting seems to be just one skill, but in fact it is a collection of countless skills. Chapter 117. The 9th floor of Wohoo Mountain, the first group's secret realm. Metal enchantment, flame. After pondering for a moment, Zhan walked up to the heavy hammer robot and placed his hands on the pair of heavy hammers on the robot's arms. As the skill is activated, the fire element in the void is attracted and integrated into the wolf-tooth hammer identified by the mechanism. Circles of red flame patterns slowly emerged on the originally green wolf-tooth hammer. A few minutes later, the entire wolf-tooth hammer turned a light red color, and flame patterns covered the entire hammer. The burning breath emanating from the wolf-tooth hammer could be felt from a long distance. One more skill. After the enchantment was completed, Zhan took a look at the attributes of the heavy hammer mechanical man and found that it had added a fire hammer skill. Zhan's mind moved, and he ordered the heavy hammer robot to use the flame stimulating skill. With a bang, flames burst out from the wolf-tooth hammer, burning fiercely. The scorching temperature scorched the ground until it became charred. Okay, but it's not enough. Zhan's eyes lit up, and he used the metal enchantment skill again. Metal enchantment thunder. Silver spots of light gathered together to form spider-like fine lightning, which merged into the red wolf-tooth hammer, and silver thunder patterns slowly emerged. As the thunder pattern was gradually completed, a flash of lightning burst out from the flames on the wolf-fang hammer. Flames and thunder intertwined together, and just by watching from afar, one could feel their terrifying power. The skill of the heavy hammer mechanical man's flame hammer also turned into the thunder flame hammer. Although it is possible to add properties to metals, we also need to consider the property restraint. After observing for a while, Zhan nodded secretly. The skill of metal enchantment is indeed powerful. It can add different properties to metals, but it can only add similar or stackable properties. For example, fire and thunder, or wind elements. When these elements are superimposed together, they can achieve the effect of 1 + 1 being greater than 2. However, the fire and ice attributes cannot be attached to the same metal at the same time. Otherwise, the attributes will restrain each other and reduce the power. However, by then, one wolf-tooth hammer can have ice attributes, and the other wolf-tooth hammer can have fire attributes. Let's increase the intensity. After his thoughts settled, Zhan once again released the metal enchantment skill on the whole body of the heavy hammer mechanical man. But this time it's not additional attributes, but additional defense. Metal enchantment. Hardening. Metal enchantment. Earth wall. Metal enchantment. Gilding. 3 consecutive enchantment skills were cast on the heavy hammer mechanical man, and his whole body exuded an extremely heavy aura. The heavy hammer mechanical man's defense is already very strong, and now with his skills enhanced, the attacks of ordinary 9th-level professionals may not be able to break his defense. Mechanical life? Afterwards, Zhan used the mechanical life skill on the heavy hammer robot, giving him the skills of a life form. Although the one created before had life, it was only the simplest life, like a child, and the life form skill allowed it to grow up quickly and have the thinking of an adult. Master, we have found the entrance to the 9th floor. Just at this moment, Storm Armor sent a message with a video attached. The Storm Armor knocked a heavy sword automaton flying, and it crashed heavily into the stone wall in the distance. The originally indestructible stone wall collapsed, revealing a Bagua stone sculpture. A faint fluorescence bloomed on the Bagua stone sculpture, and it began to slowly rotate. Storm Armor entered the 9th floor through the Bagua stone teleportation array, but as soon as he entered, he saw a huge stone city with a large flag with the words Zuga written on it hanging on the city. Go and have a look. After watching the video, Zhan put away his heavy hammer robot and flew towards the entrance of the 9th floor. At the same time, other armors were summoned to gather on the 9th floor. When Zhan arrived, the other armors also arrived. Zhan let them enter one after another. Such a large city. Zhan entered the 9th floor and looked at the huge stone city in front of him and couldn't help but exclaimed. According to rough estimates, the city is at least 5 kilometers in diameter, or 10 miles. Even though it is an era of universal job transfer, building such a large city underground is enough to be amazing. Go open the door. Zhan brought 25 armors to the gate of the stone city and found 5 big words, 100 Generations Mechanical City, written on the gate. He then signaled the Storm Armor to go over and push open the gate. The moment the Storm Armor touched the door, the whole person was sucked in. At the same time, the world prompt sounded. World tips. The 100-story mechanical city is open. Note, in the 100 Ages Mechanical City, Jugalong, the Marquis of Wu, integrated the battles he experienced during his lifetime into the mechanical city through the art of Chiman. Professionals can enter alone or in a team, and after clearing the battle, they can get rewards. The maximum number of team members is 8. Note, there are a total of 100 levels in the Baisha Mechanical City. The higher the level you clear, the more rewards you will get. Note, after clearing the 100 Worlds Mechanical City, you may get the meteorite iron left by Wohoo, which can be used to forge magic weapons. The 9th floor of Wohoo Mountain is open. What is the 100 Worlds Mechanical City? Great! I didn't expect that meteorites would drop from outer space. I was just worrying about the materials for casting magic weapons, but I didn't expect it to come now. As the world prompt was released, all the 8th level professionals were excited. Ever since the release date of the Bloodbath Divine Weapon was confirmed, all professionals have been accumulating materials and preparing to build their own divine weapons. Although they are not sure about the specific casting material, there is one thing they are absolutely sure of: metal. No matter how special the casting material of the magic weapon is, metal is indispensable. There are very few special metals, and this meteorite iron is definitely one of the top-grade metals suitable for making magical weapons. At this moment, Zhan was watching him pass the first level of the 100 reincarnations through the perspective of the synchronized storm armor. The storm armor is not in the Baisha Mechanical City now, but has been teleported to a temporary copy. Instance name: Burning Bowangpo. Mission requirements: kill the main General Shaho Dun, kill the Deputy General Eugene and the Deputy General Li Dian, kill 1,000 infantrymen, kill 1,000 spearmen, kill 1,000 heavy armored soldiers, kill 1,000 cavalrymen. Mission time: 24 hours. Oh my goodness, this is so difficult. Zhan glanced at the task requirements of the first level and was secretly shocked. The main General Shaho Dun's level is 9th turn level 60. The 2 Deputy Generals' levels are both 9th turn level 30, and the level of these soldiers is 8th turn level 10. No wonder the world prompts everyone to form a team. Moreover, this is not a dungeon secret realm prepared for the guardians of the 8th level professionals, but for the 9th level professionals. Even for 9th level professionals, at least 5 people are needed to pass the first level. Chapter 118. We've arrived yet, and you've already cleared the level. Storm armor, go try it. After calming down his thoughts, Zhan gave orders to the storm armor. You can quit the challenge of Baisha Mechanical City at any time, but if you quit midway, you will not get any reward and will be punished. You will not be allowed to enter again within 10 days. Yes. The storm armor at Bowangpo received Zhan's order and strode forward. In front of him was a large area of low hills, surrounded by camps with large flags of Shaho hanging on them. The enemy is here. Kill him. Superior. As the storm armor approached the infantry camp, the soldiers on the watchtower at the gate quickly discovered the storm armor and issued a warning. Generals, follow me to kill the enemy. At the same time, the infantry commander in the camp roared and led 1,000 infantrymen to charge over. The army charged forward, raising a cloud of dust. There were 1,000 infantrymen, each of them wearing steel chainmail and holding a spear. The army was in a strict formation, looking like soldiers who had experienced 100 battles. Electric flywheel. Storm armor bent slightly and opened his hands like a big bird, and his palms quickly turned into 2 high-speed rotating electric flywheels. The next moment, the storm armor rushed into the infantry formation like a flash of lightning. In just a moment, he appeared at the rear of the infantry formation. The soldiers in the middle of the army fell straight down. With one blow, 1/3 of the infantry were killed. All the generals, listen up. Form a long snake formation. The infantry commander showed a look of horror on his face and swung the sword in his hand violently. A faint green light emanated from his body. The remaining 600 soldiers quickly formed 2 rows and stood behind him. The green light then spread, covering all the soldiers, and the shadow of a giant green snake appeared out of thin air. Military formation. Long snake. With the infantry commander as the snake head and the soldiers as the snake body, it transforms into a giant python. By combining the strength of the soldiers, it can exert the power of the 9th level. Ultimate plasma cannon. The storm armor raised its arm without hesitation and aimed at the infantry formed in the military formation. The exploding lightning turned into a beam of light, which instantly passed through the snake's head and pierced through the entire blue sky python. As the lightning dissipated, all 1,000 infantrymen were killed by the storm armor. The level of the storm armor is 99th level of the 9 transformations, which is considered the strongest of the 9 transformations. Even if the strength of these 1,000 infantrymen were combined through a military formation, there would still be no match for the storm armor. Then, storm armor continued to move forward. According to the requirements for passing this copy, he needs to pass the infantry camp, spearman camp, heavy armor camp, and cavalry camp in turn. Then he met Li Dian, Eugene, and finally Shaho Dun. It shouldn't be a problem for the storm armor to clear this secret realm. It just depends on the prophet. Outside the gate of Baisha Machinery City, Zhan was waiting quietly. Once a copy is opened, you cannot join in the middle. Otherwise, Zhan will send a few more armors in, and passing these copies will be as easy as eating. At the same time, outside Wohoo Mountain, Zhuga Ming, Zhuga Tianyi, and Jugalong rushed over. Although this place is open to outsiders, it is their territory after all. If a new secret realm appears and the rewards are very good, they will definitely come here as soon as possible. Why are you here? Zhuge Ming looked at Zhuge Xuanyue, who was walking towards him with a puzzled look on his face. Zhuge Xuanyue just said a few days ago that she was going out to level up, and then left. Why is she back now? Dad, are you going to the 9th floor? Zhuge Xuanyue guessed their purpose at once. After all, the Zhuge family had just experienced the crisis of the 9 transformation divine beast, and there was a lot of work to be done. Zhuge Ming and the others still had a lot of things to do. Apart from the matter of Baisha Mechanical City, they have no reason to be here. The 9th floor of Wohoo Mountain has appeared, and the Baisha Machinery City can obtain materials for forging artifacts. Can we not come? Zhuge Ming looked at Zhuge Xuanyue lovingly. He had several sons before him, but Zhuge Xuanyue was his youngest daughter and his only daughter, and was regarded as the apple of his eye. Dad, the 9th floor was found by Zhan. Zhuge Xuanyue hesitated for a moment and briefly explained what had just happened on the 9th floor. However, she spoke selectively and did not say a single word about Zhan's secrets. I didn't expect that it was the 9th floor that Zhan found. Zhuge Ming sighed when he heard this. It was Zhan who killed the 9 transformation divine beast that wreaked havoc in the Zhuge family, and now Zhan has also killed the beast on the 9th level of Wohoo Mountain. It can be said that Zhan has unintentionally become the greatest benefactor of their Zhuge family. You guys go back first, we'll go down and take a look. Don't worry, I will never cause any trouble for Zhan. Zhuge Ming said with a smile. Tip. Someone has cleared the first level of the best mechanical city. The first clear will reward you with a Polestar Sky Iron. Note, Polaris Sky Iron, special property, absorbs the power of starlight to restore energy. Is that it? Zhuge Ming was stunned for a moment. Then a look of helplessness appeared on his face. After knowing that it was Zhan who opened the 9th level, he guessed that Zhan would be the first person to pass it, but he didn't expect it to be so soon. It has been less than half an hour since they learned about the Baisha Mechanical City. Before they even reached the destination, the human world had already passed the first level. Okay, let's stop talking and go down and take a look. After calming down, Zhuge Ming waved to Zhuge Tianyi and the other two, and the 3 of them went straight into Wohoo Mountain. Let's go to and quickly complete the job transfer task. Zhuge Xuanyue took a deep look at Wohoo Mountain, and his idea of quickly improving his strength became more and more determined. The same thing happened to Xiang when standing next to him. The 9th floor of Wohoo Mountain. Storm Armor was standing in front of Zhan at this time, and brought up the reward for passing the first level. In addition to the Polestar Iron given as a reward for completing a level for the first time, there are also some 9 Revolutions materials and a piece of black gold meteorite, which is also a type of meteorite from outer space. The special property of this black gold meteorite is its hardness. Each type of meteorite contains a special property, which is the characteristic of high-grade metal. Komebek. After reading it, Zhan summoned back all the armor, including the heavy hammer robot he just created. He now has a total of 27 machines combined. Although each suit of armor can enter the Baisha Mechanical City alone like a professional, what Zhan wants now is not to clear 1 or 2 copies multiple times, but to clear all 100 levels of the Baisha Mechanical City at once. According to the previous tips, you can get special rewards for the first time completing each of the 100 levels, at least a piece of meteorite. For others, 1 or 2 pieces of meteorite iron are enough, but for Zhan, the more the better. Buzz! Zhan approached the Baisha Mechanical City, and with a flash of light, he disappeared. Chapter 119. No. How could it be so fast? Zhan only felt a flash before his eyes, and he arrived at Bowangpo again. In front of him were still the infantry camp and heavy armor camp that the storm armor had just passed through. Come out! Zhan's mind moved, and the square frames on his body burst into brilliant light at the same time. Pieces of armor flew out of them and landed in front of him. It's true. Zhan's eyes lit up, and he was secretly excited. It turned out that when Storm Armor entered the dungeon by himself, he knew that those armors with life were treated as professionals and could carry out activities in the dungeon's secret realm independently. And when they're combined together, they are not counted separately. In this way, the operability is too great for Zhan. The Baisha Mechanical City dungeon is a circular dungeon, which means you can enter it and refresh it over and over again. For others, it is easy to pass 1 or 2 levels, but it is extremely difficult to pass all the levels. But for Zhan, clearing the level completely was too easy. After you clear all the levels, Leave 2 teams of armor behind and keep grinding. You'll get a lot of meteorite iron. A bold idea appeared in Zhan's mind. Once this plan was implemented, Baisher Machinery City would become Zhan's warehouse of meteorite from outer space. As long as there is enough time, Zhan will be able to obtain a large amount of meteorite iron from outer space. Once he accumulates enough, Zhan will be able to create machines made entirely of meteorite iron. You have to know that metals of this level as meteorites are the exclusive materials for making magical weapons. It is hard to imagine how powerful the machinery made entirely of meteorites would be. Wah! After his thoughts settled, Zhan waved his hand, and the life armors under his command strode forward. The heavy hammer robot did not transform into armor, but turned into a 30-meter-tall scholar. Without any surprises, in less than half an hour, Zhan passed through several camps in front and arrived in front of Shaho Dun's main camp. Who dares to come here and act so recklessly? In the camp, Shaho Dun rode out with 100 personal soldiers. Perhaps because he had become a copy character, Shaho Dun's size was magnified, and he was 8 meters tall. The horse under his crotch also became enormous to match his size. From a distance, Shaho Dun looked like a giant truck, and the spear in his hand emitted a sharp cold light. Go ahead. Zhan glanced at him, and numerous armors swarmed out. Terrifying explosions sounded one after another, and violent energy continued to explode. In less than 30 seconds, Zhan received a prompt indicating that he had passed this level. However, no meteorite iron dropped this time, and the quantity of other materials was also less. Zhan knew that this was the normal explosion rate at this level. This is why land reclamation is the most profitable. The first time you kill a wild monster, you will get the highest reward. Go to the next level. After his thoughts settled, Zhan waved his hand, and everyone headed towards the next level. 10 minutes later, world tip. Someone has cleared the second level of the best mechanical city. First time clearance reward. Polar Star Sky Rail. Quantity 2. Half an hour later, world tip. Someone has cleared the third level of the best mechanical city. First time clearance reward. Polestar Skyrail. Quantity 3. World tip. Someone has cleared the 10th level of the best mechanical city. The first clear reward is the Polar Star Skyrail. Quantity 10. In less than an hour, Zhan had cleared the first 10 levels. When Zhan stepped into the 11th level of Baisher Mechanical City, the outside world was already in an uproar. The headquarters of the Dragon Country Professionals Association. Do you know who is in the Baisher Machinery City? Taoist Jugalong stared and looked at the second elder, the third elder, and the others. Not long ago, they received news about the emergence of the Baisher Mechanical City and were preparing to gather to go there to pass the level and get the meteorite iron. However, just when everyone had arrived and had not yet left the house, they heard that someone had reached the 10th level. Who can accept this? It should be Zhan. A gleam of light flashed in the beautiful eyes of the 6th elder Lu Zilin. After these words were spoken, the others nodded. Apart from Zhan, they really couldn't think of anyone else who had the ability to pass the 10th level of Baisher Mechanical City in such a short time. After all, the prompts of Baisher Mechanical City have already stated that one can enter alone or in a team of 8. Although there is no clear level requirement for entering the profession, they all know that the 8th floor of Wohoo Mountain is full of 8th level wild monsters, and the 9th floor is at least 8th level, and most likely 9th level. This kind of copy cannot be passed by an 8th level professional at all, and it definitely requires a 9th level professional. It's just him. Taoist Jugalong sighed and agreed with Lu Zilin's statement. After all, Zhan's strength is obvious to all, and only Zhan has the ability to quickly pass this kind of copy. Come on, let's go over there. We will have to go to the copy of Baisher Mechanical City sooner or later, so we can ask Zhan about the situation inside. Taoist Jugalong laughed. The other 5 elders nodded, and then everyone went to the teleportation array, ready to go to Wohoo Mountain. At this time, at the foot of Wohoo Mountain, Zuga and the other 2 had just entered the 3rd level. Looking at the magnificent and huge mechanical city in front of them, which looked like a prehistoric beast, the shock in their hearts had not yet dissipated when they received a prompt from Zhan that they had cleared the 10th level. My goodness, this is too fast. Jugalong was dumbfounded, his face full of disbelief. Although Zhan is very powerful, we are not bad either. Do you want to go in and give it a try? Zuga on the side had a fiery look in his eyes, and he couldn't wait to enter the copy of Baisher Mechanical City to try it out. After all, The reward of meteorite iron is too tempting. If they want to create magic weapons, they must use meteorite iron from outer space. No, there should be a 9th level monster here. We are all 8th level monsters. Going in would be a death sentence. Jugaming was clear-headed and directly rejected Zhuge Tianyi's request. Damn it, I really want to be promoted to the 9th level right away. Zhuge Tianyi sighed, his face full of helplessness. He knew all of this without Jugaming saying it, but he just felt a little unwilling. Let's wait here for a while and see how many levels Zhan can clear. Jugaming smiled. Their 9 transformation mission is almost completed, but 1 or 2 days won't be a big deal. In addition to the first person who enters the dungeon will receive the reward for the first clearance, the rewards received by those who enter later are almost the same, depending on the drop rate. So a few days earlier or later doesn't make much difference. At the same time, at the deepest part of the 7th layer of Wohoo Mountain, behind a seemingly ordinary stone wall, there is a different world. A huge space was dug out here and divided into small houses like an underground attic. The people who excavated this place called it Base Number 9. At this time, in the deepest part of Base Number 9, 3 figures wrapped in black robes were sitting around a stone table. Chapter 120. The 100th level of the 100-generation mechanical city is Jugalong. They are the Zhuman Number 9 team, with Hong Tian as the team leader, Lao Ganzi as deputy team leaders, and Qian Ke as the deputy team leaders. Team leader? Are we really not going? When Lao Ganzi started to speak, his voice was hoarse and full of age, but his tone was perverse and arrogant. Although we have prepared the materials for casting divine weapons, who would complain about having too little meteorite iron? Qian Ke also spoke, his voice filled with reluctance. Remember the incident with the Earth Dragon Grass? I think the people who discovered the Baisha Mechanical City are this group of people. Hong Tian looked up and said, "It's possible. After all, we searched for so long, and there was no news at all. Now I find that the people from Baisha Mechanical City have already passed the 10th level. The strength of this group of people is beyond imagination." Qian Kuei's eyes flashed, and he immediately understood what Hong Tian meant. When the news of Quan Guixing and the other's death was reported back to Zhu Min, they were responsible for investigating, but after several months, there was no news at all. After analysis, they all agreed that the incident was done by a deeply hidden superpower. Then we should go. People from our Zhu family cannot be killed by anyone who wants to. This revenge must be avenged. Lao Ganzi slammed the table, and a fierce, murderous intent emanated from his body. We must avenge ourselves, but not now. If we are to take action, we must catch them all at once. Qian Ke, you are good at keeping secrets. Go to the 9th floor and see what kind of people they are. Hong Tian already had a plan. He asked them to come over just to notify them and to prevent them from acting on their own and ruining his plan. Good. Qian Ke agreed and couldn't wait to leave the secret room and head to the 9th floor of Wohoo Mountain. On the other side, Zhan came to the 11th level of Baisha Mechanical City. The name of this level is Burning of Red Cliff. Requirements for passing the level: kill 5,000 Navy soldiers and kill Kai Mao and Zhang Yun. The difficulty has increased. Zhan stood on the shore, and many armors rushed directly to the water and started slaughtering the Wei Navy. The level of the soldiers in the first 10 levels is level 10 of the 8th transformation, and here the level is upgraded to level 20 of the 8th transformation. The level of the deputy general and the main general is also upgraded by 10 levels. If you follow this order of improvement, by the time you reach the 91st level, the number of soldiers you need to kill will be at least 20,000, and their level will have reached the 8th level, level 90. The levels of the deputy generals and the main generals will be raised to above 90th level. This difficulty is extremely high. That is Zhan. If it were anyone else, if they wanted to get to the 90th level or above, the 8 professionals in the team would have to be at least level 99, otherwise they would not be able to get through it all. Reminder: you have cleared the 11th level of the 100 Worlds Mechanical City. The first clearance reward is Liang Black Gold. While Zhan was thinking, many armors had already killed all the wild monsters in this level. Unlike the previous 10 levels, the first pass reward for this level is replaced with other special metals. Liang Xianjin is a metal of the same grade as meteorite iron and belongs to the fire element. Zhan took a quick look at it, put it away, and went to the next level. Outside, as time slowly passed, more and more professionals gathered at the gate of Baisha Machinery City. When Zhan passed the 11th level, Taoist Yunlong and others arrived. Great Elder, you are here. Zhugaming and the other 2 quickly came over. Do you know who was the person who broke in there? Although Taoist Yunlong had guessed that it was Zhan who was breaking through, he was still a little uncertain after all, because he had not seen it with his own eyes. It's Zhan, Zhugaming said. It's him indeed. I knew it. It's just him. The second elder and the third elder burst into laughter. It was originally just a guess, but now it is confirmed. It would be a lie to say that I'm not jealous, but relatively speaking, I feel more relieved. The fact that Longwa has such a genius means that their hard work over the years has not been in vain, and that Longwa will surely prosper in the future. These are the 6 elders from the Dragon Country Professionals Association. Why are they here? In the dark, Qin Kuei from the Zhu family looked at Taoist Yunlong and his companions. He was so frightened that he dared not make a sound. The people from the Zhu men have not joined the Professionals Association, which is a non-governmental organization. In addition, due to the rules of the Zhu men, these people do not abide by the law and act according to their own will, and often go against the people from the Professionals Association. If he were discovered by Taoist Yunlong, he would not be able to survive even if he had 10 lives. World tip. Someone has cleared the 31st level of the 100 Worlds Mechanical City. The first clearing reward is Dragon Pattern Black Gold. World tip. Someone has cleared the 91st level of the 100 Worlds Mechanical City. The first clearing reward is Purple Thunder Dao Gold. Half a day later, the news that Zhan had cleared the 91st level of the Baisha Mechanical City spread throughout the world. Taoist Master Yunlong and the others each found a stone to sit on. When they heard this reminder, they just raised their heads. There was no other way. In the past half day, Zhan had cleared the first 90 levels. Every time he passed a level, there was a world prompt, and they had become numb to it. This dungeon has only been around for 13 hours, and 90 levels have already been cleared. Who is that person inside? Could it be that the people who have passed the level have already surpassed the 9th level? It's very likely. After all, this is a 9th level dungeon. Even if 8 9th level professionals team up together, they may be able to clear it, but the speed cannot be so fast. Does our Dragon Country already have professionals who have reached the 9th level of strength? Around Taoist Yunlong, many 8th rank professionals who arrived later surrounded the Baisha Mechanical City and listened to the world's prompts. They all looked confused and felt as if they were dreaming. Although no internal videos of the Baisha Mechanical City have been leaked, we can still learn a little about the situation inside from the world announcement. A copy of this difficulty cannot be passed so easily even for a 9th level professional. This can only mean that the person who has passed the level has surpassed the 9th level in strength. And inside the Baisha Mechanical City, Zhan has reached the 100th level. Originally, Zhan thought that the 100th level would be the most difficult, but after entering, he was stunned. There are no soldiers or generals here, only a thatched hut. Green smoke rose from the roof, a small river was flowing nearby, and koi fish jumped out of the water from time to time. The door of the thatched hut was wide open, and a wooden table was placed in the middle. On top of it was a small stove with a red fire and a pot of tea boiling in it. On the opposite side of the table, a man wearing a green robe with a delicate and handsome face, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and a confidence between his eyebrows, was looking at Zhan through the bamboo door with an indifferent expression. It's not surprising that a friend comes from afar. Jugalong, please come in and have a cup of tea, sir. Chapter 121. Jugalong's warning. The 9th turn is just the starting point. Alive? This situation startled Zhan, and he quickly took a few steps back and distanced himself. Isn't this girl's copy a copy? Even if Jugalong appears, he should be the dungeon boss. What's the point of treating himself to tea? Is he resurrected like Liu? Suddenly, the figure of King Yan Liu appeared in Zhan's mind. Although that brother only had one soul left, he was actually alive. That's right, people like King Yan Liu, who are not very famous in history and have little ability, can take advantage of the integration of games and reality to resurrect themselves. It is not surprising that a super celebrity like Jugalong can be resurrected. Thinking of this, Zhan stabilized his thoughts, raised his hand, and summoned the many armors back, strode into the thatched cottage, and sat down opposite Jugalong. Are you really alive? Zhan looked at Jugalong in front of him. His bearing was extraordinary, like a banished immortal coming to the dust. His eyes were as bright as stars, with the wisdom to see through everything in the world. Death is not death. Living is not life. You, on the other hand, surprised the mountain man. You actually carry the fate of the creator. It's really amazing. Jugalong waved his feather fan gently, and his bright eyes glowed with a faint fluorescence, as if he had released some skill that allowed him to see things that others could not see. As expected of Zhuge, Zhan was shocked, realizing that Jugalong was talking about the hidden skills of his mechanical lord. You have to know that he has met many masters like Taoist Yunlong and others. After living for so many years, they must have learned a lot of reconnaissance skills and can check other people's attributes, but none of them can see Zhan's true situation. Unexpectedly, Jugalong saw it at a glance. Although it was a little blurry, it was still impressive enough. You're great, but it's not enough. Jugalong changed the subject, and a look of sadness appeared on his face. Zhan frowned slightly and was about to ask when Jugalong continued. 9 revolutions, it seems to have reached a peak, but in fact it is just the starting point. There are some things that the mountain man cannot say now, but there is one thing I can tell you. Your 9 transformations are different from others' 9 transformations. Others will not see any changes when they reach level 99 of the 9th transformation, but when you reach level 99 of the 9th transformation, you will receive a world prompt. This is the creator's privilege. So don't hesitate any longer and upgrade to the 99th level of the 9th transformation as quickly as possible. After Jugalong finished speaking, he pointed to the teacup in front of Zhan. This cup of tea is the reward for this level, and it's the only reward. The mountain man looks forward to the time when we meet again. As soon as he finished speaking, Jugalong's figure gradually became illusory, and in less than a second, he disappeared. No more. Zhan was stunned for a moment and quickly scanned the surrounding environment, only to find that there was no one there. Jugalong had disappeared out of thin air. Is the 9th revolution just the starting point? Thinking of Jugalong's words, Zhan frowned secretly. He believed that Jugalong would not have said these words to him for no reason. There must be a deeper meaning behind them, but he would only know what they meant after his level was raised to the 99th level of the 9 transformations. Thinking of this, Zhan picked up the teacup on the table and drank it all. Tip: you have drunk Zhuga longevity tea, and all attributes are permanently increased by 1,000 points. Zhan was shocked by the prompt. A cup of tea, all attributes increased by 1,000 points? This cup of tea is extremely strong. It was a treasure that rivaled any he had ever seen. It is worthy of being the reward for the final level of Baishur Mechanical City. It is indeed significant. It's time to upgrade to the 9th level. Then, Zhan took out the 9 Revolutions Golden Pill. This was the reward for his previous 7-turn job transformation, which could directly increase his level to level 99 of the first turn. Zhan swallowed it in one gulp. World tip: you have cleared the 100th level of the 100 Worlds Mechanical City. The first clearance reward is the All-Wise Dao Gold. Quantity 10. Hint: you have taken the 9-turn Golden Pill, and your level has been raised to 8-turn level 99. Hint: you have learned the 8th level skill, Metal Inversion. Reminder: your job transfer task has been released. Hint: your job transfer task is Him to Machinery. Task requirements: 1. Create a new metal. Task requirements: 2. Breed a new type of mechanical life. 9-turn mission. Zhan read all the prompts carefully, and as expected, his 9 transformation job change task was extremely difficult. Creating a completely new metal is both simple and difficult. General composite metals are also completely new metals. It all depends on whether they can meet the task requirements. The second requirement is difficult, creating a completely new mechanical life. The mission of the 7th job transfer is to create life, but this time it is to conceive. The difference of 2 words makes a world of difference. In fact, he can turn ordinary machines into living things by relying on the skills of mechanical life. But the gestation here refers to the autonomous birth of new mechanical life, just like a human pregnancy for 10 months. If successful, the metal will be able to give birth to new mechanical life on its own without the need to use the skills of mechanical life. Once successful, he is the true creator of life. It truly created a new species of life. After his thoughts settled, Zhan left the Baishur Mechanical City directly. So many people? When Zhan appeared at the gate of Baishur Mechanical City, he was stunned by the dense crowd in front of him. There was no one there when I went in. Why are there so many people here now? It's out. It's out. Is that him? Is this a suit of armor? You're wearing armor, so I can't see your face. Use the reconnaissance skill to check his attributes. I used it, but I can't see it. The moment Zhan appeared, the many 8th level professionals guarding outside seemed to go crazy, staring with their big eyes, trying to see Zhan's appearance clearly. After discovering that Zhan was wearing armor, he quickly used his reconnaissance skills, but found nothing and could not see any information. Buzz! Zhan's mind moved, and he increased his speed to the maximum, disappearing from the spot in an instant. Because the speed was too fast, even the void could not bear it, and a muffled sound was heard. Gone! Where did you go? Have you left? It was too fast to see clearly. This person's strength is definitely above the 9th level. Too strong. This is the first professional in Dragon Country. No, he should be the #1 professional on Blue Star. Everyone only felt a flash before their eyes, and Zhan had disappeared. Although they did not know Zhan, they were extremely excited at this moment, with irrepressible envy on their faces. Those who can come here are all members of the Dragon Country Professionals Association. Not all of them, but at least most people are willing to fight for the Dragon Kingdom. In their hearts, the stronger the Dragon Kingdom's profession is, the happier they are. Chapter 122. Who the hell can get through this? Armored man? What kind of job is this? Qian Kuei in the dark was confused at this moment, because he had never seen that profession wearing armor. Watching Zhan leave, Qian Kuei didn't dare to stay any longer. He quietly left while everyone was talking. It's Zhan. In less than a day, I cleared 100 levels. Comparing yourself to others makes you angry. Taoist Yunlong and others looked at the place where Zhan disappeared inside. The 100 Worlds Mechanical City is a 9th level copy, and it has 100 levels, but it was cleared by Zhan in less than a day. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would not have believed it at all. Great Elder, do you want to ask about Zhan's situation inside? 5th Elder Qin Yun suggested. Of course I have to ask. Taoist Master Yunlong is not an arrogant person. On the contrary, he acts very cautiously. He knew very well in his heart that he was not Zhan. Zhan cleared 100 levels in a row, but they might not be able to pass even 1 level. Afterwards, Taoist Yunlong quickly sent a message to Zhan. At this time, Zhan had already arrived outside Wohoo Mountain and was preparing to return to Lingchuan City. His 9th job transfer task does not require him to go out and hunt monsters, but it does require careful research. If Taoist Master Yunlong and the other 6 were to go in as a team, even if they could pass it, it would probably take at least 1 or 2 days to get through the first level. Zhan received the message from Taoist Yunlong, and after thinking for a while, he replied to them. They are advised not to go in for the time being. I also gave them the information on each level. Zhan has replied. The 9th floor of Wohoo Mountain, Taoist Yunlong said. What did he say? Should we go in? The other elders looked anxious. He suggested that we not go in for the time being. This is the information he sent. Taoist Master Yunlong said this and sent a copy of the information to each of the remaining 5 elders. 4,008 turn wild monsters, 3 9-turn bosses. The biggest one is still Shaho Dun. Is the first level so difficult? I'll go. No wonder he didn't suggest we go. Even if the 6 of us take action, it will take at least 2 days just to kill all 4,800 of them. I didn't expect the levels in this 100 Worlds Mechanical City to be so difficult. After reading the information about the Baishur Mechanical City, several elders looked at each other in bewilderment. Their originally anxious moods were like being poured with a bucket of cold water, and they quickly calmed down. They knew that the levels in Baishur Mechanical City would be difficult, but they didn't expect it to be so difficult. Let's go. According to the intelligence, we have to wait until we reach level 60 before we can come back. That way, we can have an easier time. Taoist Yunlong looked relaxed, and he was not in a hurry to pass the level. After all, the purpose of coming here to pass the level is to obtain the meteorite from outer space to forge magical weapons. But they have lived for so many years and held high positions, so they already have some stocks of top-quality metals, which are barely enough to forge magic weapons. What they need to do now is to level up quickly. Let's go level up first. Everyone looked at each other and saw the smile in each other's eyes. They haven't leveled up for many years, but they didn't expect that they would have to go out and level up again now. This made them think of the time when games and reality had just merged and everyone was working hard to level up together. Zuga and the others on the side also received the message from Taoist Yunlong, and they dispersed to complete the 9 Revolutions mission. Who will team up with me? Let's go in and give it a try. I'll do it. And me. Just after Taoist Yunlong and others left, many professionals could not suppress their inner restlessness and formed teams in 2s and 3s and entered the Baishur Machinery City. Although the levels of the Baishur Mechanical City limit the number of people that can enter in a team, you can quit midway. Although the levels are difficult, they are not actually very dangerous. As long as they are not killed instantly, they have a chance to escape unscathed. In less than 10 minutes, The teams that had just entered came out, all covered in dust and dirt. Some of them had blood on their bodies and were obviously seriously injured. Oh my god, this is too damn difficult. I have to fight 4,000 monsters in the first level, and they're all level 8. What? So outrageous. The final boss is still 3 9th level players. This place is simply not accessible to us 8 level players. This is such a difficult level, and that armored man just now cleared it by himself. That person's strength must have surpassed the 9th level. Only then did everyone realize the horror of the Baisha Mechanical City, and even more so, how terrifying Zhan was. Zhan cleared this level by himself. They didn't believe that Zhan was at the 9th level. In their eyes, only those with strength beyond the 9th level can achieve this level. Lingchuan City, Southern University. Zhan went straight to the bottom floor of the underground warehouse and found Wang Zichuan. Master, I miss you so much. As soon as Wang Zichuan saw Zhan, he rushed over excitedly. He hasn't seen Zhan since the last time he helped him modify the Z300 dual-mode off-road vehicle, and he missed him so much. I have something I want to ask you for help with, Zhan said with a smile. After learning about his 9 transformation job transformation, the first person he thought of was Wang Zichuan. Wang Zichuan's profession is a young inventor with many special skills, which are closely related to Zhan's profession. Master, what do you mean by help? Your business is my business, Wang Zichuan said carelessly. I want to see the detailed attributes of all your skills first, Zhan said again. The detailed attributes of each profession are confidential. After all, this is the capital of their survival. That's no problem. As soon as Wang Zichuan heard this, Zhan sent him a message. The content is the effects and attributes of all his skills. Let me take a look first. Zhan didn't expect Wang Zichuan to be so decisive and sent it over just like that. But he didn't act pretentiously and just started watching. Wang Zichuan has many skills, most of which are analysis and scanning skills, and he doesn't have many attack skills. But there were several skills that made Zhan's eyes light up. The future of manufacturing. The success rate of manufacturing can be judged through analysis. This skill is very good for Zhan and can be used when nurturing mechanical life. There is also a skill called uncontrollable mutation. This skill can cause some things to mutate, but this mutation cannot be controlled and may be good or bad. Although it seems a bit useless, it is a very powerful skill for Zhan. After all, there are many uncertainties in the creation of mechanical life. I really came to the right place this time. Your skills are of great help to me. After reading the skill attributes, Zhan was secretly delighted. Master, please tell me what you need me to do. Upon hearing this, Wang Zichuan patted his chest and said, Chapter 123, The Birth of Mechanical Life. I want you to use uncontrollable mutation skills on these metals. Zhan waved his hand and took out a pile of metal. Part of it was meteorite iron obtained from the Baisha Mechanical City, and the remaining 90% was fine steel obtained on the 8th floor. His 9 transformation mission requires him to give birth to a single life, which requires variety and unpredictable changes. Wang Zichuan's skills are just right. No matter what these metals become, Zhan will give them new properties or enchantments. According to Zhan's idea, as long as he continued to experiment like this, he would be able to create new metal life sooner or later. Okay, but this place is too small. Let's go to the next floor. Without any hesitation, Wang Zichuan nodded in agreement and turned to take Zhan to the depths of the underground warehouse. The underground warehouse of Southern University is very large, with a total of 15 floors. Each floor is 10 meters in size. They are now on the 10th floor, and there are 5 floors of space below. Each floor is the size of 3 football fields. After entering the 11th floor, Zhan arranged all the metals according to their weight, totaling 10,300 pieces. Among them, 10,000 pieces are fine steel, and the remaining 300 pieces are meteorite iron. Master, I rarely use this skill, and I don't know what changes will occur once I use it. Wang Zichuan reminded Zhan. It's okay. What I want is a different change. Zhan nodded, indicating that he didn't need to worry. Uncontrollable changes. Wang Zichuan was determined in his mind and used his skills directly. I saw him gathering huge amounts of energy in his hands, forming a fist-sized white energy ball. Then with a gentle push, the white energy ball flew to the middle of the metal, shining brightly like the sun. Rays of white light fell on the metal on the ground as if they were real and merged into it at a speed visible to the naked eye. The white light emitted 5 waves in total and then dissipated. Master, there will be changes soon. I've only used this skill once, and since I couldn't control it, I haven't used it since. Wang Zichuan had an expectant look on his face. This was his first time using this skill on so much metal at once. He also wanted to see if his skill was useless. Crack! Crack! A few minutes later, a strange sound was heard. There have been changes. Su Zhan's eyes lit up, and he quickly looked towards the location where the sound came from. I saw a fist-sized piece of fine steel actually cracked and turned into a fingernail-sized piece of transparent metal. Su Zhan quickly scanned its properties. Impermanent transparent steel. Level, 8th turn. Effect, immediately self-destruct. Su Zhan looked at another piece of fine steel that had turned like jelly. Gentle jelly steel. Level, 8th turn. Effect, like jelly when soft, indestructible when hard. These are just 2 of them. The other steels each have different variations. Some turned into a pool of water, while others were directly restored to soil. Some of them evolved into 9-turn metals and possess special properties. Fire steel. Level, 9th level. Effect, random bursts of explosive flames. Blood-sucking steel. Level, 9th level. Effect, get stronger by sucking blood. Really, it's unpredictable. Su Zhan was speechless when he saw the properties of these metals. As expected, the name of the skill is just like this, a change that cannot be controlled. Some metals have completely turned into waste, while others have acquired special properties, and their levels have even been upgraded to the 9th level, and their effects have become very powerful. My goodness, I knew my skills weren't useless. Wang Zichuan on the side was extremely excited. The last time he used it, he turned a very precious piece of metal into waste, so he didn't dare to use it again. If it weren't for Su Zhan, he probably wouldn't have used this skill again in his life. After all, the consumption is very high and the mutations cannot be controlled. In other words, Su Zhan was very rich, so he could take out so much metal at one time, and he was not afraid that it would become waste. Master, is there anything you need? After calming down, Wang Zichuan looked at Su Zhan eagerly, his face full of anticipation. Ha! Su Zhan affirmed. What he had just seen were just ordinary metals, but now he has seen the changes in those meteorite irons from outer space. Although 1/3 turned into waste and 1/3 turned into strange things, the remaining 1/3 were all useful. For example, a piece of the Tao of all things gold becomes the Tao of heavenly things gold, and at the same time possesses the 5 attributes of gold: wood, water, fire, and earth. There is also dragon pattern black gold, the shape of which directly changes into a lifelike black dragon, as if it is alive. The properties do not change much, except that the original properties are increased by 10%. It's up to me from now on. Su Zhan waved his hand, and all the metals gathered together. Metal inversion. Then he directly used his 8th level skill. As the red light enveloped it, all the metals seemed to turn into liquid, fused together, and finally formed a huge metal egg. The skill effect of metal inversion is to change the properties of metals and reverse them into different states. Now all the metals that have undergone mutations through Wang Zichuan's skills are gathered together, and then metal inversion is performed to turn them into liquids and fuse them together. Mechanical life? Su Zhan released his skills again, giving the metal egg life attributes. Suddenly, a series of dong 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 sounds like heartbeats slowly sounded and reached the ears of the two. An unpredictable life, iron egg. Note, it takes a huge amount of energy to produce it, but no one knows what it will produce. This thing, does it have a heartbeat? When Wang Zichuan heard the heartbeat, he was stunned. This is metal. How can there be a heartbeat sound? Is this metal alive? Use your skills to help me see what can be born from this iron egg. Su Zhan was also very excited at this time. His guess was correct. By fusing large amounts of metals together and then giving the metals life, life can begin to emerge. Because metal is not a machine, not a finished product, it can only be regarded as a material. Even if these metals have life, they still need to evolve into their own forms. Allowing Wang Zichuan to use his skills to mutate these metals is to give these metals more possibilities and give them more choices when nurturing their shapes. Good. Wang Zichuan suppressed the shock in his heart and used the future of manufacturing. His eyes flashed with a silvery white light, as if they had turned into mirrors, and Taidan was reflected in his eyes. Ah! After just one look, Wang Zichuan's face changed drastically, as if he had seen something horrible, and he let out a terrified roar. What's wrong? Su Zhan asked. I saw an angel. Chapter 124, Zhan. I became the master of the angel? What? Zhan was stunned for a moment. See an angel? What the hell is that? If you build a metal egg yourself, can you give birth to an angel? Master, it's true. I saw a white angel and a golden angel. They are very big. Some have one pair of wings, and some have two pairs of wings. I also saw an angel with 6 pairs of wings. Wang Zichuan came back to his senses and became a little excited. He had never seen a future like this. Don't angels only exist in Western legends? Could Zhan create such a creature? Or are angels created by humans? Don't get excited. Stand aside and wait for me to bring it out. Zhan took a deep breath and motioned Wang Zichuan to move aside. This iron egg requires a lot of energy to be produced, and the properties do not specify how much energy is needed. Zhan can only try to inject energy first. Anyway, he has blue gold and so many super machines, and he has a terrifying amount of energy. Crack! As Wang Zichuan walked away, tremendous thunder burst out from Zhan's body, turning into streams of electric current that enveloped Taidan. The electric current of up to 1 million volts instantly burned Taidan red, and the sound of his heartbeat became more obvious at this moment. With a huge amount of energy injected, obvious dents and bulges can be seen on the iron egg, just like a real heart beating. Energy is filled to 1%. Energy is 5% full. At the same time, a progress bar appeared in front of Zhan. This guy is a bottomless pit. Zhan glanced at the progress bar and was secretly shocked. You have to know that he is now outputting a voltage of 1 million volts per second, and it has lasted for a minute, but the progress bar has only reached 5%. In other words, a voltage of 600 million volts would be needed to replenish Taidan's energy by 5%. At this rate, at least 12 billion volts of current would be needed to fully replenish its energy. This energy value is extremely terrifying. A general power plant can generate about 6 billion kilowatt hours of electricity a year, which is equivalent to 2 power plants running nonstop for a year to have enough energy to complete the birth of the iron egg. This level of current is at least 1 million volts. This iron egg actually requires so much energy. Wang Zichuan on the side only felt his scalp tingling. Although he was standing far away, the force field emitted by the terrifying electric current still made him feel numb all over, and his hair stood up. Time passed slowly, and in the blink of an eye, 20 minutes had passed. Taidan's energy progress bar also reached 100%. Hint, the energy of the unpredictable life iron egg is replenished to 100%. Crack! As the thunder on Zhan's body slowly dissipated, a sound like an eggshell cracking reached the ears of the two. The bright red iron egg was covered with spiderweb-like cracks. With a loud bang, the whole iron egg exploded and a white light spread out, causing the two men to lower their heads, unable to look directly. Owner! The next moment, a soft and pleasant voice appeared directly in Zhan's mind. Six-winged angel? Zhan opened his eyes and saw a person with a white body and 3 pairs of wings on his back appear in front of him. She was suspended in the air, and the faint white light on her body made her look very holy. The 6 wings behind him flapped slightly, causing faint ripples in the void, adding a bit of sacredness. Zhan quickly checked the attributes of the 6-winged angel. 6-winged holy angel, metal life. Creator, Zhan. Level, 9th level 1. Race mechanical. Attribute, 999,999. Skills, prayer to God. Wings of God. Holy light. Holy punishment. Holy light. Holy light cleansing. Holy light blessing. Holy light sword. Holy light kill. And so on. Note, a special life form formed by the stimulation of enormous energy from the unpredictable mutation of various metals. World tip. Someone has created a race of metal angels. Reward 10 billion experience pills. Reward 10 pieces of life gold. Reward the title of life, creator. Reward world seeds. Just as Zhan was checking the attributes of the 6-winged holy angel, world prompts sounded one after another. Really? With the previous experience of creating the heavy hammer robot, Zhan was not very surprised this time. However, the reward this time is much better than the last time. The two are completely on different levels, which shows the power of the 6-winged holy angel. Zhan checked the world rewards. The title represents an identity and also has a bonus to all attributes, reaching 3,000, which is a terrifying number. Moreover, after obtaining this title, Zhan also learned a very special skill called privileges of the creator of life. This skill is only aimed at the lives created by Zhan. It can control their strength at will, deprive them of their lives, or enhance their strength. For example, if these angels go out alone and encounter danger, as long as they pray to Zhan, even if they are thousands of miles away, Zhan can improve their strength and heal their injuries remotely. To the six-winged holy angels, Zhan is their god. Life Dao Gold is an extremely special metal that contains life characteristics. As long as time is enough, this metal can evolve into metallic life. What surprised Zhan the most was the World Seed. His own mechanical lord skill comes with a mechanical space that can be used to store and use machinery. Normally, when Zhan doesn't have the combined armor, those machines are in this space. And this World Seed can merge with that space and eventually evolve into a real world. This is horrible. In other words, as long as time is enough, Zhan will be able to have a world of his own within his body. Put it away first. Zhan did not merge the World Seed and the mechanical space immediately. This matter was too important and must be carefully planned. From now on, you could be called Jugalong. Zhan looked at the six-winged holy angel. This guy had just been born and had no name. Jugalong thanks the master for the name. Hearing Zhan's words, Jugalong knelt on one knee and saluted respectfully. Master, master, you created angels? Wang Zichuan, who was standing aside, was dumbfounded and stuttered out of shock. He witnessed the birth of the six-winged holy angel and participated in it. He knew that what Zhan was going to do would be surprising, but he didn't expect that Zhan would actually create this kind of life. He had also heard the world's hint just now. The six-winged holy angel in front of him represented a completely new ethnic group. Chapter 125. Zhan's 9-turn Heavenly Tribulation. You have to keep this a secret for me. Zhan couldn't suppress the smile on his face. He didn't expect that his 9 revolutions mission could actually create a six-winged holy angel. To be honest, if it weren't for Wang Zichuan's mutation skill, if he only used the metal inversion skill, he might not have achieved this effect. Master, don't worry. I will keep it a secret. And this witnessing also allowed me to complete the 9 revolutions mission. Wang Zichuan patted his chest and assured. And when he saw the appearance of the six-winged holy angel, he actually completed the 9-turn mission, which surprised Zhan. What is your 9 revolutions mission? Zhan looked puzzled. Master, I am a small inventor by profession, you know that. My profession is different from other professions. To level up, I don't need to go out and hunt monsters. I just need to invent all kinds of things. What invention could be more important than the birth of a whole new race of people? Although I only changed the materials, I still participated in it. Because of my professional characteristics, my level was directly raised to 8th turn 99. And my 9th level mission is to create a similar machine. Wang Zichuan himself admires Zhan extremely, and now this admiration has reached an almost insane state. In his eyes, Zhan is simply a god. Due to the particularity of his profession, he was initially stuck at the 8th level and was unable to break through. It was because of Zhan that he was promoted to the 8th level, and now, because of Zhan, he was promoted to the 9th level. Then go to your task first. Raise your level to the 9th level first. Zhan felt a little uncomfortable with Wang Zichuan's fanatical gaze and simply sent him away. Now the second condition of his 9th job mission has been met, and the next step is the first condition. For Zhan, creating a completely new metal was extremely simple. After Wang Zichuan left, Zhan took out several pieces of meteorite. In the secret realm of Baishur Mechanical City, he obtained a total of 550 pieces of meteorite iron of different types. I consumed 110 pieces when making Jugalong just now, and there are 440 pieces left. One piece of meteorite-grade metal can be used to create a magic weapon embryo, and the 110 pieces consumed in making Jugalong have mutated after being enhanced by Wang Zichuan's skills and have far exceeded the 9th level. Coupled with Zhan's metal inversion skills, the properties of those metals have been brought to the extreme. This is also one of the reasons why Jugalong was created. Zhan's method of creating a new metal is very simple. That is synthetic metal. However, he did not want to make ordinary synthetic metals, but wanted to make 9th level metals synthesized from meteorite iron from outer space. Metal inversion. Zhan took out 2 pieces of meteorite iron with different properties. Under the powerful force of the metal inversion skill, the 2 indestructible metals directly melted into liquid and then slowly merged together. Hint: you have created a new type of metal. It is called wind, fire, and sky iron. As the fused meteorites cooled down, a prompt sound instantly rang in Su Zhan's ears. Su Zhan glanced at the properties of Fenghua Tiantai, which had wind and fire attributes. Generally, 9th-level meteorites only have a single attribute, but because this piece is a fusion of 2 types of meteorites, their attributes are retained. Reminder: you have completed the 9 Revolutions mission and will begin the Tribulation Transcendence in half an hour. The moment Su Zhan created the wind, fire, and sky iron, the reminder to cross the Tribulation sounded. It all happened so quickly. Su Zhan didn't stop and turned to leave the underground warehouse. Although he had seen other people undergo tribulation, his tribulation would definitely be more massive than those others. So he had to find an extremely open place to avoid accidentally hurting others. Let's go to the sea. After leaving Lingchuan City, Su Zhan summoned the combined armor and headed straight for the South China Sea. 10 minutes later, Su Zhan had arrived on the sea 1,000 miles away from the land. After looking around, he felt that it was still not safe, so he flew another 500 miles into the ocean. He found a deserted island and stopped. Come on, let me see what's the difference between my tribulation and others. In fact, he was not sure whether his heavenly tribulation would undergo any changes. It was just a feeling. After all, judging from the job transfer task, his heavenly tribulation will definitely be different. As time slowly passed, when there were still 10 minutes before the heavenly calamity came, the originally cloudless sky above Su Zhan's head was slowly covered with dark clouds. It's more than 10 times bigger than when Taoist Master Yunlong and his group were together. Su Zhan just took a glance and was secretly shocked. When Taoist Yunlong and his companions were undergoing the tribulation clouds in the sky were about 10 acres in size. But now the dark clouds gathering above his head have reached at least 100 acres in size and are still expanding. There are still 10 minutes left before the tribulation begins. At this rate of expansion, by the time the tribulation really comes, there will probably be an insulation area of 1,000 acres. If we calculate the power of the heavenly tribulation according to the size of the tribulation cloud, Su Zhan's heavenly tribulation will be 100 times stronger than those of Taoist Yunlong and others. If the calamity cloud is 100 times bigger, will the attributes added after passing through it also increase 100 times? Although Su Zhan was frightened by the terrifying calamity cloud, he was not very worried. After all, his current strength was much better than before. The 9th heavenly tribulation of Taoist Master Yunlong and his companions will probably increase their permanent attributes by about 1,000 points. If this value is multiplied by 100, it will be 100,000 points of permanent attributes. Calculated in this way, after Su Zhan survived the heavenly tribulation, all of his attributes increased by at least 500,000 points. If this is true, then such a huge natural disaster would make sense. It happened so quickly that 10 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. At this time, the calamity cloud had expanded to an area of more than 1,000 acres. Looking around, there was no end in sight and only terrifying silver snakes surging in the clouds. At the same time, on an unnamed deserted island more than 1,000 miles away from Su Zhan, Yasuo and Yaan sat opposite each other, resting with their eyes closed. What's going on? Why is it dark? Yasuo suddenly opened his eyes, a look of horror on his face. Is this robbery cloud? Yaan, who was standing by, opened his eyes, his pupils shrank involuntarily, and his scalp felt tingling. During this time, both of them have survived the heavenly tribulation and reached the 9th level. The destructive aura of the heavenly calamity was so obvious that they recognized it at first sight. If they had not helped each other, both of them would have died from their own heavenly tribulation, so they knew very well how terrifying the heavenly tribulation was. Their heavenly tribulation is only about 12 or 13 acres in size. But the calamity cloud before us is so endless that it is hard to imagine how powerful it is. Chapter 126. What kind of arrow is this? There is still a tsunami. Go! Yaan and Yasuo looked at each other, and they both stood up at the same time, stepped on the sea, and ran wildly into the distance. The power of such a huge calamity cloud is too terrifying. They dare not stay here any longer. At the same time, in the center of the calamity cloud, Su Zhan has summoned the combined armor, and all 27 sets have been integrated into the armor. Jugalong stood aside. Use your auxiliary skills. Holy Light Blessing. Holy Light Guardian. Holy Light Resurrects. Holy Light Glory. God's Blessing. Jugalong opened her arms and raised them above her head. A white and sacred light emanated from her body, enveloping Zhan. The originally golden armor was covered with a layer of silver-white light under the blessing of multiple skills, appearing extremely sacred. It's better than nothing. Although Zhan could not see his own attributes, he could feel the changes in himself. The skills used by Jugalong had great amplification effects on ordinary professionals, but for Zhan, they were only average. Come in. Then, Zhan waved at Jugalong, and Jugalong turned into a stream of light and merged into the armor. Jugalong is a metal life form, which can be considered a kind of machine. It is also a race created by Zhan and can also perform armor fusion. Boom! Suddenly, there were bursts of thunder in the sky, and an extremely terrifying lightning flashed down without any warning. From a distance, it looked like a twisted pillar that reached from the sky to the earth, smashing towards the ground with the power of destruction. Bang! Zhan did not use any skills, but opened his arms and let the thunder fall on him. As the thunder exploded, unprecedented terrifying energy poured out. The surrounding sea surface could not withstand this huge energy, and it raised huge waves that were more than 10 meters high and rushed in all directions. Afterwards, the thunder around him was absorbed by Zhan at a speed visible to the naked eye. What a powerful energy! The first one has completely replenished the blue gold's energy. As the lightning faded, Zhan's figure appeared. Although blue gold has enormous energy, the energy it consumes also needs to be replenished, and the way blue gold replenishes is to absorb the energy of the void itself. In fact, the speed is very slow, but because the energy it contains is too huge, it doesn't matter if the recovery is slow. In fact, Zhan had just consumed about 10% of the blue gold's energy when he gave birth to Jugalong, and the lightning just now replenished all the energy consumed by blue gold. This shows how terrifying this thunder is. Crack! Not long after, the second thunder struck, still without any warning, but its power was increased to a higher level. Ultimate Plasma Cannon. Zhan raised his right hand, and the energy in his palm gathered, shooting out a terrifying beam of light, blasting towards the thunder in the sky. The moment the two collided, a dazzling light like the sun burst out. It was so bright that the surrounding sky and earth seemed to dim. The spreading shock wave fell on the sea again. Before the first wave of more than 10 meters had gone far, another wave of even greater size was set off. At the edge of the calamity cloud, Yasuo and Yaan stared at the distant calamity cloud with lingering fear, and bursts of roaring sounds rang in their ears. What is that? Yasuo suddenly saw a black line on the sea in the distance, rushing towards them at a very fast speed. Hurry up, it's a wave! Yongin's pupil shrank, and he turned and ran, pulling Yasuo. Yasuo still felt a little strange. It was just a wave and posed no threat to them. Why should they run away? But when he looked back, he couldn't help but run faster. The waves, which were more than 10 meters high, were like a huge city wall, rushing towards them in a crushing manner. And behind this wave, there is an even bigger wave coming. Looking closely, there is an even taller wave further behind. They only saw 3 waves. The third one was 50 meters high, like a mountain. Although they were all 9th-level professionals, they still felt frightened when faced with such huge waves. On the other side of the sea, a ship from the Sakura country was sailing. Looking at the waves that covered the sky and the sun, the people on the ship were stunned. What's this? Tsunami. It was calm just now. Why is there a tsunami now? What is this dark cloud flashing with thunder? Turn around! Turn around! The professionals from the Sakura country stood at the bow, shouting loudly. Someone wanted to turn the boat around and escape. But it was too late. The waves were too fast and rushed over in the blink of an eye. The ship, which was 70 or 80 meters long, was directly washed into the sea by the waves and disappeared without a trace. Dragon Country Professional Headquarters. President, it's bad. A tsunami hit the southern coast. I suspect something incredible has happened at sea. Zhang is now both anxious and confused. What era is this? There are still tsunamis? There has been no tsunami since the emergence of professionals. Because whenever there are such signs, countries will send people to disperse the clouds, and a tsunami will not be able to form at all. According to the information he received, this tsunami was very powerful, and according to the previous scale, it reached at least level 15. Go and have a look. After hearing about the tsunami, Long Outyin was obviously stunned for a moment. He found it a little unbelievable and rushed straight to the beach with Zhang Sanjia. Cherry Blossom Country. President, something bad has happened. There is a tsunami. A ninja knelt on the ground, Baga, are you crazy? How can there be a tsunami now? Jing Elong cursed angrily with a dark face. There are also people in the Sakura country who are specifically responsible for dispersing clouds to prevent tsunamis or typhoons. Hey, but President, there really is a tsunami, and it has already engulfed several coastal cities. The reporting ninja said with gritted teeth. Jing Elong frowned, then soared into the sky and flew towards the beach of Sakura country. Is there really a tsunami? Sakura country is very small. He approached the coastal area in just over 10 minutes. He saw huge waves like a giant beast crushing towards him. How could there be such a huge tsunami? Jing Elong roared in his heart, drew out his magic knife, and rushed towards the waves. The waves are so big that if they are not stopped, the entire Sakura country will be submerged. At this time, on the sea, Zhan knew nothing about the situation in the outside world. He had already survived 8 thunder tribulations, and the 9th thunder tribulation was about to fall. I can definitely block the 9th thunder tribulation, but just getting through it is not enough. Why not? The white light on Zhan's body had disappeared. With the help of various 9-turn machines, the heavenly tribulation posed no threat to him. A bold idea popped into Zhan's mind. The next moment, Zhan soared into the sky and flew towards the center of the calamity cloud. At the same time, a large amount of metal appeared around him, including the meteorite iron he obtained in the Baisha Machinery City. He wants to use the robbery cloud to refine these metals again. Chapter 127. Above the 9 revolutions, God level. Crack! Zhan was extremely fast. He rushed into the calamity cloud in just a moment, and the exploding thunder directly submerged him. At this time, in the center of the calamity cloud, a huge amount of thunder with a diameter of 1 kilometer has gathered. This is the energy that will explode from the 9th thunder calamity. Zhan was secretly shocked. Even he couldn't block such a huge amount of energy intact. Go ahead. The metal around the suspended Zhan flew into the thunder, and the ordinary fine steel melted into liquid in the blink of an eye. However, those 9-turn metals of the meteorite level turned extremely red, and some tiny black fragments were squeezed out. No matter what the 9 revolutions metal is called, it is extremely pure. But under this vast thunder, the few remaining impurities were also eliminated. The essence of life. Level, God level, first order. Attributes. Increase life regeneration by 500%. Increase physical strength by 100%. Increase defense by 100%. Features sharp, indestructible. Note, although it is metal, it contains unimaginable life energy and has the effect of bringing the dead back to life. Above the 9th rank, is at the God level, Zhan was secretly surprised when he saw the properties of Life Dao Gold. When in the 100 Worlds Mechanical City, Jugalong said that the 9 revolutions were not the limit, but the starting point. Zhan didn't think much about it at the time. After all, even the 9th level was only recently promoted, let alone those above the 9th level. The level of professionals is the same as the level of various materials and weapons. If there are God-level metals, it means there are God-level professionals. Boom! Just as Zhan was surprised, the thunder around him suddenly became violet, emitting a heart-pounding aura of destruction. This is the beginning of the 9th heavenly tribulation. However, because Zhan was in the center of the heavenly tribulation at this time, the thunder did not fall, but rushed directly towards Zhan from all directions. Come out! A total of 27 bright rays of light burst out from his body and transformed into 27 machines, surrounding Zhan in the middle. The moment these machines appeared, it seemed as if endless thunder enveloped them. It seemed as if 27 miniature suns appeared in the sky. It's done! Zhan felt the power of thunder on his body and was secretly delighted. He rushed into the center of the robbery cloud. In addition to refining those metals, he also wanted to refine his own machines. Although those machines have life, they are essentially made of metal. Although they have been improved through mechanical modifications, the quality of these metals has not been raised to the limit, and there are still some impurities inside. After being tempered by thunder, impurities can be removed and strength can be enhanced. The most important thing is that what Zhan predicted was correct. These machines were independent in the thunder, which was equivalent to 27 people helping him share the power of the heavenly calamity at the same time, plus himself, which made it 28 shares. No matter how powerful the 9th heavenly tribulation is, if it is divided into 28 parts, its power will be greatly reduced, and these machines themselves can withstand it. Call! After just 10 seconds, the exploding lightning slowly dissipated, and the calamity clouds that gathered in the sky came and went quickly, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Zhan looked around and found that the machines that had been tempered by the heavenly tribulation had shrunk by 1/10, but appeared more streamlined. Then I looked at their properties. Although it has not been upgraded to a fairy grade, the attributes of each machine have been permanently improved by about 5,000. It is enough to prove the effect of the natural disaster just now. Hint: you have survived the catastrophe and your level has been raised to level 1 of the 9th transformation. Hint: you have learned the skill Flesh and Blood Reversal. Flesh Reversal skill notes: freely convert yourself between machine and flesh. The machine that can be converted must be one that you made. Afterwards, Zhan heard a prompt, which marked that he had officially become a 9th level professional. And the 9 Revolution skill is also powerful enough. This skill allows Zhan to change into any machine he owns at will. The effect of this skill is terrifying. Including Jugalong, he now has 27 machines, which is equivalent to having 27 different identities. At this moment, a reminder that shocked Zhan sounded again. Tip: exclusive mission released. The Birth of the Mechanical God. Note: find 10 copies of the Godhead to evolve the passive skill of the Mechanical Lord into a second occupation, the God of Machinery. The God of Machinery. Thinking of the God level medal he had just obtained, Zhan already understood. The level of a professional after the 9th transformation is the God level. It was just a hint of the divine nature, but he didn't know where to find it. But there is no need to rush. Since it has already appeared, there must be clues. After his thoughts settled, Zhan retracted all the machinery and flew towards Longwa. After flying a short distance, we saw huge waves as high as 400 or 500 meters, like a large mountain range, rushing towards the coast of Dragon Country in a crushing manner. Is this a tsunami? Zhan was stunned for a moment, and then he realized that this must be the waves caused by the huge energy that he had just released when he transcended the tribulation. Fortunately, the distance is more than 1,000 miles. By the time we reach the coast of Dragon Country, there will probably be only a few dozen meters left. Taoist Jugalong and his men can stop us. Zhan gave a bitter smile. He had chosen a location far away from the land, but he did not expect such a big wave. This was the 9th and most powerful heavenly tribulation, and he solved it in midair. If it had fallen on the sea, the waves would have been even more powerful. Zhan immediately thought of the Sakura country. Although the place where he underwent the tribulation was 1,500 miles away from the Dragon Country, it was very close to the Sakura country, only 500 to 600 miles away. Even if the waves were weakened after being as high as 500 meters, by the time they reached Sakura country, at least 100 to 200 meters would remain. Even if Sakura country was not destroyed this time, it would at least be half destroyed. I did a good thing unintentionally. Thinking of this, Zhan felt much better and continued to fly towards Longwa. On the other side, at the Sakura country seaside, Jugalong used his sword to split the huge wave in front of him, which was 100 meters high, into two. A large number of professionals from the Sakura country stood around him and used their skills to resist the waves at the same time. "President, here we go again," a professional said in despair. "It must be blocked." Jugalong roared with gritted teeth. "This is the 5th wave. Will it ever end? Even if you are a tsunami, you can't come like this? Will this bastard not stop until the Sakura country is destroyed?" He never thought that the tsunami was man-made. After all, the waves were too huge and no one could create such a huge wave. In fact, if it weren't for the natural disaster, Zhan alone would not be able to create such a huge tsunami even if he tried his best. Crash! In the distance, the waves are surging like mountains crushing down. Chapter 128. The Age of All People as Gods. "Let me kill you." Jugalong roared and turned 9 times, his breath surging, and rushed to the waves in front of him with a knife. The other volunteers from the Sakura country followed closely behind him. This wave was so powerful that even if they tried their best, the effect they could achieve was still minimal. But they had no choice but to fight back desperately. Because if they don't resist, most of the Sakura country will be submerged, and the loss will be too great. The coast of Dragon Country. Dozens of 8th level professionals emit a lifelong chill that floats in the air and freezes the sea surface. Not far away, there were Earth-type professionals who used their skills to raise the ground to form a wall to block the waves. Great Elder, everyone within 500 miles of the coastline has been evacuated. Long Outkian flew over from a distance and reported the situation, to Taoist Yunlong. The Dragon Kingdom acted quickly and began evacuating people from cities near the coastline the moment the tsunami was discovered. And now all the cities have been evacuated. This is already the 6th wave. What is going on? Taoist Yunlong nodded, his face full of confusion. He has already sent people to investigate, but there is no clue at all. The coming of this naval school is a bit strange. There are 2 more waves behind the president, and the total height is estimated to be about 50 meters. Zhang Sanjia flew over from a distance and reported the situation to Taoist Yunlong. This time, almost all of Dragon Country's 8th-rank professionals were dispatched, and with the addition of these 9th-rank professionals, the first 6 waves did not take much effort. Is there a 9th wave? Taoist Yunlong asked. If it was only a tsunami of 50 meters in height, according to their preparations, there would be no danger. No more, Zhang Sanjia said. That's good. Taoist Master Yunlong's expression relaxed. Just after this, a dazzling light suddenly appeared on the sea in the distance. Ultimate plasma cannon. A loud and domineering voice reached everyone's ears, and a beam of lightning fell from the sky, crossing the sea and splitting the 50-meter-high waves into 2. Then countless thunders exploded, breaking up the waves. A tsunami as high as 50 meters was forcibly eliminated. That's Zhan. Taoist Master Yunlong recognized the person who made the move at a glance. In the entire Dragon Country, only Zhan has the strength to suppress the tsunami alone. The next moment, there was a flash of light, and Zhan appeared out of thin air beside Taoist Yunlong. Meet the Vice President. Zhan, you're here. Zhang Sanjia and Long Outyin both greeted them. Thanks to you. Otherwise, we don't know how much effort it would take to stop the tsunami. Taoist Master Yunlong sighed. Come to think of it, this tsunami was caused by me. Zhan said somewhat embarrassedly. Because of you? Taoist Yunlong looked puzzled, and then a look of shock appeared on his face. Could it be that you have transcended the tribulation? Yes. Zhan nodded. You have reached the 9th level? So soon. Zhang Sanjia and Long Outyin were bewildered and stared at Zhan in disbelief. You have to know that Zhan had just awakened to his profession and became a professional a few months ago. Is this the 9th level already? Upgrading by rocket isn't that fast, right? No wonder there are waves of tsunamis. It turns out they were caused by lightning. But why is there no 9th wave? Taoist Yunlong looked at Zhan and asked. There are 9 heavenly tribulations for a 9th level professional to overcome. Zhan was undergoing the tribulation at sea, and each heavenly tribulation caused a wave of ocean. This was normal, but so far there are only 8 waves in total. 1 wave is still missing. The last heavenly tribulation did not fall. I spent it in the tribulation cloud. Zhan explained. What? To survive the calamity in the calamity cloud? Oh my God, is this possible? Zhan, how did you do it? At this time, several other elders also flew over, and when they heard Zhan's words, they almost dropped their jaws in shock. That is a heavenly calamity. They felt their scalps tingling when they stayed on the ground to endure the tribulation. They needed to give it their all, and they even needed help from others to overcome the last tribulation. You actually rushed directly into the center of the catastrophe? Are you going to let people live? If Zhan hadn't said it himself, even if they were beaten to death, they wouldn't believe that someone could do such a thing. I think it's because my passive skill can share the power of the heavenly tribulation, so it has no reference value. Zhan smiled. Amazing, really amazing. Taoist Master Yunlong could no longer think of any new adjectives to describe how terrifying Zhan was, and in the end he could only say the word awesome. By the way, I learned what the levels above the 9th level are when I passed the tribulation this time. Zhan originally did not intend to tell others about the god level matters. After all, Taoist Yunlong and the others had just entered the 9th level not long ago. It seemed that they were only 1 step away from the god level, but in fact, there was still a long way to go. But if I think about it carefully, telling them now will allow them to be prepared. When you go out to upgrade, you can also pay attention to the matter of godhood, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Above the 9th revolution? What level is that? Are there any levels above the 9th level? Including Taoist Master Yunlong. Everyone was confused again and felt that their brains were not enough. After all, we have just accepted the fact that some people can survive the heavenly tribulation, and now there is another explosive news. Don't talk about it here. Talk about it when you get back. Zhan was about to speak when Taoist Yunlong suddenly interrupted him and looked around vigilantly. Yes, to prevent the walls from having ears. Go back to headquarters first. The tsunami is over. and we can leave the rest to others. Several other elders also nodded. They were so excited just now that they couldn't help asking more questions. After I calmed down, I realized how valuable the information above the 9th level that Zhan mentioned was. Although this is within the territory of Dragon Country, no one can guarantee whether there are professional spies from other countries around. Zhan nodded, and everyone returned to the professional headquarters together. All 6 elders were present, as well as Long Outyin and the leaders of the 4 major groups. The people present are all the real top leaders of the Dragon Country Professionals Association. They're the ones who will solve any problems that the Dragon Country Professionals Association has. It's actually God level. I didn't expect that above the 9th level is actually the God level. This news is shocking. I thought that the 9th transformation was already very powerful, but I didn't expect that the 9th transformation was just the starting point. Zhan, your news is too important. Zhan directly told everyone the situation, and after listening to it, everyone was stunned. The word God, no matter where it appears, represents something that has transcended the mortal form and is high above. Everyone, don't get excited. Although the God level has appeared, the specific steps to advance and the conditions required are still unclear. The only condition we know now is that you need Godhead. As soon as Zhan opened his mouth, he released even more explosive news. Chapter 129. I feel like a rookie in front of him. Godhead. Everyone gasped and cried out in surprise. Although the game and reality have been integrated for nearly 300 years, the concept of God has not been used for a long time, but in fact, all professionals with a higher level have done some research on things that happened 300 years ago. And everyone has a consensus. God has always existed. It's just that for some reason, he is hidden or maybe he is imprisoned. The current godhood proves this statement from the side. I would like to ask everyone to help me keep an eye on the matter of the Godhead. I need this thing. Zhan said sincerely. Don't worry. You are now the top expert in Dragon Country. If you find anything, I will definitely tell you the first time. Taoist Jugalong said, and the others nodded. Maintaining Zhan's strength is the consensus of all of them. With Zhan's strength, no matter what danger Longwu encounters, it can turn danger into safety. We've finished talking about this, and it's time for me to go out and level up, Zhan said with a smile. He has just entered the 9th level and needs to upgrade his level to the 9th level 99. If you want to level up, will you go to Coon Mountain? Taoist Jugalong hesitated for a moment and asked, What's wrong? Zhan looked puzzled, as his way of leveling up was different from that of others. Others hunt ordinary wild monsters, but he only hunts 9-turn divine beasts. According to the information they received, there were 20 or 30 mythical beasts hiding in Coon Mountain, which was a good place to level up. The Great Brahma Kingdom is ready to make a move and is causing trouble in Coon Mountain, but the scale is not large. There are a few 8th-level warriors guarding there. I thought if you went, you could help scare them. Taoist Master Jugalong explained. No problem, leave it to me. Zhan patted his chest and assured. Zhan, there's something I don't know whether I should say or not. Zhan was just about to go to Coon Mountain when the second elder stood up and rubbed his hands, looking as if he wanted to say something but hesitated, just like a child. Second elder, if you have any problem, please tell me. If I can help, I will definitely help. Zhan was secretly puzzled. I know this may be a bit too much to ask, but I really want it. And don't worry, I will give you all the money I earn and all the materials I get. The second elder did not state his requirements, but instead talked about what price he would pay, which made Zhan a little confused. You want the God-level medal, right? Then, Zhan had a flash of inspiration, and he knew what the second elder wanted. The mission of Bloodbath Divine Weapon is about to begin, and all professionals are looking for metals that can be used to forge divine weapons. The divine grade metal is undoubtedly the strongest metal currently available, and is also the most suitable metal for forging divine weapons. Yes. The second elder nodded hurriedly. The other elders were also looking at Zhan eagerly at this time. Use everything I prepared for you, and see what attributes you need. As Zhan spoke, he took out 10 kinds of God-level metals. He obtained a total of 10 kinds of 9 revolutions metals in the Baishur Mechanical City. Excluding the consumption of nurturing Jugalong, there were still 440 pieces, all of which have now turned into God-level metals. Zhan would not need so many pieces to forge the magic weapon, so he originally planned to give one piece to Taoist Jugalong and the other so that they could use them to forge the magic weapon. Life Daojin? I want this. I want this red fire iron. I want the extremely frost iron. Everyone's eyes lit up, and without hesitation, They explained what metals they needed. Zhan gave one piece to each person according to their needs. They also have the Tibetan Sanjia. After all, it was all thanks to Zhang Sanjia that he could come to the professionals' headquarters. If it weren't for the machinery provided by the Professionals Association, his strength would not have been able to improve so quickly. Zhan, thank you so much. We owe you another big favor. Taoist Master Yunlong also chose the divine metal of his choice. He was very happy at this moment and looked at Zhan with more and more fondness. You are too polite, great elder. These are nothing. If there's nothing else, I'll leave. Zhan waved his hand and didn't take these things to heart. It's okay, go and do your thing. Taoist Yunlong said quickly. After Zhan said goodbye to everyone, he flew directly towards Coon Mountain. Dragon Country is so lucky to have Zhan. The second elder stroked the god-level metal in his hand and couldn't suppress the smile on his lips. With the divine metal, the divine weapons they created are absolutely powerful. Once the magic weapons are forged, their strength will be greatly enhanced. It's unimaginable how he did it. The third elder and others also sighed. Team leader Zhang, you are really a man of insight. Long Outyin looked at Zhang Sanjia with a smile. If Zhang Sanjia hadn't brought Zhan here, they might have missed out on such a genius. You're right. The fact that Longwa has Zhan is due to the great contribution of team leader Zhang. Taoist Master Yunlong also praised. Even without me, a genius like Zhan would shine sooner or later. I just found him in advance. Zhang Sanjia did not take any credit for himself. He knew it very well. With Zhan's talent, no one can suppress his brilliance. It was only a matter of time before Zhan became famous. The most he did was to shorten the process. Okay, everyone got what they wanted, so go and do your own thing. Now that Zhan is backing us up, many of our previous plans can be slowly put into motion. You can also start exploring those special secret places. What needs special attention is the godhood that Zhan needs. This thing must be found for Zhan. Taoist Master Yunlong did not continue to argue about this issue, but instead straightened his expression and talked about other things. Over the years, the Professional Association has discovered many special secret places within the territory of Dragon Country. Just like the previous secret realm of meeting immortals in Coffin Mountain, and the secret realm of Qin Emperor's underground palace that no one has ever been able to enter. In addition to these two, there are many special secret realms that cannot be entered at all. I couldn't explore before because I didn't have enough strength. Now that they have all reached the 9th level one after another, and with the support of a super powerful man like Zhan, they can slowly begin to explore these secret realms. Clear. Long Outyin and others put away their smiles and responded at the same time. On the other side, in half an hour, Zhan had arrived at the Tianfeng peak of Coon Mountain. When I came here with the 6th elder Lu Zilin before, I discovered the dragon vein inside the bronze door. In the history of the Dragon Kingdom, things like dragon veins and luck are generally related to gods. Maybe there will be clues to the godhead. Who are you? This is our Brahma Kingdom's territory. Outsiders, please leave immediately. As soon as Zhan arrived, more than a dozen figures emerged from the side and surrounded him. Chapter 130, The Mystery of Godhead. The Great Disaster of God's Extinction. Zhan frowned, looking displeased. The dozen or so people who emerged from the darkness were all wearing the attire of the Brahma Kingdom and were easy to identify. There is one who is at the 8th level, 5 who are at the 7th level, and the rest are professionals at the 5th or 6th level. When did Coon Mountain become the territory of Brahma? Boss, I think he seems to be a professional from Dragon Country. Boss, we brothers are almost bored here, so it's a good idea to have some fun. This guy came here suddenly. Did he know something? The president asked us to watch, but didn't say anything. Maybe he knows some secrets here. It is said that professionals in Dragon Country have many treasures on them. I think this guy must have quite a few as well. Several professionals from the Great Brahma Kingdom looked Zhan up and down with a teasing look on their faces. Take him. The leading 8th rank professional only thought about it for a moment and agreed with his subordinate's idea. Because Zhan looks like just a young guy, no matter how high his level is, how high can it be? With so many of them working together, can't they take him down? Ha, little baby, come into Grandpa's arms. A red-haired 7th level professional laughed strangely, and with burning flames bursting out of his body, he rushed towards Zhan. Ha, I'll come too. Slow down, let me cut him. Leave me some space. I want to punch him a few times. Upon seeing this, Other professionals from the Brahma Kingdom were extremely excited, and they all rushed out with their hands rubbed. Idiot! Zhan was speechless. Did they think that he was easy to bully and wanted to beat him up? This is the territory of the Dragon Kingdom. When is it your turn as people from the Brahma Kingdom to act so presumptuously? Whoosh! 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 Several rays of light broke through the air, rushed out from Zhan's body, and turned into pieces of armor that appeared around Zhan. Owner! There were a total of 10 sets of armor, and they knelt on one knee at the same time to salute Zhan. What's going on? 10 people. Why are there so many people suddenly? Is it specifically targeting us? Is it a conspiracy? The professionals from the great Brahma Kingdom, who were originally extremely rampant and ready to cut Zhan into pieces, stood there in a daze, stunned. Just now they were thinking about ganging up on Zhan, but who knew that in the blink of an eye Zhan would have 10 more helpers, and judging from the situation, each of them seemed very strong. Kill them, Zhan said calmly. Yes. 10 suits of armor responded at the same time and rushed out. 9 revolutions? Or 5? Impossible. How could Dragon Country have so many 9th level professionals? It's fake. It must be fake. The 5 9-turn armors, including the storm armor, burst out with the aura of the 9-turn. The terrifying might frightened the professionals of the Brahma Kingdom, and they stood there at a loss. Bang! 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 In less than 30 seconds, more than a dozen professionals from the Brahma Kingdom were all killed without even having the courage to struggle. The gap in strength is too big. Master, he is the only one left. Storm Armor grabbed the only 8th rank professional in the great Brahma Kingdom and threw him to the ground. At this time, he was covered in blood and only had 1 breath left. You only have 1 chance to speak. What is your purpose here? Zhan stared at him coldly and asked. Yes, it was the president who asked me to supervise this cave. He said there is a dragon vein here. When the man heard Zhan's words, he was shaking all over. He didn't dare to hide anything and told everything at once. This guy doesn't know anything. Zhan waved his hand and strode into the cave of Tianfeng. He knew the dragon veins here, and the 8th level master of the Great Brahma Kingdom only knew this information, which meant that the president of the Great Brahma Kingdom Professional Association did not tell him the real reason for asking them to come here to supervise. Storm Armor understood Zhan's meaning and stretched out his hand to press the body of the professional from the Great Brahma Kingdom. The terrifying electric energy burst out and directly evaporated him. These people dared to act wildly on the territory of Dragon Kingdom. They deserved to die. A few minutes later, Zhan came to the bronze door inside Tianfeng again, took out a dragon vein bead, and placed it on the door. Lu Zilin obtained the dragon vein water here and gained the ability to make dragon vein beads. Zhan asked her for 10 of them before coming. Crack! The heavy bronze door slowly opened with a creaking sound, and rich golden dragon energy poured out from the door, making people feel comfortable all over. I want to see what's in the dragon vein pool. Zhan pushed away the dragon energy and looked at the dragon vein pool filled with golden liquid. With a thought, he turned over and jumped in with the storm armor. I came in a hurry last time and didn't check carefully. Things like the dragon vein pool must contain some secrets. Is this a statue of the 4 Dragon Kings? After the storm armor entered the dragon vein pool, it dived for more than 1,000 meters and finally reached the bottom. Through visual sharing, Zhan saw 4 golden dragon king statues that looked like they were made of gold. The statue is lifelike and looks as if it was created by nature. If they were not covered in golden color, Zhan would even think that they were all alive. EC Dragon King Statue. Level, none. Attributes, none. Note, special item. Contains 1/4 of the divine power of the Dragon King of the East China Sea and holds the secret of reversing life and death. Does this thing contain divine power? Zhan scanned the properties of the golden statue and was secretly horrified. He originally just wanted to see if there were any clues about the divinity here, but he never expected to find it as soon as he arrived. Then he quickly gave orders to Storm Armor. Storm Armor approached and hugged the statues of the 4 Dragon Kings, trying to pull them out, but found that these statues seemed to have taken root in the ground, and no matter how hard he tried, he could not pull them out. I have to do it myself. With this thought in mind, Zhan jumped into the dragon vein pool. At the same time, the 4 Dragon Kings in the golden statues were communicating. Brother, what should we do? The Dragon King of the West Sea was secretly anxious. The Godhead cannot be lost. The deep voice of the Dragon King of the East China Sea sounded. The reason why they appeared here was due to an unknown past. Back then, when games and reality merged, all the gods fell. Before his death, the Dragon King of the Four Seas made full preparations for resurrection. They each set aside a quarter of their godhood here, relying on the nourishment of the dragon energy of the earth veins, waiting for the day of resurrection. If Zhan knew about it, he would find that the situation of the Dragon King of the Four Seas was similar to that of Li Yu whom he met before. The ancients, because of the fusion of games and reality, had hope of resurrection. However, the situation of the Dragon King of the Four Seas is somewhat different from that of Li Yu. Li Yu's resurrection is uncertain. The Dragon King of the Four Seas is certain that he can be resurrected. Chapter 131. The Broken Body of the Dragon King. The Remaining Gods. Try it. Zhan entered the dragon vein pool and approached the 4 golden statues. When he was about to pull them out, something unexpected happened. The eyes of the golden statue, which originally looked like they were made of gold, suddenly became lively, as if they had life. Alive? Zhan immediately became alert, quickly retreated, and kept his distance. Roar! The next moment, a loud dragon roar came from one of the statues, the sound like a huge bell, echoing in all directions. Then golden light burst out, and the statue of the Dragon King of the North Sea quickly expanded and turned into a giant golden real dragon that was 100 meters long. Really alive? Zhan was shocked by the situation. He really didn't expect that these golden statues could come to life. Who dares to disturb our deep sleep? The Dragon King of the North Sea glared with golden light flowing on his body. Even in the dragon vein pool full of golden liquid, he was still dazzling. The scales on its body are crystal clear, giving people a feeling of being indestructible. Are you really the Dragon King of the North Sea? Zhan scanned his attributes, and the shock in his heart slowly dissipated. The remains of the Dragon King of the North Sea. Level: 99th level. Attributes: 800,000. Skills: Dragon Claw, Call the Wind and Rain, Drive Thunder and Lightning, Ride the Clouds and Mist, and so on. Note: the Dragon King of the North Sea collected real dragon gold and fused it with part of his own divinity and blood to create another body. Thinking about the properties of the statue just now, Zhan roughly understood why the North Sea Dragon King only had 9 turns. Because his godhead is incomplete. According to the annotations on the statue's status, each Dragon King statue only contains a quarter of their godhood. In this case, one must possess a complete godhood to reach the true god level. Since you know my name, why don't you leave? The Dragon King of the North Sea did not take action immediately, but wanted Zhan to retreat on his own. The 4 Dragon Kings rely on the dragon vein energy of this place to nourish a quarter of their divine nature. If a fight breaks out, it will destroy the structure here and cause the dragon vein energy to be lost, which will be a loss. Good, very good. Zhan raised the corner of his mouth and looked at the Dragon King of the North Sea with excitement. Since the statue of the Dragon King of the North Sea can transform into a dragon, the other 4 Dragon Kings should be able to do so as well. In other words, there are 4 remains of Dragon Kings and 4 portions of true dragon gold, which have been nourished by the dragon vein energy for who knows how many years, and also contain the breath of dragon. This is a unique metal that is 1 in a million. According to Zhan's estimation, it is definitely a god-level metal. As the saying goes, if you don't take what God gives you, you will suffer the consequences. This god-level metal that has been delivered to your doorstep must not be rejected. Whoosh! As soon as the thought came to his mind, Zhan's figure disappeared out of thin air, and when he appeared again, he was already above the head of the Dragon King of the North Sea. He lifted his foot lightly, and the huge body of the Dragon King of the North Sea seemed to be hit by a mountain and fell straight into the ground. The moment it landed, a terrifying roar broke out, and countless golden dragon scales shattered and flew out in all directions. The storm armor on the side acted quickly and collected all the flying dragon scales. Fourth brother, old 4. When the other 3 Dragon Kings, who were originally in statue form, saw this scene, they transformed into their real dragon forms and stared at Zhan. The 3 of them were filled with horror, and even a little confused. Although the North Sea Dragon King does not have the strength of his peak period, he is at least at level 99 of the 9th transformation, and is only 1 step away from becoming a god. And because they possess a quarter of the godhead, they can use all their skills, but their power is slightly reduced. In terms of time, they all have god-level strength. How is it possible that he could be kicked down by a human professional? Moreover, the dragon's scales were broken and he was seriously injured. Their current physical bodies have been fused with real dragon gold, and their defense is extremely strong. Unless they are people of the same level, they can't break their dragon scales at all. But isn't the god level not open to professionals yet? How could Zhan have god level strength? Sure enough, all 4 of you are alive. The 4 legendary dragon kings. If you can survive, then other characters in myths and legends can also be resurrected, right? Zhan's eyes brightened, and he became more and more excited. That's what makes it interesting. If the game and reality are integrated, it would simply be a matter of giving all people game attributes, allowing them to level up and improve their strength. This is so boring. But if those characters from myths and legends that were clearly lost in time could be resurrected, the situation would be completely different. Just think about it. If you could fight with Sun Wukong, fight with Yang Jian, and kill your way to the Lingxiao Palace, what a wonderful scene that would be. Thinking of this, Zhan couldn't help but feel a little excited. If the Lingxiao Palace copy really comes out later, he will definitely bring his mechanical army to attack the Lingxiao Palace. Big brother, second brother, third brother, this guy is evil. Let's kill him together. The Dragon King of the North Sea took a deep breath, got up from the ground, and shouted to the other 3 Dragon Kings. 4 Seas formation. The Dragon King of the East Sea had a gloomy expression on his face. He waved his hand, and a golden light emanated from his body. The other 3 Dragon Kings sprang into action instantly, each occupying the 4 directions of east, south, west, and north, surrounding Zhan in the middle, and at the same time a dazzling golden light burst out from their bodies. The golden light from the 4 Dragon Kings intertwined together to form a semicircular cover that enveloped Zhan. Suppress. The moment the golden light shield was formed, the 4 Dragon Kings raised their hands at the same time and slapped Zhan hard. A terrifying force appeared out of nowhere, enveloped Zhan, and tried to crush him. As expected of a legendary god, even though only a quarter of his power is left, he is still terrifying. Zhan felt the powerful pressure coming from all directions and was secretly surprised. The power of the 4 Seas formation is very strong, and only he can block it, so he doesn't feel anything. If it were any other 9th level professional, he would have been crushed into pieces in an instant. What's going on? Brother, he doesn't seem to be responding. Brother, something is wrong. The power of the formation has been activated to its maximum, but he doesn't seem to be reacting. The 4 Seas Dragon Kings became more and more panicked as they looked at Zhan, who was intact. This formation is the most powerful skill they can use now, but it has no effect on Zhan. This is too abnormal. With your limited strength, you can't even break my defense. Zhan took a step forward with a smile on his face. Thunder of up to 1 million volts burst out from his body, directly breaking the 4 Seas formation. Puff! The 4 Dragon Kings opened their mouths and spat out a large mouthful of blood. Then each flew backwards. Escape. The Dragon King of the East China Sea reacted quickly and shouted to the other 3 before he landed. The moment he landed, the Dragon King of the East China Sea turned into a ray of golden light and flew towards the entrance. The other 3 Dragon Kings followed closely behind. Did you guys get away? Zhan smiled coldly, appeared out of thin air in front of the Dragon King of the West Sea, held down the dragon head, and smashed it to the ground. The exploding thunder exploded and directly blew up its dragon head. Chapter 132. This golden dragon belongs to our Brahma Kingdom. Hint: you killed the Dragon King of the West Sea, and you will be rewarded with 1 million experience points. Zhan grabbed and picked up the item dropped by the Dragon King of the West Sea. True Dragon Heavenly Gold. Level: God Level 1. Note: this special metal is made from the dragon vein energy that was financialized by the real dragon, the blood of the Dragon King of the West Sea, and has been nurtured for thousands of years. It contains huge life energy and can be used to breed dragon life. Just as Zhan thought, although the name is still Jinlong Tianjin, its attributes have become stronger. On the other side, Storm Armor stood in front of the Dragon King of the South China Sea. Both are at level 99 of the 9th transformation. Although neither can defeat the other, the Dragon King of the South China Sea cannot escape either. Zhan packed up his things and instantly appeared in front of the Dragon King of the South China Sea. His palm was like a magical weapon that could break through everything. His nails pierced through the chest of the Dragon King of the South China Sea and crushed his heart. Like the Dragon King of the West Sea, The Dragon King of the South Sea dropped true dragon gold. In addition to that, he also received 1 million experience points. Can you run away? Afterwards, Zhan looked up above the dragon vein pool and could vaguely see 2 golden dragon tails that were quickly disappearing. He moved his feet and flew after him. Brothers split up. Above, 2 huge dragon shadows rushed out from the dragon vein pool. The Dragon King of the North Sea roared at the Dragon King of the East Sea, then turned and ran away. The Dragon King of the North Sea has been seriously injured and will definitely not be able to escape Zhan's pursuit. Continuing to stay with the Dragon King of the East Sea would be a burden to him. Fourth brother. The Dragon King of the East Sea felt as if his heart was being cut by a knife, and he let out a roar of grief and anger. How glorious were these 4 brothers back then? Now he is being chased everywhere. As the eldest brother, he has to rely on his brothers to delay the enemy so that he can escape. It is really a great shame and humiliation. Although this body only contains a quarter of their divinity, once it is lost, their original strength will be greatly weakened. Without time to think, the Dragon King of the East Sea turned around and ran in another direction. At the same time, Zhan in storm armor also rushed out of the dragon vein pool. Go after the Dragon King of the North Sea. Zhan said this and chased after the Dragon King of the East China Sea. On the other side, the Dragon King of the East Sea left Tianfeng and flew towards the direction of the Brahma Kingdom. In a valley more than 100 miles ahead of the Dragon King of the East China Sea, the professionals stationed by the Dragon Kingdom were confronting the professionals of the Brahma Kingdom. This is our Brahma Kingdom's territory. Who asked you to build a house here? This is our territory. Get out of here now. If you don't leave, you will die. Hey, do you want to try Grandpa's big knife? The people from the Brahma Kingdom were very rampant. They stared at the professionals from the Dragon Kingdom, laughing wildly, and were extremely arrogant. Captain, give the order, kill them. Captain, these bastards are such bastards. Give the order, Captain. The Dragon Country professionals had red eyes and were filled with indignation. Captain Chao Yuan had a gloomy face. There were 10 people in their team. Although the other side had more people, more than 50, they were all 5th or 6th turn professionals. He was 7th turn, and the rest were 6th turn. If a fight really broke out, they would not be afraid. However, although the other party has been provoking, he has not crossed the line. This put them in a difficult position. If they want to fight, I will rush over. If they don't want to fight, I will curse at them. Look, it's a dragon. Suddenly, someone exclaimed. In the sky, a huge golden dragon came galloping, like the sun across the sky, with unparalleled power. What's going on? Chao Yuan was stunned. They have been guarding here for so long and have never seen a golden dragon. How come a golden dragon suddenly appeared? Ha, it's heading towards our Brahma Kingdom. Quick, inform everyone to come out and slay the dragon. Yes, there must be a lot of treasures on this dragon. Let's all work together to kill him. Slay the dragon, slay the dragon. The professionals from the great Brahma Kingdom were extremely excited. They turned around and ran without even looking at Chao Yuan and the others. Dragons are extremely mysterious creatures, no matter which country they are in. After so many years of merging games and reality, the most they have seen are dragon-like monsters. But even these wild monsters that are somewhat similar to dragons can drop extremely precious items, not to mention real dragons. Captain, what should we do? The professionals in Dragon Country were extremely anxious. The golden dragon in the sky is obviously the dragon in the Dragon Kingdom legend, and it also appeared on the Dragon Kingdom's territory. Even if it is to be killed, it should be killed by professionals from the Dragon Kingdom. How could they let those bastards from the Brahma Kingdom take advantage of it? Wait, Chao Yuan was also anxious, but there was nothing he could do. Their mission was to guard here and not let those people from the Brahma Kingdom cross the border. As for other matters, he had to ask for instructions before making a decision. At this moment, Zhan rushed to the top of the East China Sea Dragon King's head like a flash of lightning. He raised his foot and stomped down heavily, and thunder exploded. Roar! The Dragon King of the East Sea let out a mournful cry and fell straight to the ground like a meteor. With a loud bang, the Dragon King of the East China Sea smashed down a mountain, and most of his body was buried in the rubble. Is this still a human being? The East Sea Dragon King, who fell to the ground, felt waves of excruciating pain that was unbearable. He really couldn't understand how Zhan could be so strong. His body is made of god-level metal, which has strong defensive power. Ordinary 9th-level professionals cannot even leave a scratch on him. But Zhan knocked him half to death with one punch. How strong is he? At this moment, Zhan's figure slowly fell from the sky. I'll give you two choices. 1. Tell me why you're like this. As long as your value is high enough, you can live. 2. I'll just kill you. The reason why he didn't kill the Dragon King of the East China Sea immediately was to get some information. The Dragon King of the East Sea felt the biting chill from Zhan and realized that if he said something wrong, Zhan would attack him without hesitation. So he immediately opened his mouth to explain the situation. More than 200 figures flew over from afar. You boy, let go of that dragon. This is our Brahma Kingdom's territory, and the dragon also belongs to our Brahma Kingdom. Kid, get out of here now. This dragon is not something you can touch. Boy, hand over what you have and get out of here, or I'll kill you. These people were exactly the professionals from the Brahma Kingdom. As they flew, they made strange noises. Zhan was in a good mood because he had found the news of the godhood and obtained a quarter of the godhood. However, when he saw this group of people from the Brahma Kingdom rushing towards him, he felt extremely disappointed. Let's go. That man is here to help us. At the same time, Yuan in the distance also received news from Zhang Sanjia. When Zhang Sanjia heard that someone had stepped on a golden dragon with 1 foot, he thought of Zhan. Zhan was the only one in the entire Dragon Kingdom who could do such a thing. So Yuan and the others were immediately allowed to go over. After all, Zhan had promised Taoist Yunlong that he would go over to help. Chapter 133, Black Myth, Wukong. Wait a minute, my friend. I have a shocking secret here. If you let me go, I will tell you. The Dragon King of the East Sea glanced at the professionals from the Brahma Kingdom who surrounded him, and his originally excited mood instantly dimmed. Just now he thought these people were masters who could delay Zhan and give him time to continue his escape. But upon closer inspection, they were all a group of 5th or 6th level professionals, the worst of the worst. I'm afraid that Zhan can crush them into slag with just a wave of his hand. If you don't accept my toast, I'll drink the wine for you. You only get one chance to speak. Zhan sneered. The Dragon King of the East China Sea was really a guy who only cared about eating and not being beaten. He was asked to speak before, but they refused. But now they want to speak. Back then, the Heavenly Court had countless gods under its command. Do you think they could suddenly disappear? The Dragon King of the East China Sea looked helpless, for the secrets he mentioned were absolutely secret and were related to the truth of why the gods suddenly disappeared 1,000 years ago. 1,000 years ago, the once active gods suddenly disappeared, as if they had never existed, and the gods became legends. But there is a lot of evidence in history that gods really exist, but no matter how hard people try, they can't find any trace of their existence. Some people say that it is the Dharma ending age. The spiritual energy of Blue Star has been exhausted. It is impossible to practice, and the gods have all gone to other places. But in reality, this is not the case. The gods are still there, but something strange has happened, and they have been eroded by darkness. Boy, are you deaf? Boy, come here. Why waste time talking to him? Just kill him. Yes. At the same time, the professionals from the Brahma Kingdom surrounded them. Zhan's face changed, and a chill appeared in his eyes. With a thought, the 10,000 Thunder Prison armor appeared out of thin air, opened its arms, and released a sky full of thunder. In just a moment, all the professionals of the Brahma Kingdom were electrocuted into charcoal. Go on. Zhan acted as if nothing had happened and motioned the Dragon King of the East China Sea to continue speaking. Gurgle. The Dragon King of the East Sea swallowed his saliva as he looked at the Wanlei Tianlao armor on his body that was still flashing with lightning. I knew Zhan was strong, but I didn't expect him to be so strong. The previous storm armor was a 9-turn armor, and now another 9-turn armor has been released. This is horrible. All those who were there back then were arrested. All these gods and Buddhas have been arrested. They said that our immortality is fake and that we will die sooner or later. They want to create real eternal life. The Dragon King of the East China Sea took a deep breath and spoke several sentences in succession. Every sentence made Zhan's pupils shrink. All the gods and Buddhas in the sky were arrested. This news is so explosive. Those gods were so fierce and unbelievable that they were all caught. Moreover, those who captured them actually wanted to transform them into truly eternal beings. There are too many problems here. Who arrested them? Where did they go after they were caught? What is the so-called transformation into true eternal life? Who caught them? How come you're okay? Zhan asked hurriedly. Have no idea. Back then, It was Sun Wukong who used his hair to send us the message. We left early and hid ourselves. These things were actually told to me by Sun Wukong. The Dragon King of the East Sea did not dare to hide anything and told everything he knew. Anything else? Zhan nodded slightly and asked, I have a map of a secret place here, left by Sun Dashing. The Dragon King of the East Sea hesitated for a while, then opened his mouth and spit out a golden bead. The bead is the size of a longan, transparent throughout, and has a tiny monkey hair inside. Zhan gently shook the beads, and the monkey hair turned into a map. Journey to the West Secret Realm. Level, God Level 6. Note, it records a mysterious place, which is said to contain the secret of the extinction of the gods. Some say that the remains of the Monkey King Sun Wukong are hidden inside. You can go now. Zhan took a deep breath and suppressed the excitement in his heart. The value of this map is extraordinary. Although it is just a map, its level is ridiculously high, reaching the 6th level of the God level. He kept his word, and what the Dragon King of the East Sea took out was enough to save his life. Even if the Dragon King of the East Sea wanted to seek revenge on him later, he was not afraid. Thank you. The Dragon King of the East Sea looked at Zhan deeply, then turned into a ray of golden light that soared into the sky and disappeared into the sky. Then, Zhan began to look at the map. Just as Zhan was looking at the map, Chao Yuan and others rushed over. Captain, this armor destroyed those people from the Brahma Kingdom in one go. He's the 9th level? Is this someone from our professional association? Why does this person look so strange? Why haven't I seen him before? The golden dragon flew away. He let the dragon go? Captain, what should we do? Chao Yuan and others stood in the distance, not daring to approach. Watching the Dragon King of the East China Sea turn into a golden light and disappear, everyone looked at each other and turned to look at Chao Yuan. We received a message from headquarters asking us to obey his orders unconditionally. Just wait here, Chao Yuan whispered. Zhang Sanjia gave him clear orders. The 4 major groups are the top levels of the Dragon Country Professionals Association. It can be said that all professionals in Dragon Country belong to the 4 major groups. Not far away, Zhan was fascinated by the map. On the main peak of Coon Mountain, there are 9 peaks in Coon Mountain. The place where the 4 Dragon Kings are located is the 9th peak, called Tianfeng. The main peak of Coon Mountain is named after Kunlun, called Kunlun Peak. It is more than 10 times the size of Tianfeng Peak, like a pillar of heaven, standing tall between the sky and the earth. According to the map, there is a 5-colored altar on the top of Kunlun Peak, which is the entrance to the secret realm. The secret realm hides transformed gods and Buddhas. Go and have a look. Zhan put away the map, looked towards the direction of Kunlun Peak in the distance, and was secretly excited. Although we are missing some of the divine metal and divine nature of the East China Sea Dragon King, if we can enter this secret realm, the gains will definitely be greater. Then, when Zhan turned around, he saw Chao Yuan and others standing in the distance. He thought of the group of people from the Great Brahma Kingdom who were killed by the 10,000 Thunder Heavenly Prison Armor. These people provoke at the border of Longwa every day and compete with Longwa's professionals for resources. They deserve to die. However, if he just left, Chao Yuan and the others might be in danger when other people from the Brahma Kingdom arrived. Thinking of this, Zhan came to Chao Yuan and said, "Hello, I am the special envoy from the headquarters." Zhang Sanjia sent him a message just now. Because of his special identity, he is addressed as the headquarters special envoy. Meet the special envoy. Chao Yuan and others bowed in greeting. Just kill those professionals from the Brahma Kingdom. You don't have to worry. He will stay here to help you guard the place for a while. I have something else to do and need to leave. Zhan pointed to the Wanlei prison next to him. He has now entered the 9th level, so it doesn't matter if he has 1 more or 1 less fused armor. Chapter 134. The first stage of Black Mythology, fire shining on black clouds. Okay, see the special envoy off. Chao Yuan and others did not dare to have any opinions. They clasped their fists and saluted, watching Zhan leave. Afterwards, he returned to their camp with the Wanlei Tianlao armor. Because Zhan can see their perspective, if the Brahma Kingdom really launches a large-scale attack, with Zhan's speed, he can arrive in less than an hour. Moreover, the Wanlei Heavenly Prison itself has the strength of the 9th level. Even if the professionals from the Great Brahma Kingdom come, he can still resist for a while. Just when Zhan was heading to Kunlun Peak, Ram, the current president of the Professionals Association, who was far away in the Brahma Kingdom, received a report from his subordinates explaining the matter of the Dragon King of the East China Sea. What? A golden dragon? Ram looked shocked. Although he was not from Dragon Country, he had learned about the golden dragon of Dragon Country, a creature that only existed in legend. If he could eat the dragon's corpse, his strength would definitely be greatly enhanced. Let Shaq and Kumar bring back the golden dragon and kill all the others. Ram pondered for a moment and made up his mind. He has more important things to do now and cannot leave for the time being, so he can only let his subordinates go. Shaq and Kumar are the new 9th turn professionals of the Brahma Kingdom in recent times. The two 9th turn professionals taking action are almost invincible, which is enough. Yes. The subordinate agreed and left quickly. After absorbing this finger, I will be able to reach the 99th level of the 9th transformation. Then Ram looked up. In the air above the palace above his head, a black middle finger was suspended. This is the finger he dug out from a tomb in the Brahma heaven some time ago. It is the finger of Yama, the legendary god in the Brahma heaven. As long as Ram merges with him, he will have a divine finger and his strength will be greatly enhanced. At the same time, Zhan had reached the top of Kunlun Peak. This place is above the clouds, and looking down, you can see an endless sea of clouds. The cold wind was howling all around. It was truly chilly up there. Roar! As soon as Zhan landed, a loud dragon roar was heard from the sea of clouds in the distance. The originally tranquil sea of clouds became agitated, like ripples on the water. Another dragon? Zhan was speechless. He could tell at a glance that the creature in the sea of clouds was a cloud dragon at the level of a 9th level divine beast. There are many cloud beasts nearby. This cloud dragon should be a cloud beast that evolved from the Nuwa stone. Who dares to act wildly in my territory? A huge dragon head, as white as crystal, poked out from the sea of clouds, and the sound was dull, like thunder. As the clouds opened up, the cloud beasts circling in the sea of clouds also gathered around. Roll! Zhan glanced at him indifferently, and a roar sounded like thunder in the sky. An extremely powerful aura burst out from Zhan's body. A visible shock wave swept across the 4 directions, shaking away the surrounding sea of clouds, revealing the figures of Jugalong and a group of cloud beasts. This? Jugalong's eyes widened, and his originally arrogant expression instantly turned into fear. Just one word could shatter the vast sea of clouds. What kind of terrifying strength does this require? Jugalong didn't dare to say a word and turned around and ran away in shame. Zhan burst out laughing. This Jugalong ran really fast. Although the 9 transformation divine beasts possess human intelligence, most of them are violent and will not tread lightly. If provoked, they will rush up and fight regardless of the opponent's strength. But Jugalong sensed the danger, turned around and ran away, showing more spirituality than other mythical beasts. Zhan ignored him and landed directly on the top of Kunlun Peak. As recorded on the map, at the center of the top of Kunlun Peak, there is a 5-color altar with a diameter of 100 meters and made of 5 colors of jade. The entire altar emitted 5 kinds of faint fluorescent lights, which intersected in mid-air to form a vortex. The entrance to the secret realm of black myth. Notes: leading to a mysterious, unknown situation. Tip: it is extremely dangerous inside and resurrection skills cannot be used. Please choose carefully whether to enter. So cautious. Looking at the entrance instructions, Zhan inexplicably felt a sense of pressure. The secret realm of the previous Baishur mechanical city was already considered very advanced, but there was no such hint. The fact that this entrance solemnly warns newcomers shows that the situation inside is extremely dangerous, and it is not an exaggeration. According to Zhan's understanding of these secret realms, once there is such a hint, a 9th level professional who enters will have no chance of survival. Even a god-level professional who enters will find it difficult to come out alive. Let a suit of armor go in and take a look first. Zhan pondered for a long time and made a choice. His armors all have life, equivalent to a separate professional. Just like when he passed through the Baishur mechanical city before, he can let them help him explore the way. The next moment, Zhan summoned the heavy hammer robot. Although he is an 8th turn machine, he has the defense power of a 9th turn machine. Moreover, his value is not high and he can be mass-produced, so it is most appropriate to let him in. Under Zhan's command, the heavy hammer robot took heavy steps, stepped onto the 5-colored altar, jumped, and dived into the whirlpool. Zhan, through visual sharing, carefully observed the changes around him from the perspective of the heavy hammer robot. The heavy hammer man's eyes blurred, and then his feet fell to the ground. A beautiful scene of green mountains and clear waters appears before your eyes. From a distance, it looks like a mountain range with overlapping peaks, singing birds, blooming flowers, and lush green grass. But there is a faint demonic aura in the air, giving people an extremely weird feeling. Tip: welcome to the secret realm of black myth. Hint: in the first level, light up the black cloud and defeat the final boss, the black bear spirit, to pass the level. Hint: go to the land temple to burn incense to unlock the level. As soon as the heavy hammer robot landed, a series of prompts appeared in front of him. Zhan looked up and saw a small, dilapidated land temple covered in dust in a corner not far ahead. There is an incense burner in front of the land temple, with a few incense sticks beside it. The heavy hammer robot walked with heavy steps to the front of the land temple, lit the incense, and inserted it into the incense burner. As the Zen incense was lit, a divine light burst out from the originally dilapidated land temple. The dust above was swept away, and the dry branches on the side also sprouted green buds and bloomed a few small flowers. The door of the small land temple opened, and a puff of green smoke flew out, transforming into a little old man in green clothes and holding a wooden stick. It is the land god who lives in the land temple. Finally, someone comes in after so many years. But it's a pity, it's not an old friend. The land god looked up at the heavy hammer robot, shook his head and sighed, seeming a little disappointed and lonely. With your strength, it would be useless even if you were allowed to pass through. You would just be adding another skeleton to this mountain. Without waiting for the heavy hammer robot to speak, the land god turned around and sighed. Chapter 135. The terrifying black shadow. The heavy hammer kills the mechanical man. I want to go and try it, Zhan said while remotely controlling the heavy hammer robot. The purpose of letting the heavy hammer robot in is to test the danger level of this secret realm. We can't retreat just because of a few words from the land god. Forget it. Since you are a young man, I want to give it a try. Then I will give it a try. The land god shook his head upon hearing this, raised the cane in his hand, and waved it gently behind him. With a bang, the barrier in front shattered like glass. Then the land god turned into a wisp of green smoke and drilled into the ground. The heavy hammer mechanical man walked with heavy steps along the mountain road. He walked for more than 10 meters without seeing any wild monsters. Just when Zhan was puzzled, a sound of breaking air suddenly rang in his ears. A wild wolf that was 8 meters tall jumped out from the bushes nearby and jumped onto the heavy hammer robot. The sharp wolf claws directly pierced into the chest of the heavy hammer robot, and with a strong pull, a big hole was torn in the chest of the heavy hammer robot. The wolf opened its mouth and started biting madly at the head of the heavy hammer mechanism. The next moment, Zhan lost the perspective of the heavy hammer man. Hint: your 8th turn mechanical hammer robot has been killed. Killed in an instant. Zhan's pupils shrank, and he was secretly shocked. The defense of the heavy hammer robot is beyond doubt. It has definitely reached the 9th level. Even if you let Storm Armor and other 9th level 99 armors fight with the heavy hammer robot, they will not be able to kill it in one blow. The guy just now killed the heavy hammer robot with just one encounter, which is enough to show that his strength is stronger than the Storm Armor. According to the general situation in the Secret Realm, the first wild monster that appears is the weakest in the Secret Realm. The weakest wild monsters are so powerful, it is hard to imagine how strong the boss in the depths will be. No wonder the warning is extremely dangerous. Zhan was secretly shocked. After seeing the clues at the entrance, he responded carefully, but he still underestimated the horror of this black myth secret realm. We can't go in now. We have to wait until the magic weapon is finished. Zhan thought about it and finally decided to leave temporarily. After all, he is the only one who knows about this secret realm now, and the location of the secret realm is very special. There are many wild monsters on Kunlun Peak, and with the 9 transformation divine beast Jugalong nearby, ordinary people cannot find this place. Even if they find it, they will die if they go in. Zhan had assessed his own strength before, and he felt that his strength should have reached the god level, but it was still not safe to go in like this. After all, this secret realm is obviously prepared for god-level professionals. If you complete the mission of Bloodbath Divine Weapon and create a divine weapon, or use divine metal to create a few divine machines, then you will be much safer when you go in. Thinking of this, Zhan did not stay any longer and turned to leave. On the other side, Shaq and McCool had already arrived at Chao Yuan's base with more than 300 professionals from the Brahma Kingdom. Chao Yuan, get out here! Shaq was very arrogant. Although he didn't contact those people along the way, he didn't know where they went, and he didn't see the golden dragon that Ram mentioned. But none of this matters. As long as we catch Xiao Yuan and the others, everything will be clear. When he was still an 8th rank professional, he also guarded here for a period of time and had several battles with Xiao Yuan. The two of them could be considered old acquaintances. Shaq, he's here, and he brought so many people with him. There's another one, that's Mocker, 2-9 revolutions. Inside the fortress, Xiao Yuan glanced at the situation outside, and his face looked very unhappy. There are many spies from the Dragon Kingdom in the territory of the Brahma Kingdom. They are particularly concerned about how many 9th level professionals there are in the Brahma Kingdom, so they are very clear about the information of Shaq and Kumar. My lord, what shall we do? Thinking of this, Xiao Yuan turned his head and looked at the Wanlei Tianlao armor. Although the 10,000 Thunder Heavenly Prison armor is also 9th level, he is alone. 2 fists can't beat 4 hands. They're just 2 9th level 10th level ones. Not worth mentioning. Wanlei Tianlao saw the levels and attributes of Shaq and McCool at a glance. Professionals of this level, let alone 2, even 4, are no match for the 10,000 Thunder Prison armor. For professionals, the higher the level, the greater the attribute improvement brought by each level increase. After reaching the 9th level, this attribute improvement is even more terrifying. The attributes increased by 1 level up can even be improved to the 2nd level compared to the previous level. Xiao Yuan, don't be a coward. Hand over Jugalong and our people, and let today's incident be forgotten. Otherwise, I'll tear down your fortress. Shaq yelled again. The fortresses where professionals are stationed on the borders of Dragon Country are all equipped with defensive formations. Especially in places where conflicts often occur, the defensive power of the formations has reached the extreme and can withstand the simultaneous attacks of dozens of 8th level professionals. Even if a 9th level professional takes action, it will take at least 1 or 2 hours of continuous attacks to break it. At the same time, the Wanlei Tianlao armor had already passed the message to Zhan. Just kill them. Zhan took a glance and gave orders directly to the Wanlei Tianlao armor. These bastards in the Brahma heaven are just servile. If they are not beaten hard and made into submission, they will have no idea what reverence is. After receiving the news, Wanlei Tianlao armor rushed out without any hesitation. At this moment, Storm armor flew back with the body of the North Sea Dragon King and the items he dropped. Owner, Storm armor knelt on one knee and handed the thing over. 1 portion of true dragon heavenly gold, 1/4 of a divine nature, and some other materials. Zhan nodded and summoned out all the mechanical armors except Jugalong. You will each form a team and go to the 100 Worlds Mechanical City, clear the levels in a loop, and bring back all the 9 revolutions medals you obtain. The Baishar Mechanical City is a looping dungeon. You can enter it a 2nd time after clearing it, but the drop rate is much lower than the first time you clear it. But as long as you clear the level enough times, you can still get a lot of 9 revolutions medal. There is still 1 month left before the Bloodbath Divine Weapon Mission begins. During the next period of time, Zhan needs to accumulate a large amount of 9 revolutions medal to create the artifact. Yes, 25 suits of armor responded at the same time and left quickly. Each set of 9 revolutions armor leads a team, and the other armors are evenly distributed to form 4 teams. Not to mention completely clearing the Baishar Mechanical City. At least reaching the 50th level should not be a problem. That's enough. Afterwards, Zhan returned to Lingchuan City and lived in a villa allocated to him by Southern University. Although he only lived here for a few days, Chen Ziyuan kept it for him. The most important thing is that Southern University has Wang Zichuan. This guy will be a good helper when planning the artifact. And what Zhan had to do next was to use the world seed he had obtained before. Chapter 136. The Prototype of the Mechanical World. This was the treasure that the world rewarded him with when he created Jugalong. According to the properties of the world seed, it can be integrated with the mechanical space carried by Zhan himself to create the prototype of an internal world. This thing is the real top treasure. Zhan did not alarm anyone and quietly returned to the villa of Southern University, then quickly took out the world seed. It is only the size of a longan and is transparent all over. It looks like a glass bead with a faint mist flowing inside. Let's get started. Zhan put the world seed into the mechanical space. The moment the world seed entered the mechanical space, it exploded directly, and the airflow contained inside spread out, covering the entire space. The original mechanical space was the size of 10 football fields completely white like a huge square box painted white. However, as the world seed merged into it, the originally white walls began to change, gradually becoming transparent, and the ground also turned into a metallic color. Just like the scene of the creation of the world in the legend, the space above gradually became transparent and turned into the blue sky, and the ground beneath the feet became thick and turned into metal. At the same time, the scope of mechanical space is constantly expanding. Tip: your mechanical space and world seed merge and evolve into a mechanical world. Tip: the range of your mechanical world has expanded to 100 kilometers. Although the sky has become an ordinary sky, the ground is not soil, but metal. Zhan has been paying attention to the changes in the mechanical space. After the world seeds merged, the expansion of the scope was within Zhan's expectations. But he did not expect that after evolving into a mechanical world, the ground would turn into metal instead of soil. He looked carefully and found that it was steel. That is to say, in the mechanical world, steel is like dirt. And in the distance, there are mountains of steel and other types of metals, such as bronze, brass, and alloys. Zhan also saw a huge mountain of gold. The mechanical world evolved very quickly and was completed after half an hour. Mechanical world prototype. Master of the world. Zhan. Range 100 kilometers. Privileges of the Lord of the world. Manipulate everything in the world at will. World skills. World. Release the world inside your body completely outside your body. Birth of the machine. A skill exclusive to the machine world that can breed machine life. Features. Can be further improved by adding metal. Note: the prototype of a whole new world full of infinite potential. Zhan took a look at the introduction of the mechanical world and found that it was just as he had imagined. Very powerful and fierce. The two skills contained are also very powerful, especially the world, which is equivalent to forming a domain exclusively for Zhan. Within this domain, he can do whatever he wants. Zhan had learned the skill of metal plundering before, which was also a skill in a similar field, but it could only control metal. But this skill is different. Once it is deployed, Zhan can do anything. Within the scope of the world, he is absolutely invincible. After calming down his thoughts, Zhan put all the metal on his body into the world. Hint: new metal has been detected. Do you want to integrate it into the mechanical world? Integrate into one. Zhan thought about it and decided to integrate a god-level metal first to test the effect. Afterwards, Zhan saw a god-level metal turn into liquid and merge into the steel ground, and the scope of the mechanical world expanded by 1 millimeter. My dear! Zhan took a breath of cold air. This is a divine metal that can be used to create a magical weapon. After being integrated into the mechanical world, the range was only increased by 1 millimeter. It is hard to imagine how huge the amount of metal would be needed if one wanted to expand it to tens of thousands of kilometers. Take your time. Zhan smiled bitterly. However, this also indirectly proves the power of the mechanical world. Afterwards, Zhan integrated the bronze into the mechanical world. As for the divine metals, he preserved them all and prepared to use them to forge divine weapons. After finishing all this, Zhan lay on the sofa, and the next step was to wait for the Bloodbath Divine Weapon Mission to officially begin. 3 days later, Zhan received news from Zhang. The Dragon Country Professional Association has 108th level professionals who are preparing to overcome the tribulation, and asked Zhan to go over and help. Zhan was naturally very happy about this kind of thing. Not only can you get a lot of attributes, but also a lot of money. Half an hour later, Zhan arrived at the place agreed upon with Zhang. Black Rock Desert. Located in the north of Longwa, this huge desert with an area of 1,000 kilometers got its name because there are many black stones left by volcanic eruptions in the desert. Seventh Elder, you are here. Zhang saw Zhan from afar and hurried over to greet him with a smile. Team leader, why do you call me the Seventh Elder? Zhan looked puzzled. When did I become the Seventh Elder? Oh, I haven't told you this yet. Because your identity is quite special. Didn't you ask people outside to call you a special envoy? But we can announce this name to the outside world, but we can't call it that internally. The Great Elder discussed with us and decided to let you become the 7th Elder of the Dragon Country Professionals Association. What do you think? Zhang said with a smile. That's fine. Zhan did not refuse. He knew what Taoist Yunlong and the others were thinking. He was too powerful, and it was difficult for them to address him. Letting oneself join the Presbyterian Church is, on the one hand, to show their attitude, and on the other hand, to make it easier to talk to the outside world. I know you don't care about these things, but we have to care about them. Zhang Sanja breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this. At first, he was really afraid that Zhan would not agree. After all, Zhan is so powerful now, and no one knows whether Zhan's character has changed. But now it seems that Zhan is still the same Zhan. He has not changed. Team leader, people are coming. At this moment, a figure ran over from a distance. Seeing Zhan, he suddenly accelerated, rushed to Zhan, knelt down in front of him, and held Zhan's thigh tightly without letting go. Brother, I finally see you again. The person who came was Hussein. After coming out of Yaoshan, this guy stayed in the hospital for half a month. After he came out, he kept looking for Zhang Sanjia, wanting to see Zhan. However, not everyone can see Zhan, and Zhang Sanjia directly rejected him. After this guy knew that Zhan would help people overcome the tribulation, he worked very hard to level up and finally completed the 9 Revolutions mission and was ready to overcome the tribulation. However, he underwent the tribulation not to enter the 9th level, but to meet his idol. Brother, hurry up and don't do this. A black line appeared on Zhan's forehead. He didn't expect Hussein to be more exaggerated than before in Yaoshan. It was just talk at that time, but now when we meet, I kneel down immediately. Chapter 137. Grand Scene. 100 people survive the tribulation together. Stand up, there are so many people watching. Zhang Sanjia was also speechless. He kicked Hussein hard and kicked him away. At the same time, a large number of figures appeared in the distance, all of whom came to transcend the tribulation. Yes. Hussein also knew that he had gone too far and quickly got up from the ground. 7th Elder, let's take them one by one. Zhang Sanjia turned his head to look at Zhan, and everyone was already there. Those who are undergoing the tribulation this time include their 4 team leaders, the group that went to Yaoshan before, and the other 8 ranks of the Professionals Association. Among them, there are more than a dozen people from major families. The 3 8th-rank masters of the Zuga family were among them. They stood in the crowd and greeted Zhan from afar. Zhan responded one by one. No, just start. Zhan shook his head. There were a total of 100 people undergoing the tribulation. If they were to do it one by one, it would take an eternity. His level has now been raised to the 9th level, and he also owns the mechanical world. Even if the armor on his body was not integrated with other machines, Zhan's strength was far beyond the 9th turn. Together? Zhang Sanjia was stunned for a moment, and for a moment he wondered if he had heard it wrong. 100 people going through the tribulation together? Is this true or false? Zhang Sanjia had thought about a lot of things when he came here. He had thought about the possibility of one person going through the tribulation at a time, or 2 people going through the tribulation at a time, or 5 or 10 people going through the tribulation at a time. But the only thing he had never thought about was 100 level 8 professionals going through the tribulation at the same time. The thunder of the heaven when an 8th rank professional is going through the tribulation alone is terrifying enough. It is hard to imagine how shocking the scene would be if 100 8th rank professionals were going through the tribulation together. 7th Elder, should we be more cautious? It's not that I don't trust you, it's just that it's a bit too much for 100 people to survive together. Isn't the power of this heavenly tribulation too great? Feng Rumming and the other 3 team leaders also came over. After hearing what Zhan said, they were dumbfounded and a layer of cold sweat broke out on their foreheads. Taoist Yunlong and his team had already sent them the video of their tribulation as information. Therefore, Feng Rumming and others are very clear about the power of the heavenly tribulation, which is why they need Zhan's help to overcome the tribulation. The heavenly tribulation for one person is already so terrifying, and you think you can let 100 people go through it together? That's what Zhan said. If it were someone else, they would have taken action long ago. Are you helping us to survive this disaster? You are sending me to my death. Everyone, trust me. Zhan raised the corners of his mouth slightly and looked at everyone quietly. Well, pass the message on. We will do whatever the 7th Elder says. Zhang Sanjia took a deep breath. He believed that Zhan would not harm him, let alone Longhua. Feng Rumming and the others all looked unusual, but finally chose to believe Zhan and pass the news on. What? Overcome the tribulation together. The power of one person's tribulation is enough to destroy the world. If there are 100 tribulations, then we are doomed, right? Team leader, we want to enter the 9th level, not die. Yes, team leader, how can this be possible? I know that the 7th Elder is powerful, but he cannot ignore our lives. Yes, we are all from Dragon Country, the backbone of the Professionals Association. The 8-turn professionals who received the news were all stunned and started to make a fuss. Brother, what's going on? Wasn't Zhan quite reliable before? Why did he do something so unreliable this time? Jugalong approached Zhuge and asked in a low voice. How should I know? Maybe he is really confident. Zhuge is also confused now and has no idea what is going on. Although he said this, he was completely unsure in his heart. After all, if 100 people were going through the tribulation at the same time, the power of the tribulation would be extremely terrifying. If one person is not competent, it will not be a matter of 100 people overcoming the tribulation together, but 100 more corpses. Time is limited. Those who want to transcend the tribulation can start now. Those who don't want to transcend the tribulation can leave now. Zhan was slightly shocked when he heard the discussions of those 8th-rank professionals. Then he stood up and shouted at them. Although helping others to overcome the tribulation can increase permanent attributes for Zhan, this is just better than nothing. He still has a lot of things to do and has no time to explain them one by one here. I believe him. I'll go first. Hussein jumped out first, walked to an open space in the distance, and began to survive the tribulation. If we were to ask who among everyone present trusts Zhan the most, it would definitely be Hussein. Although Zhang Sanjia also believes in Su Ran, Hussein's admiration for Zhan is almost crazy and his trust in him is unconditional. I'll come too. Tibet Sanjia is the second one. Let's get started too. Feng Rumeng and the others looked at each other, found a piece of open space, and began to overcome the tribulation at the same time. Boom! As some people began to overcome the tribulation, the originally clear sky was instantly covered with dark clouds. The originally bright sky quickly darkened, and streaks of silver lightning shuttled through the dark clouds. Brother, what should we do? Jugalong looked at Zhuge and asked, if they are not afraid, what should we be afraid of? To survive the catastrophe. Zhuge took a deep breath, tried to relax himself, flew out of the crowd, found an open space, and began to overcome the tribulation. Jugalong and Zhuge followed closely behind. I'll come too. Yes, I believe the team leader. We are all from Dragon Country. Can the team leader and his men harm us? Damn it, survive the tribulation. Many people watch Zhang Sanjia and others begin to transcend the tribulation, and they made up their minds to believe them. They also found a place and began to transcend the tribulation. As more and more people were undergoing the tribulation, their tribulation clouds intertwined together. In just a few tens of seconds, the tribulation clouds in the sky had reached the size of 100 acres of land. The disaster clouds covered the sky and blocked out the sun, enveloping the entire sky as if it were night. I would rather die than cross the river. Me too. It's too dangerous. I won't cross. Some timid people were frightened when they saw such a large-scale disaster cloud and turned around and ran away. Zhan didn't even bother to look at these people. Even if these people managed to survive the calamity by chance, their achievements would be limited and their character would be poor. Although this is an era of universal professionalism, character is also very important. 200 acres. Depending on the situation, it should be able to reach 800 or 900 acres. Zhan looked up at the calamity clouds in the sky with a relaxed expression. When he was undergoing the tribulation cloud reached an area of more than 1,000 acres. The tribulation cloud of only 800 or 900 acres was not worth mentioning. Boom! 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 The next moment, the piercing sound of thunder continued to ring out, and lightning bolts as thick as buckets rushed out from the calamity clouds and continued to fall. Zhan stood in the middle, paying attention to all the people who were undergoing the tribulation. He will not take action during the first few heavenly tribulations. After all, these are professionals from Dragon Country, and they also need to improve their strength. Every time Zhan helps them resist a natural disaster, they will gain a lot of permanent attributes. Zhan doesn't care about this attribute, but for other professionals, the improvement is huge. Chapter 138. Will the thunder turn? As time passed, 85 8th level professionals began to overcome the tribulation at the same time. At this time, the disaster clouds in the sky also expanded to about 900 acres. Bolts of lightning now burst out from the clouds with destructive power. From afar, it looked like a terrifying rain of thunder and lightning. Zhan stood in the middle of the thunder. Under the reflection of the boundless thunder, his figure was like a god, and his eyes as bright as stars swept across the entire scene. Save me! A moment later, An 8th level professional could no longer hold on after surviving the 4th Thunder Tribulation and shouted for help to Zhan. Zhan's mind moved, and he slowly flew into the air. The world and the heaven. As Zhan spoke softly, a phantom of a steel world spread out in all directions with him as the center. In the blink of an eye, it covered the area where the calamity cloud was. The 5th heavenly tribulation fell above the head of the professional who opened his mouth to call for help. But under the cover of the phantom of the world, the 5th heavenly tribulation suddenly turned in the air and rushed towards Zhan. Boom! The violent thunder struck Zhan, making a huge roar. But in less than a second, the horrible thunder disappeared and was absorbed by Zhan. At this moment, in Zhan's inner world, this calamity thunder fell on the steel earth, blasting a big hole in the ground. When the lightning disappeared, the steel ground, which was originally made of fine steel, was tempered. Although there is still some distance to the 9th level of metal, it is not far away. Zhan's mind swept across the steel ground that was struck by lightning, and he nodded secretly. When Zhang Sanjia told him that 108th level professionals needed to undergo the tribulation at the same time, he came up with this idea. When he was going through the tribulation before, he used the tribulation thunder to help himself temper the metal, thus obtaining the god-level metal. The ground of the inner world is made of metal, which means that as long as there is enough energy to temper them, their levels will be improved. Now it seems that Zhan's idea has been confirmed. Once the skill of world heaven and earth is deployed, he can do anything within the range of the mechanical world. This is why he dares to let 108th level professionals survive the tribulation at the same time. Because as long as he is within the coverage of the mechanical world, he can forcibly control the direction of the falling thunder and absorb the thunder into his own inner world. This move can be said to kill 3 birds with 1 stone. On the one hand, it can help them overcome the tribulation, and on the other hand, they can obtain the attributes rewarded after overcoming the tribulation. On the one hand, it can also use the power of heavenly tribulation to temper the metal of the mechanical world and enhance the strength of the mechanical world. What happened? Did the lightning turn? How did he do it? Look, the ground beneath those people's feet seems to have changed. Has it turned into metal? It seems like there is a shadow spreading. What skill is this? How does he do it? Those people in the distance who did not dare to cross the tribulation saw the shadow of the world spreading out, and they were all confused, not knowing what was happening. But when they saw a heavenly calamity turn 90 degrees and fall on Zhan, they were completely stunned. Didn't this calamity fall from the sky? How could it turn around? Are you a lightning rod attracting thunder? You can still do this? How on earth did he do that? At this time, Zhang Sanjia and others who were originally worried couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. To be honest, although they believed in Zhan, they were unsure whether Zhan could handle the task of asking more than 88th level professionals to go through the tribulation together. However, seeing the situation, they were completely relieved. Zhan just stood there without moving, and the thunder changed direction and was led away. In this way, they can overcome the tribulation with peace of mind. Save me! Help! As time goes by, most professionals have reached the time to face the 6th to 7th heavenly tribulation. For example, the first 8th-term professional was relatively weak and could not even withstand the 5th heavenly tribulation, but most professionals could withstand 6 or 7 heavenly tribulations, and some could even withstand 8 heavenly tribulations. Zhan did not help those who could resist, but absorbed all those who could not resist the heavenly tribulation. All of a sudden, terrifying bolts of lightning rushed towards Zhan from all directions. He was instantly enveloped by thunder, and his entire body seemed to transform into a white sun emitting brilliant light. The earth, which had originally become dim due to the gathering of calamity clouds, became bright under the shining of this dazzling white light. He can really do it? Anyone who asks for help will not have to withstand an extra calamity. He really did it. Damn it. Why didn't I believe him? The 15 level 8 professionals who had not yet undergone the tribulation in the distance were filled with deep regret. They originally thought that Zhan was too arrogant and that it was impossible for him to help 108th level professionals resist the heavenly tribulation at the same time, so they did not choose to endure the tribulation. Now it seems that Zhan can withstand even 1,000 rank 8 professionals trying to overcome the tribulation at the same time, let alone 100 rank 8 professionals trying to overcome the tribulation at the same time. But it's no use regretting now. The world inside their body unfolded, and they couldn't get in at all. At this time, Zhan was paying attention to the changes in the world inside his body. 85 professionals were undergoing the tribulation at the same time. On average, each professional provided him with 3 tribulation thunders. Roughly speaking, there were 255 thunders. Now these terrifying thunders fill the mechanical world. The ground, originally made of fine steel, has been tempered by thunder and has become brighter. Tip: the range of the mechanical world's metal strength enhancement has been expanded by 1 kilometer. Tip: the range of the mechanical world's metal strength enhancement has been expanded by 1 kilometer. At the same time, a series of prompt sounds rang in Zhan's ears. After the accumulation and tempering of the mechanical world, the ground strength has greatly increased, and the scope has also expanded accordingly. This warning sound continued to sound 10 times before it stopped. Is there such an effect? Zhan was secretly surprised. This situation was completely beyond his expectations. He didn't expect that the effect of the heavenly tribulation in tempering the mechanical world would be so good. You have to know that it has fused a piece of God-level metal in the mechanical world, and its range has only expanded by 1 millimeter. However, after being tempered by more than 200 heavenly tribulations, the range actually expanded by 10 kilometers. If this expansion is done using metal, it is hard to imagine how much metal would be needed to expand to this range. Tip: you have increased 1,000 points of permanent attributes. Tip: you have increased your permanent attributes by 300 points. Hint: you have increased your permanent attributes by 500 points. At the same time, the reminder sounded again. This is the reward after overcoming the tribulation. Zhan helped to resist the last few thunders, so he was rewarded with many permanent attributes. On average, each one accumulated about 700 points. A rough calculation shows that Zhan gained about 200,000 points of permanent attribute increase. Chapter 139. Bloodbath Divine Weapon. 3 conditions for creating a divine weapon. Zhan, you are so amazing. Just after Zhan landed, Zhang Sanjia and others walked over from a distance, with ruddy complexions and smiles that they could hardly suppress. The 4 team leaders, as well as the group of people who had gone to Yaoshan before, had all survived 8 heavenly tribulations, gained a large number of permanent attributes, and also entered the 9th stage. Their strength has made a qualitative leap. I hope everyone can survive the disaster safely. Zhan smiled, but was not too excited. For other people, surviving the heavenly tribulation and entering the 9th level is indeed reaching the pinnacle of a professional. But for Zhan, this is just the beginning. Especially after knowing the situation of the Black Myth Secret Realm, Zhan completely understood what Jugalong meant. Yes, I want to exchange the money for helping me to overcome the calamity, this time into metal. Zhan said after thinking for a while. Okay, what kind of metal do you want? Asked Zhang Sanjia. This was something that had been decided before. Zhan would help them overcome the tribulation, and each participant would pay Zhan a large amount of money, probably around 100 million. In fact, this price is a very low friendship price. It doesn't matter what kind of metal it is. As long as it's metal, the more the better, Zhan added. After the tempering of the heavenly calamity, the quality of the metal in the mechanical world has been improved and its range has also been expanded, but this range is far from enough. According to Zhan's idea, the scope of the mechanical world must be expanded to at least 10,000 miles to barely meet his expectations. However, the amount of metal needed to expand to this range is incalculable. If Zhan relies on himself alone, it is unknown when he can gather all the information. They can only work together and rely on the strength of Dragon Country. No problem, don't worry about that. Zhang Sanjia patted his chest and assured. Afterwards, Zhan said goodbye to Zhang Sanjia and the others and left alone. Those who came here to transcend the tribulation this time are the backbone of the Dragon Country Professionals Association. They still have a lot of things to do, and after transcending the tribulation, they will all return to their respective posts. And from today on, the power of Dragon Kingdom will terrify the entire Blue Planet. Including Taoist Master Yunlong, there are now 91 9th-level professionals in the 6 Dragon countries. This power is extremely terrifying no matter where it is placed. Time passed slowly, and half a month had passed in the blink of an eye. Everything was as usual, and nothing happened. Wan Lei Tianlang armor was still staying in Coon Mountain. The 2 9th-level professionals who came to cause trouble last time were easily killed by him. Since then, the Brahma Kingdom has never sent anyone over, as if these things had never happened. Zhan knew in his heart that it was not that they had no ideas, but they were just waiting for the arrival of the Blood Desire Divine Weapon Mission. During this period, everything in Dragon Country was proceeding according to plan. Zhang Sanjia sent tens of millions of kilograms of steel, most of which were ordinary metals, and about 1 million kilograms of special metals, all of which contained special properties. It was actually beyond Su Zhan's expectation that so much metal could be obtained within just half a month. In other words, now is the era of professionals, and many professionals have the ability to store space. Otherwise, it would take a lot of time just to transport these tens of millions of kilograms of steel. After receiving the metals, Su Zhan directly put them all into the mechanical world. Although the quality of these metals is not high, their quantity is extremely large, which also expands the scope of the mechanical world by about 10 meters. During this period, the 4 teams that passed the level in the best mechanical city all passed the 58th level. During this period, Su Zhan asked Jugalong to go to the Bai Shi mechanical city and retrieve the 9 revolutions metal they had obtained, about 50 pieces in total. This number is already quite a lot. On average, each team got more than 10 pieces, which is basically 2 pieces per level. After several days, it was finally time to release the Bloodbath Divine Weapon Mission. World tip: the Bloodbath Divine Soldier's quest is officially open. Bloodbath Divine Weapon Mission details. After the Bloodbath Divine Weapon Mission is launched, artifact casting tables will be refreshed in cities with a population of 1 million. You can put the metals you have collected into the artifact casting table to create your own artifact embryo. Please note that to create an artifact embryo, you need an artifact production blueprint. The newly added 9th level wild monster has a chance to drop an artifact blueprint. The task of initiating the artifact embryo is now open. After the artifact embryo is created, you need to use the Qingkuan Dao talisman to simplify it into a real artifact. A 1st level artifact needs to be enlightened once, and a 9th level artifact needs to be enlightened 9 times. How to obtain the Qingkuan Dao talisman? There is a chance that it will be dropped by boss level monsters in the 9 Revolutions Secret Realm. There is a chance that it will be dropped by in 9 Revolutions mystical beasts. A series of world hints surprised Su Zhan secretly. I knew that the process of creating an artifact would be a tedious and complicated process, but I didn't expect there would be so many requirements. According to these trends, there are 3 conditions to create a 9 Revolutions artifact: artifact casting diagram, artifact embryo, and Qingkuan Dao talisman. For Su Zhan, the artifact casting diagram and the Qingkuan Dao talisman are things that are not easy to obtain. Items with this probability of dropping can only be obtained by luck. Thinking of this, Su Zhan sent a message to Zhang Sanjia, asking him to issue a bounty in the Dragon Country Professionals Association, offering a reward for the artifact casting diagram and the Qingkuan Dao talisman. Although not everyone will sell these 2 items in a short period of time, there are always people who are short of money. What Su Zhan wants is what these people have. I wonder what effect the Qingkuan Dao talisman will have when used to activate machinery. Afterwards, Su Zhan looked at the Qingkuan Taoist talisman in his backpack and fell into deep thought. These were some of the rewards given to him when he created Jugalong. At that time, he realized that the Qingkuan Dao talisman would play a huge role in the near future. I just didn't expect that this thing would be the key to forging a divine weapon. Will the 9 Revolutions machine be upgraded to God level after being enlightened by the Qingkuan Dao talisman? A bold idea popped into Su Zhan's mind. Su Zhan did what he said and directly summoned back the Wanlei Tianlao armor from Coon Mountain. Then he took out the Qingkuan Dao talisman and placed it on the top of the Wanlei Tianlao armor. The Qingkuan Taoist talisman is a palm-sized piece that looks like a crystal with colorful air currents flowing through it. The moment it was placed above Wanlei Tianlao's head, the Qingkuan Dao talisman slowly merged into it like a stream of water. The next moment, colorful light burst out from Wanlei Tianlao's body, flashing for only a second before disappearing. Su Zhan checked the properties of Wanlei Tianlao again and found an additional attribute of divine nature. Godhead, 1:1000. It really works, but the quantity is... Su Zhan looked at the Qingkuan Dao talisman required for the divine attributes, and a helpless smile appeared on his face. The number 1 was the Qingkuan Dao talisman that he had just integrated into the Wanlei Tianlao. In order to replenish this divine power, 1,000 Qingkuan Dao talismans are needed. This number is not ordinary, but it makes sense when you think about it. According to this situation, once the godhood is complete, the 10,000 Thunders prison will evolve into a god-level machine. This is equivalent to turning the entire body of a machine into a divine weapon. A living artifact consumes 1,000 Shinkoin Dao talismans, which is actually not a lot, and is even quite cost-effective. Chapter 140. Divine Beast Cleanup Operation begins. Afterwards, Zhan sent the Wanlei Tianlao back to Coon Mountain, and he left Lingchuan City, preparing to go out and hunt the Divine Beast. According to the map provided by the Professionals Association, there are already 18 mythical beasts in the Dragon Country that have been identified as potentially posing a threat. We can just eliminate these 18 beasts first. Zhan took out the map that Zhang Sanjia had just sent him. The territory of Dragon Kingdom is vast, and there are still many unexplored places within the territory. According to the news, there are still at least 1,000 nine-turn divine beasts in the Dragon Kingdom. Some of them, like the Golden Horn and Silver Horn he had killed before, entered the secret realm and were difficult to find. Some are hidden in remote areas, and the only mythical beasts close to population centers are the 18 he just mentioned. According to the principle of proximity, the first divine beast that Zhan was going to hunt was in Wohoo Mountain. With his mind settled, Zhan headed straight for Wohoo Mountain. At this time, a large group of people gathered at the foot of Wohoo Mountain. They all wore the same blue clothes with the word Li embroidered on their chests. The Wulianshan Li family, according to legend, their ancestor was Li Chunfeng. He was the extraordinary person in history who was proficient in numerology and wrote the Tuibei 2 together with Yuan Tiangang. Like the Zhuga family, the Li family awakened the hidden power in their blood after the game and reality merged. Therefore, the profession of all the members of the Li family is sorcerer. However, unlike other warlocks, their professions are very much like Li Chuanfeng's personality. They are called 5 elements magicians, and they master the 5 attributes of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. They are divided into gold magicians, wood magicians, wind magicians, and so on. Some of the best among them will have 2 random attributes combined together at the same time, and they are called the Metalwood Warlock or the Metal Fire Warlock, and so on. How is it? Did the beast give birth? Li Yu, the head of the Li family, looked at the clansmen coming down from Wohoo Mountain with a burning gaze. Yes, I don't know exactly how many eggs there are, but there are at least 3. The man said hurriedly. Good. Once we get these 3 flamingo eggs, our Li family will become the #1 family in Dragon Country. Li Yu clenched his fists excitedly. On the top of Wohoo Mountain lives a group of 8th-level firebirds. This wild monster is a bit special and has a passive skill that can be tamed. As long as you learn the art of animal taming, you can control a flamingo. The Li family occupied Wohoo Mountain and sold the poor-quality firebirds along with a book on animal taming skills. They will keep the good fiery birds for themselves, train them well, and increase the strength of the tribe. Because the firebird can fly at a very fast speed and can breathe fire, and if it is trained well, it can be upgraded to the 8th level, so it sells very well. The last time the Nuwa stone exploded, a Nuwa stone and a firebird merged, and a firebird of the 9th level divine beast level was born here. Moreover, this fiery bird is about to lay eggs. After becoming a 9-turn divine beast, the eggs it lays will also be able to reach the level of a 9-turn divine beast. Their purpose is these eggs. Notify everyone, put out the prepared food, and lure the flamingo away. Li Yu said. The Li family members below took quick action. The Li family has no 9th-level professionals yet, only a few 8th-level professionals. They were no match for the 9-turn divine beast in a head-on battle, but they had studied the fiery bird for so many years and knew what the fiery bird liked to eat. So they prepared a large amount of red flame grass, which the flamingo loves to eat. That's because the 9-transformation divine beast had just laid eggs and needed to replenish its energy, so it would definitely be able to lure out the firebird. Just as they were taking action, Zhan was like a flash of lightning, crossing the sky and landing on the top of Wohoo Mountain without any concealment. Patriarch, the apprenticeship has begun. The scouts ahead reported that a man suddenly appeared in the flamingo's nest. Just when Zhan landed, the Li family members hiding nearby discovered him and hurriedly passed the news back. Is there anyone trying to steal the flamingo eggs? No, this flamingo egg belongs to my Li family. We must not let anyone else steal it. Li Yu's face darkened, and he led everyone straight to the top of Wohoo Mountain. On the other side, on the top of the mountain, Zhan was a little surprised when he saw the flamingo in front of him protecting the 3 bird eggs below. He never imagined that this 9 revolutions divine beast could lay eggs. But think about it. Although these wild monsters are given attributes, they are actually living creatures. If you want to continue your race, you need to do it through physiological means. It's just that their growth process has been greatly accelerated due to the integration of games and reality. Cracking. The fiery bird sensed Zhan's arrival, felt a sense of crisis, and let out a ferocious roar. The huge wings, burning with flames, spread out, protecting the 3 bird eggs beneath its body. I know you can understand human language, and I don't need a 9-turn divine beast from you. Since you just laid an egg and became a mother, I'll give you a chance to say one word. Submit or die, Zhan whispered. The appearance of the firebird is very similar to the legendary phoenix. It is red all over and burning with scorching flames. Its claws are as sharp as steel knives. Southern University has helped him so much, and Zhan has no way to repay it. If this flamingo could surrender, it could be sent to Southern University. After all, if these 3 bird eggs grow up, they will become 3 9-turn divine beasts. If you count it, Zhan sent 4 9-turn divine beasts to Southern University. It's no wonder that Zhan is the honorary vice president of the place. The flamingo fell silent. Zhan gave it a strong sense of crisis. So it understood that what Zhan said was true, and if it disagreed, it would definitely die. She couldn't even keep the 3 eggs she had just laid. I surrender. After just a second of hesitation, Flamebird made the decision. Very good. You made the right choice. Zhan nodded slightly. World tip. You have tamed the 9th level beast, the fiery bird, and you will be rewarded with the iron fiery bird casting diagram. At the moment the firebird surrendered, a world hint appeared in front of Zhan. There is such a reward? Zhan was a little surprised. He knew that many people, after learning the art of animal taming, would look for wild monsters to subdue and enhance their own strength. But I have never heard of anyone being rewarded by the world after taming a wild monster. Zhan could only attribute this reward to the fact that he did not use any beast taming techniques, and that he tamed a 9-transformation divine beast. Very good. Afterwards, Zhan took a look at the casting diagram of the firebird and couldn't help but show surprise on his face. Through the casting diagram, a 9-turn mechanical firebird can be created. This is the most suitable thing for Zhan. Receive. Then, Zhan raised his hand and took the fiery bird and its eggs into the mechanical world. Although the mechanical world is made entirely of steel, it is just like the outside world, and living things can survive there, except that there is no food. Zhan turned and walked out of the cave. Just as he was about to leave, the group of people from the Leaf family surrounded him. Boy, hand over the firebird, or you will die. Chapter 141. Can I also encounter such a thing? Everyone in the Leaf family quickly surrounded Zhan. Although they did not enter the depths of the firebird's nest, they did not know what was happening inside. But as long as the 9-turn firebird is still there, the temperature of this nest will be extremely high. But now the temperature inside is slowly decreasing, which means that the firebird has disappeared. Who are you? Zhan frowned secretly. Ever since he joined the Professionals Association, he has been busy with various things and rarely interacts with professionals from other families. Now that I am suddenly surrounded by so many professionals, I feel a little uncomfortable for a while. Boy, this is the head of our Leaf family. Although I don't know how you subdued the 9-turn firebird, it belongs to our Leaf family. No matter what kind of power is behind you, you can't take our Leaf family's things. This entire Wohoo Mountain belongs to our Leaf family. How can you just come and go as you please? Hand over the 9-turn flame bird and your method of subduing it, or you won't be able to leave today. Everyone in the Leaf family was extremely arrogant and shouted at Zhan. Friend, hand over the 9-turn firebird, and let's be friends. Liu had a gloomy face. If a fierce battle broke out, he would definitely not dare to come out to stop it. Adult flamingos have extremely violent temperaments and can never be tamed unless extremely special means are used. So the people of the Leaf family and those who sell them are all fiery bird eggs. Zhan came out soon after he went in, and there was no fierce fighting. This shows that he did not subdue the 9-turn firebird by his own strength, but by some special means. This kind of means is what their Leaf family lacks, and they must obtain it. Should we say you are lucky or unlucky? After Zhan roughly understood the situation, he burst out laughing. This kind of tricks of big families oppressing professionals without background and robbing them by force are often seen in novels, but he didn't expect to encounter it now. Moreover, he encountered this situation when he had already reached the top level of the world's strongest person. Stop talking nonsense. If you don't want to take it, we will do it ourselves. One of the Leaf family members couldn't hold back, and a flame appeared on his fingertips. His profession is a fire mage, a 7th level professional. Crack! Zhan's eyes flashed, and two bolts of lightning shot out from his eyes, directly hitting the clamoring member of the Leaf family. There was a loud bang, and the man flew backwards like a rag, hitting the ground in the distance and became motionless. This Wohoo Mountain is the territory of the Dragon Kingdom. There is no law that states that such a wild mountain can be used as private land by any family. So you can't control what I do, and you can't control it. And from now on, you are not allowed to treat this place as your own backyard. Zhan's cold voice sounded slowly. The Dragon Kingdom has special care for each major family. Since they have so many members, they have a special living area designated for them. However, places like Wohoo Mountain, which are located in the wild, are unowned lands, and the Dragon Kingdom has never said that it would allow any family to designate such places in the wild as their own territory. Just like Zuga Xuanyue's home, the area where Wohoo Mountain is located belongs to the Zuga family's private living area. But even so, if there is a special secret realm, it will be opened up, not to mention places like Wohoo Mountain. Who do you think you are? Liyu's face was so gloomy that water seemed to be dripping out of it. He waved his hand gently, and the people from the Leaf family who were surrounding him attacked almost at the same time. Fire magic, thunder, earth control. In an instant, the light of various skills bloomed at the same time, illuminating the sky with a variety of colors. The Leaf family has been here for so many years, and no one has ever spoken to them like this. Sword of Holy Light. The next moment, a clear and pleasant voice was heard, and the six-winged Holy Angel Gallon appeared out of thin air behind Zhan. She raised her hands high, and the holy light gathered into a holy sword and swung it out. With just one sword, all the skills released by the professionals of the Leaf family were destroyed. This is the power of holy light, a special attribute that belongs to Jugalong alone. Zhan moved and instantly appeared in front of Liu. He raised his hand and slapped him away. You are a 9th level professional? How is this possible? He is actually a 9th level professional? We all know that he is not among the several 9th level volunteers of Longua. The Leaf family members around were all stunned. As one of the top families in Dragon Country, the Leaf family naturally has their own channels to learn about the situation of the Dragon Country Professionals Association. According to what they learned, there were only 6 elders at the top who were 9th level professionals in Dragon Country. The news about Zhan was top secret of the Professional Association, and no one could find out. This is also the reason why they didn't take Zhan seriously at all after seeing him wearing armor. Are you the legendary 7th elder? At the same time, Liu, who was beaten to the point of vomiting blood, struggled to get up from the ground and looked at Zhan with horror. Compared with other members of the Leaf family, he knows more information. For hundreds of years, Dragon Country has only had 6 elders. However, not long ago, news came from the Professionals Association that the 7th elder appeared in Dragon Country. Since your ancestors once fought for the Dragon Kingdom, I will not kill you today. From today on, all of you must evacuate Wohoo Mountain. If you dare to let me hear anyone say that Wohoo Mountain is your territory again, you will suffer the consequences. Zhan slowly walked in front of Liu and looked down at him. The families that have been able to pass on to the present day are all quite powerful, which means that when the game and reality were just merged, they also contributed to the Dragon Kingdom. It was with this in mind that Zhan decided to give them a chance. Understood. Thank you, 7th Elder, for not killing me. After all, Liu is the head of the Leaf family. He reacted quickly, got up from the ground, knelt in front of Zhan, and kowtowed continuously. He knew that he had hit a wall this time. The reason why the Leaf family has been able to run rampant for so many years is not only because they have 8th level professionals, but also because they have spent a lot of money to bribe people. But Liu understood that in front of the newly promoted 7th Elder of Dragon Country, his arrangements were not worth mentioning. As long as Zhan is willing, it would only take a word, and all the so-called protective umbrellas he has arranged will be instantly destroyed. Take care of yourself. Seeing that Liu admitted his mistake with a good attitude, Zhan did not waste time here. He jumped up with Kanan and disappeared into the sky. Chief, even if he is the 7th Elder, he cannot do this to us. Yes, Patriarch. Our Leaf family is also a large family that has been passed down for 100 years. My Leaf family's ancestors once sacrificed their lives for the Dragon Kingdom. How could he do this to us? Chief, I don't accept it. As Zhan left, other members of the Leaf family gathered around Liu, each with a look of dissatisfaction on their face. Chapter 142, Li Chuanfeng's Tomb. Shut up, everyone! Liu suddenly shouted loudly. If we were to say who is the angriest person, it should be him. but he didn't dare show it at all. Putting aside other things, the fact that they were 9-term professionals was not something the Li family could handle. Not to mention that Zhan was the 7th elder of the Volunteer Association. No one is allowed to spread what happened today. From now on, everyone must leave Wohoo Mountain. Liu whispered, Patriarch, do you really want to withdraw? Wohoo Mountain is the economic pillar of our family. Some members of the Li family looked unwilling. No matter how much money you have, you must have life to spend it. Liu knew very well that what Zhan said just now was absolutely not an exaggeration. If Zhan knew that they did not do things according to his wishes, the Li family would be finished without Zhan even having to take action himself. Boom! At this moment, a loud noise of rubble collapsing suddenly came from the location of the 9-turn firebird's nest. Liu was stunned and led everyone into the firebird's nest, only to see a huge crack appear in front of them. And on the edge of the crack, there is a stone tablet with 5 big characters written on it. Tomb of Li Chunfo. Is this the tomb of our ancestors? Liu's eyes suddenly turned red and his whole body was shaking with excitement. He could tell at a glance that this was not just a tombstone, but also a secret place. And it is a secret place that belongs exclusively to their Li family. It's actually the tomb of Li Chunfeng's ancestor. This is a secret place. This is a secret place that belongs exclusively to our Li family. Our Li family is finally going to rise. The other members of the Li family were equally excited. They all knew what the tombstone in front of them meant. Some of you don't have your family's blood. A layer of gloom gradually covered Liu's face, and his hoarse voice was filled with ferocity. His 2 confidants beside him instantly understood Liu's meaning and used their skills to seal the cave entrance. Kill all those who don't have Li family blood. Liu didn't even turn his head. His voice was cold and filled with murderous intent. Patriarch, why? We are also from the Li family. Patriarch, why are you doing this? Many people in the crowd changed their expressions and quickly used their defensive skills. But it was useless. There were too many people from the Li family, and they just started fighting with them. For a moment, the entire cave was filled with the sounds of fierce fighting. This is the tomb of our ancestor Li Chunfo. The things inside can only be inherited by people of the Li family's bloodline. You can't inherit it, and this news must be kept strictly confidential. Only the dead can keep secrets. Liu's voice was low and without a trace of emotion. Half an hour later, all those who were not members of the Li family were slaughtered. Liu led the remaining people through the tombstone into Li Chunfeng's tomb. On the other side, Zhan, who was leaving, had no idea what was happening here. He had already arrived at the area where the second target beast was located. The sacred beast here was a 9-transmigration white tiger. Zhan killed it easily, but nothing dropped. Zhan then left quickly and continued hunting other mythical beasts. Half a day later, all the 9-transformation divine beasts marked as dangerous within the territory of Dragon Country were hunted down by him. Zhan also had 2 more Qinghuan Dao talismans and 3 artifact blueprints in his hand. However, Zhan could not use the 3 artifact blueprints. One was for a long sword, one was for a broadsword, and one was for a bronze hammer. Zhan was not very interested in creating magical weapons. What he wanted most was the Qinghuan Dao talisman, 1/10 chance of dropping. In fact, the drop probability of 1/10 is already very high, but Zhan is not satisfied with it. Let's go back and create the artifact embryo first. Zhan thought about it and decided to go back to Lingchuan City to create the embryo of the artifact first. Although he didn't need these things much, the machines he built did. Moreover, Zhan also wanted to try what changes would occur if the artifact was integrated into the mechanical world. Thinking of this, Zhan went straight back to Lingchuan City. Lingchuan City has a population of 4 million, and now 10 artifact casting platforms have been refreshed. 5 of the artifact casting platforms are occupied by professional associations, and the remaining 5 are public areas where anyone can go to create artifacts. 7th Elder, you are here. As soon as Zhan arrived, he saw Jin Qingping waiting for him. President Jin is too polite. Just call me Zhan. Zhan smiled. Speaking of which, Zhan's strength was able to improve so quickly. He had to thank Jin Qingping. If he hadn't introduced him to Zhang Sanjia, he would not have gone to the professional headquarters. That won't do. Elders are elders. Jin Qingping waved his hand and pointed to the artifact casting table at the back. The place has been vacated for you. Thank you, President Jin. Zhan thanked him and walked directly to the artifact casting table and took out the metal he had prepared. The artifact casting table is a large furnace with a diameter of 10 meters, in which there is a blazing and exploding flame. It is very simple to use. Place the artifact blueprint on the casting table. Throw the metal to be cast into the furnace, and you can create an embryo according to the blueprint. The higher the grade of the metal, the longer it will take to forge. What Zhan wanted to make was a long sword for Galen. The full name of the sword artifact made from the blueprint of the long sword in his hand is Tianguang. The metal Zhan chose was True Dragon Heavenly Gold, which was the only god-level metal he had. Afterwards, Zhan threw the True Dragon Heavenly Gold and a Galen's feather into the furnace. This sword itself is prepared for Jugalong. Adding her feathers can make the embryo of the artifact contain the breath of Jugalong the moment it is successfully refined. The next moment, a white light shot up into the sky. This was the scene that would occur when divine metal was used to forge a divine weapon. Oh my god, it's such a big noise. Although Jin Qingping, who was watching from the side, was mentally prepared, he was still shocked by the scene before him. Although the Bloodbath Divine Weapon mission was launched not long ago, several people have already obtained the blueprints of the artifact and created their own artifact embryos. But when they were creating the embryo of the artifact, there was no movement like Zhan. It is a god-level metal after all. Zhan shook his head. He didn't expect such a big commotion. Tip: it will take 10 days to turn your True Dragon Gold into a divine artifact embryo. The next moment, a prompt sound rang in Zhan's ears. So long. Zhan frowned secretly. He originally thought it would only take a few hours at most, but he didn't expect it to take 10 days. President Jin, my artifact embryo needs 10 days to create. Could you please take a look at it for me? After his thoughts settled, Zhan turned and looked at Jin Qingping. He still has a lot of things to do, so he can't wait here for 10 days. He can ask other people to help take a look and then come back after 10 days. Leave it to me. Jin Qingping patted his chest and promised. Chapter 143, Burning Angel's Secret Realm. Then, Zhan left directly. He has more important things to do. Half an hour later, Zhan appeared on the sea 1,000 kilometers northeast of Longwa. According to information provided by the Professionals Association, there is a group of whale-like monsters in this place, among which 3 9-turn divine beasts have evolved. Near them, there are 4 9-turn divine beasts distributed within a radius of 1,000 kilometers. Roar! When Zhan was about to release the world inside his body to look for the 9-turn whale, a wave splashed on the sea in the distance, and a giant whale, about 100 meters long, leaped high from the sea and fell heavily. 9-turn whale king. It was originally an 8th-turn whale king. After fusing with the Nuwa stone, it evolved to the 9th turn and became even larger. Whales are social creatures, and the same is true when they evolve into wild monsters. The 2 9-turn divine beasts in this group of whales are the Beast Kings. The one Zhan saw was a male king whale, while the female king whale was larger. Mechanical world. Zhan directly unfolded the mechanical world. Now all the mechanical armors on his body have been passed through the Baishur Mechanical City, and only Jugalong is on him. If Zhan only relies on the skills of a professional to fight head-on, he is no match for these 2 whale kings. So, keep it simple and just crush it. It's under the sea. The virtual image of the mechanical world was instantly reflected in reality. With Zhan as the origin, it expanded to a range of 10 kilometers, covering all the whales. The Mother Whale King also appears in the perception of the mechanical world. However, there was a person lying on the body of the female Whale King. He didn't know what skill he released. He was like a black shadow, sticking to the body of the female Whale King. If it weren't in the mechanical world, even though Zhan was the master, he might not be able to find him. Rise! Zhan raised his hand slightly, and the female Whale King was controlled by an invisible force and slowly flew out of the water. What's going on? The shadow on the female Whale King was stunned, not knowing what was going on. These 2 9-turn beasts are my prey, Zhan said calmly. Judging from this man's appearance, he should be a professional from the United States. Although Zhan doesn't like the people of the Great America very much, he will not kill innocent people indiscriminately. What skill is this? At this time, the man finally reacted and looked at Zhan in shock. The 2 whale kings, which were at the level of the 9th-level divine beasts, seemed to be caught by a pair of invisible giant hands and suspended in the air. No matter how they struggled, they could not escape. You talk too much. Zhan's mind moved, and an invisible force surged out, directly sending the man flying. Friend, I am from the Great Beauty Association. My name is Isi. I know you must be a rank 9 professional. These 2 whale kings will be of great use to our president. Please spare me a hand. EC turned over and landed on the water, shouting at Zhan. He is also a 9th level professional, but he knows that 9th level professionals also have their strengths and weaknesses. Zhan's ability to grab the 9 transformation divine beast out of thin air shows that he is definitely no match for Zhan. But the president of the great beauty country is different. He has seen Malzahar's methods. In front of Malzahar, the 9 transformation divine beasts are no different from a group of little chickens. His mission this time was to instruct these 2 9th level divine beasts to wait for Malzahar to come. These 2 9-turn divine beasts are what Malzahar specifically asked for. If he lost it, he would be in big trouble. Zhan didn't even look at him and directly put the 2 9-turn whale kings into the mechanical world. As the huge bodies of the 2 9-turn whale kings fell, a 9-turn firebird with a wingspan of 100 meters let out a roar, swooped down, and tore the 2 whale kings into pieces. And nearby, there are more than a dozen corpses of 9 transformation divine beasts. These are the divine beasts that Zhan has hunted during this period. With the mechanical world, it was easy for him to hunt the divine beasts. The mechanical world unfolded, taking those mythical beasts into the mechanical world, and then being hunted by the 9 Revolution Fiery Bird. He will only take action if the 9 Revolution Firebird cannot defeat it. I'll wait for him here and let Malzahar come to me. After capturing the Whale King, Zhan looked up at EC. According to the information collected by the Professional Association, Malzahar's profession is very special. He was originally a Void Pathfinder, but after fusing with a bug called Void Spirit, he evolved into a Void Prophet. This intelligence is easy to collect. Malzahar felt that he was invincible and did not hide at all. And like Zhan, he also helped the professionals of the Great America to overcome their difficulties. According to intelligence, the number of 9th level professionals in the Great Beauty Country should now be around 20. From EC's words, Zhan understood that Malzahar was probably also hunting the 9 transformation beasts, collecting the artifact casting diagrams, and the Chinkoin Dao talisman. Hunting them one by yourself will not be as fast as snatching them all. If Malzahar really dares to come, Zhan doesn't mind sending him to see death. After saying that, Zhan turned around and left. There are a few 9 transformation divine beasts nearby. Let's capture them first. This guy! EC followed Zhan from a distance and passed a message to Malzahar. Let William, Scone, and the others go over and kill this man. When Malzahar received Eze's message, he didn't take it seriously at all. If a mere 9th level professional dares to steal his things, he is courting death. In Malzahar's opinion, the Great Beauty Kingdom now has 29th level professionals and is the undisputed strongest empire on Blue Star. No country can compete with the great United States. But he has more important things to do now. He discovered a secret realm of burning angels and is currently trying to conquer it. Once conquered, the treasures within will greatly enhance his strength. Clear. After receiving the message, EC quickly sent a message to others. With Malzahar's order, the 4 people quickly dropped what they were doing and rushed towards Eze's location after receiving the message. Is this a dragon? At the same time, Zhan came to an island and found a 300-meter-long dragon in a mountain stream. It was originally a sea snake. After its level was raised to the 9th level, it evolved into a dragon. It grew a pair of sharp horns on its head and looked very majestic. It's a pity I don't have a dragon. Zhan shook his head and took immediate action to put the dragon into the mechanical world. 10 pieces. The dragon that entered the mechanical world was like a lamb to be slaughtered and was quickly dealt with by the Firebird. A Chinkoin Dao talisman and a casting diagram of the Konglong Mace artifact were dropped. This is too slow. Zhan looked at the 10 Chinkoin Dao talismans in his hand. He got 10 in one day. This speed was already super fast. But Zhan was not satisfied. He needs 1,000 Chinkoin Dao talismans to evolve a machine. At this rate, it is unclear how long it will take to finish. At this moment, 5 streams of light came rushing from afar, landed on Zhan, and surrounded him. Chapter 144. The Six-Winged Holy Angel's Prayer to God. Boy, I asked you to hand over your things, but you didn't. It's too late to hand them over now. EC looked at Zhan arrogantly. When 5 9th level professionals attack together, they are invincible. Looking across the entire blue planet, no one can stop it. Why waste time talking to him? We still have a lot of things to do. Boy, hand over everything you have and I'll spare your life, or else. A blonde-haired professional said this, clenching his fists, making a crisp, crackling sound, and the threat was evident in his words. You are also a 9th level professional. Although I don't know which country you are from, you must be a high-level one to have reached the 9th level at this time. We don't want to be enemies with the country behind you, but since we are here, you can't leave without paying a price. An old man wearing a purple robe and looking gentle and refined looked at Zhan calmly. Although his words were meant to persuade him, there was an irrefutable arrogance in his words. The remaining 2 people had sneers and sarcasm on their faces and remained silent. You guys are really fast. Zhan was a little surprised. He didn't expect that the Great Beauty Country could dispatch 5 9th level professionals at once. It has to be said that as one of the overlords on the Blue Planet, the United States is indeed very powerful. If he hadn't taken action, Longwell wouldn't have so many 9th level professionals now. Boy, are you deaf? The blonde professional who spoke first was a little impatient. Seeing that Zhan didn't say anything, he could no longer suppress his inner restlessness. He didn't know what skill he used, but a flame appeared on his fist. Eugene, level 9, professional flame boxer. Lu Fan, level 9, professional void mage. Lewis, level 9, professional spiritual herb master. Turlin, level 9, professional blood werewolf. Finally, it's UEC, the 9-turn shadow. Zhan raised the corner of his mouth and told them their occupations and names. How do you know? Impossible. We all use skills to hide our names and attributes. You can't know. My shadow hide can conceal all my information. Even the president can't find it out. How did you know? When these words were spoken, EC and others were shocked. The personal information of professionals is generally confidential, especially for high-level professionals, because there are many hidden professions in this world, and they possess many strange skills. Some skills do not even require seeing the person. As long as you know the other person's name, you can kill the person. Moreover, EC and others use skills to conceal their attributes, but they were still discovered by Zhan. This shows that Zhan possesses extremely powerful reconnaissance skills. Elder Lu Fan, if we can obtain this reconnaissance skill, it will be a great achievement. After the shock, an expression of ecstasy appeared on EC's face. There is an elder in the professional association of the Great Beauty Country who possesses a very powerful curse skill. He can curse people to death directly by knowing their real names. I'll give you a great credit. Lu Fan raised the corner of his mouth and then nodded at Eugene. Hey kid, have a taste of Grandpa's iron fist. Eugene had a playful look on his face, and he exerted force with his legs and rushed out. Flame sky-breaking fist. The man was in the air, and violent flames burst out from Eugene's fists, and the whole person seemed to have turned into a dazzling sun. Mechanical world. The moment Eugene approached, Zhan unfolded the mechanical world for a moment and directly took Eugene into the mechanical world. Where's Eugene? Where did you take Eugene? Space magic? No, there is no chanting and no space fluctuations. It's not space magic. Then what kind of skill is this? Lu Fan and others' pupils shrank and expressions of shock appeared on their faces. Eugene, who had just used his skills to beat Zhan up, disappeared in front of them out of thin air. At this time, in the mechanical world, the 9-turn Firebird let out a ferocious scream, and its sharp claws flashed a cold light, scratching across Eugene's chest, leaving a piece of flesh and blood. The 9-turn Firebird itself is a 9-turn 99-level divine beast. Although Eugene is also a 9-turn professional, he is no match for the Firebird. You guys should go and accompany him too. In the outside world, Zhan raised his hand and waved, and the mechanical world instantly unfolded, covering Lu Fan and the others. Space defense. Shadow shield. Roar. Lu Fan and the other 3 used defensive skills at the same time, but it was useless. The shadow of the mechanical world passed over them in an instant. Ripples appeared in the void, and the 4 of them disappeared at the same time. Mechanical world. What is this place? Steel ground. Eugene. 9-turn divine beast. Lu Fan and the others only felt a flash before their eyes, and then they came to a strange world. Eugene was not far in front of them, being pinned to the ground by the sharp claws of the fiery bird. This should be a skill similar to the inherent barrier. That bird must be the core of the barrier. If we kill it, we can get out. Lu Fan's mind moved, and he shouted loudly. The 4 of them used their skills at the same time, and tremendous energy gathered in an instant. God, please listen to the most loyal prayers of your believers. Please grant me your supreme power to kill the enemy before me. Pray sincerely to God. The next moment, a white light appeared in the sky. The six-winged holy angel Jugalong clasped his hands together, half knelt in the air, and prayed devoutly to Zhan. With a humming sound, a statue of Zhan, 100 meters tall, appeared in front of Jugalong. Zhan slowly stretched out his hand and pressed it on Jugalong's head. The holy light on Jugalong's body suddenly surged, as bright and holy as the moon. Sword of holy light. Then, Jugalong turned around and looked at Lu Fan and others. The holy light on his body gathered into a sacred sword and slashed down fiercely. Boom! The terrifying sword of holy light instantly slashed through the bodies of the four people, and violent energy exploded. The defensive skills that the four people were proud of were torn apart like paper, and the whole person was split in two. Jugalong's own strength is equivalent to that of a human 9th level, 99th level professional. After performing a pious prayer to God, he received Zhan's blessing and his strength increased tenfold. Already possessed power far beyond and close to God level. With just one strike, Lu Fan and the others were killed. It turns out that this skill of Jugalong is that I, in the mechanical world, prayed to me to grant him power. Zhan can see everything that happens in the mechanical world. After seeing the skills that Jugalong performed, I instantly understood the meaning of her skills. After all, his own strength cannot grant Jugalong such great energy. But if he was in the mechanical world, the situation would be different. He can grant Jugalong greater power. There is also a resurrection skill. At this moment, Zhan discovered that Lu Fan, who was split into two, was not dead. He was covered with a layer of purple light, and his broken body was slowly healing. Chapter 145, Burning Angel's Secret Realm. After a moment, the purple light on Lu Fan's body restored his body. Lu Fan turned over and retreated, putting some distance between himself and Jugalong. Impossible! How could the six-winged holy angel be here? Lu Fan stared at Jugalong, who was floating in the air and emitting endless holy light, with an expression of disbelief on his face. In the legend of the Great Beauty, angels are a kind of high and mighty gods who obey God. These gods have long been lost in history and are legends themselves. As games and reality merge, new angels may indeed appear. But these should appear in the great country of America. How can people from other countries have angels? From what you said, it seems like you know where there are angels. Zhan's figure appeared in the mechanical world, and he keenly caught the loophole in Lu Fan's words. It is impossible for ordinary professionals to have a world that can take people in. This should be the ability of the six-winged holy angel. Are you God's agent? Lu Fan did not answer Zhan's words, but asked back. You talk too much. Zhan raised his eyebrows, and the steel ground next to Lu Fan instantly rose up, turning into more than a dozen sharp swords, piercing Lu Fan's chest. Then the sword broke and tore it into pieces. These people in the great country of America are all experienced. If you hesitate a little and want to get something from them, they will seize the opportunity and make a profit from it. Zhan is not threatened. Afterwards, Zhan collected the items they dropped. I have to say that these few people are worthy of being the first ones in the great beauty country to reach the 9th level of professionalism, and they have a lot of treasures on them. The 9th level medals cost about 1 or 200 yuan, and there's also a lot of money. Among them, Lu Fan has a magical embryo called the Staff of Void, which has already activated 2 Qingquan Taoist talismans. What's this? Zhan suddenly found a yellowed parchment among Lu Fan's belongings. When I opened it, it turned out to be a map. The realm of burning angels. Level, God level. Note, this records part of the route leading to the secret realm of the burning angel, where it is said that the divinity of the burning angel Michael is hidden. This thing, Zhan's breathing became a little rapid. This thing was definitely a great treasure. A map of the God level secret realm. If this gets out, it will be absolutely priceless. If I can obtain Michael's godhood, even if I don't use it myself, I can give it to Jugalong. Zhan looked up at Jugalong. He had carefully examined the divine powers he had obtained from the 4 Dragon Kings before. Perhaps because there was only 1/4 of them, there was a description of the lack of a main divine power. In other words, the use of the divine nature is also restricted. I just don't know what Michael's godhood will be like. But no matter what, Jugalong should be able to use it. After all, a mechanical angel is still an angel. Afterwards, Zhan threw the metal in the backpacks of these 9th level professionals onto the ground. Buzz! The moment those things fell to the ground, A small piece of something that looked like rust emitted a golden light, dyeing the ground golden. Ding! Your world has been fused with the blood of God. The range has been increased by 100 kilometers, and the ability to nurture life has been increased. Then, Zhan heard the voice of the world's prompt. There's actually God's blood on that piece of iron? Zhan was extremely surprised. The blood of God is an extremely rare item among God-level items. According to current information, once a 9th-level professional possesses godhood, he or she can become a God-level professional. According to previous standards, God-level professionals are legendary gods. But the blood of professionals is not the blood of God at all. Only the blood of the gods before the merger of games and reality can be considered the blood of God. I really got a bargain this time. Zhan really didn't expect that Lu Fan and the others had so many good things on them. Although the God-level map is a good thing, it is far inferior to the blood of God. Afterwards, Zhan carefully checked the effect of the life-nurturing skill. There are 2 effects in total. The first is analysis, which can analyze all mechanical structures within the mechanical world and record them. The second is breeding, through the recorded mechanical structure diagram, using the metal of the mechanical world itself to breed it. Depending on the metal consumed, energy consumption, and breeding time, different levels of mechanical life can be bred. Jugalong. Zhan directly used his analysis skills. A blue light descended from the sky and enveloped Jugalong. Hint: you have analyzed the structure diagram of the 6-winged holy angel Jugalong. A minute later, a diagram of Jugalong's mechanical structure appeared in front of Zhan. It clearly shows the types of metals, energy, and other items needed to produce different levels of Jugalong. God-level metal costs 300 pieces. An angel's heart? What is that? And the furnace rock carbon, an array of holy light? Zhan took a look at the densely packed materials and felt his scalp tingling. It must be said that his ability to create the 6-winged holy angel Jugalong was definitely the result of extremely good luck. With his current strength, he doesn't even recognize many of the materials needed to make Jugalong, let alone make it. That thing should be relatively simple. Zhan suddenly thought of the heavy hammer robot that had destroyed the Black Myth secret realm in Journey to the West. He made that thing himself and had the manufacturing drawings. Moreover, its level has reached the 8th level. If it can be mass-produced, it will definitely be a very strong fighting force. Zhan took out the blueprints of the heavy hammer robot and asked the mechanical world to analyze it. The blueprint of the heavy hammer mechanical man is completed mechanically. The materials required for its manufacture are... 1 second later, Zhan received a prompt. The materials needed to manufacture an 8th-turn heavy hammer robot are the same as the ones he made before, so Zhan directly chose to breed 1,000 of them. 1,000 8-turn heavy hammer automatons are a very strong fighting force no matter where they are placed. After finishing all this, Zhan left the mechanical world and flew towards the map of the Burning Angel secret realm. The secret realm of Burning Angel is located in a volcano in the eastern part of the United States, about 50,000 kilometers away from Su Xian's current location. With Zhan's speed, it would take about half a day to fly across. At the same time, on the other side, inside a volcano, Malzahar was controlling the void spirits, continuously attacking a stone wall in front. With every attack of the void spirit, a dazzling light would burst out from the stone wall. In 10 minutes at most, we will be able to break through the entrance. Malzahar was secretly excited. There are 6 copies of the map of the Burning Angel's secret realm, and he has 3 of them, which are the rewards for someone who completed the mission commissioned by the Burning Angel. He bought 3 copies from that person at a high price, and no one knew who took the remaining 3 copies away. However, with these 3 maps, he was able to safely explore half of the Burning Angel's secret realm.